All right. Testing, 1, 2, round. What it do? Sunday, the Lord's Day. We are back. Feeling better. Feeling a little better. Let me know how my levels are sounding. Hustle, what's going on, brother? Appreciate you. Let me know how I'm doing out here. Big Cloud, I see you, brother. I got to get you back in the room. It's been a minute. What's going on? Christopher Jones, Gerald Mack, making sure everybody's respectful. You know that's how we keep it. We got to keep it respectful. It is what it is. Phantom Knife. TSWS Gaming, what's going on? Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man. I was definitely under the weather this week. Feeling better. Hustle. What's up, bro? What's going on, man? Trying to get some better care and rest. I got to do better about it. I'm killing myself a little bit. Senpai, what's going on? Chilling. Yeah, we got a big one. You know what I mean? We have literally ResolutionGames in the building. Get to talk to them, see what's going on with them. We got great topics lined up. Addicts in the building. Addict, talk to the people right quick.
What's going on, guys?
No doubt, Mr. the Lord of Hammers. You know the reference if you watch the stream. Talk to him.
People are too much. I can't say anything about people taking this.
Yeah, put some type of
Crazy.
You know who does that? Neil. Anything you say, he twists it. Everything. You know what I'm saying?
You know, because I felt away. Like, this dude, I ain't worthy of him using his hammer. Like,
Yeah.
I felt away.
You was doing your thing. You was dipping and dodging. You know what I mean? All is well, getting your head busted. EldenRing. Yeah, everybody getting their head busted. I've been watching y'all. Double TJ, what's going on? Nam Omar, my guy. Addict coming in a little bit low. Hustle. Want to check in. You know what I'm saying? He said the levels coming in low. Make sure everything good. Working out the kinks.
I haven't changed nothing.
Yeah, you're not hitting yellow yet. You're definitely a little lower than normal. He's right.
Maybe
Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
You know you got to get intimate with it. There you go.
For some reason,
What's up?
my notepad, because I wrote a bunch of
Notes? Oh, you can't find the notes? It's gone?
today. No, it's here, but for some reason, like, they're acting like it's on another screen that doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
Like,
Or some double screen joint. Yeah. Technical difficulties. Gotta love it. What's going on, people? So, yeah, we will get Gustav Stenmark in the building. He'll be pulling up. Black Conflict X, what's going on? Oh, DJ, what's going on? Hey, guys, long time. I love when he does that. Hey, guys, long time listening. Like, you know what I'm saying? Salute. Let's take care of that right quick. Yeah, AKW, Attic is way low. All right, he working on it. We appreciate it. Phantom Knife, what's going on? What is going on? No doubt. Anyway, so we like that Fonzarelli game. What's going on, Fonz, brother? What is going on? I see you out in them Twitter streets, very passionate. Some stuff was brought to my attention.
All right, how do I sound now?
Way too crazy. Oh, bring it down.
See.
Yeah. You brought it down. Bring it down now.
All right, what about now? Does that sound fine?
Yes. You hit the yellows. I'm still louder than you, but at least you're hitting the yellows. Give me one more mic check.
Hello.
Yeah, I think when you just talk louder, it'll be better. You're just talking really low. That's it. But anyway, look, y'all. A lot of show. Fonz like, clipping. Yeah, I know. You podcast hosted 101. You know how this is. Metroid, what's going on? Salute. So yeah, we're gonna get Gustav in the building. The king will be pulling up. Solve may not make it today because Solve is definitely working. Some stuff went down, so he might not be able to make it today. But yeah, we got a big show planned out. Still some surprises and some great topics. We're gonna talk about it, and I will see y'all in a few. No doubt.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, staying very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, staying very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, staying very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
And we are testing. Mic check. Do a quick mic check real quick. Addict. Make sure. Yep, I see levels.
Hello.
There we go. I see levels. I always get excited when I see levels. All right. And we are live. Hear ye, hear ye. And welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 246. And it's a glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got Demeo and ResolutionGames, EldenRing impressions, WitchQueen impressions, Fallout New Vegas 2, and Game Pass to Steam Deck to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who is not only a developer to one of the most highly addictive and innovative VR titles in 2021, but whose studio has truly transcended on what a tabletop, turn-based, dungeon-crawling, cooperative RPG could aspire to be. Introducing the producer at Resolution Games and the critically acclaimed Demeo VR and PC Edition franchise. The Lord of Guardians, Hunters, Bards, Assassins, and Sorcerers, whose player base always meets at our favorite 80s themed Heroes Hangout. Live from Stockholm, Sweden, and kind enough to make his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Gustav Stenmark of ResolutionGames. How we doing, sir?
Hello, guys.
Doing
Glad to finally be a lord.
You are Lord. You're a DBO Lord, man. First of all, you're Lord of your realm. Truly respect what you guys do. First of all, how are you doing? And what have you been up to? What games have you been playing, man?
So most recently, I just started the Horizon Forbidden West.
Oh.
But I only came through the intro, and then I had to do other stuff. So too early to give like impressions on that.
No doubt, no doubt. So you started up the Horizon, no question, no question. I'm also assuming a lot of Demeo, or we're taking a little break from Demeo because you dropped a lot of stuff this week.
Yeah, exactly. We made our Steam Next Fest debut with the 2D version. Producing now, and also the Heroes Hangout.
Yes. They're asking me to turn you up just a little bit more. They want to hear your volume level a little bit more. Good stuff. They're excited. But good to have you in the realm. You already know. Salute. We're gonna have a big show, and of course we got the 4 horsemen of gaming. But we may be down 1 horseman. Send some love out to Sov. Sov has to work today. You know what I'm saying? Definitely wanted to be here. Hopefully maybe he can sneak in, but I doubt it. I think he got to work. But it is what it is, and you already know we still got the other 3 horsemen in gaming. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good, man. I ended up grinding way too long on Destiny last night. Like there is like this really crazy cheese going on right now, and it's just like it's addicting. Like I kind of get the same feeling when I play like a Final Fantasy game and I'm grinding to kill like that in-game boss. It's just like every time I get a chest, I'm like, what's the next one gonna have? It was ridiculous, but you know, it's been a good week, man. I just want to take a moment and appreciate how good gaming's been in the past month. Yes, like it is ridiculous. Like I can't name a month in a long time, maybe if ever, where this many solid franchises and games have came out in a matter of 30 days.
We gotta say that your gaming life is really shorter than mine. Lord. So I do have better days, but for your days, it's beautiful.
Do me a favor, King, turn your levels up just a little bit too as well. Coming a little low, but nah, you good. Now, again, Sov not here, so I know the chat is on us. They said no, Sov. The super chats are about to be chaos. Listen, we're not as good as Sov, but we're gonna do our best. Give me a check. There we go. That's the king. I know. There we go. What's going on? So you already know. I get a Sov. Attic, you want to get a couple because they're flying in. I just want to make sure we on point. Actually, I get 2. So we got my man. Doovie.
There's only 2.
Okay, $2 super chat. Welcome back, King. Happy Sunday, Lords, no doubt.
What's up, Doovie?
No doubt. Necromancer Zale, $5 super chat. Hey, Lords, welcome back, King. How about that Witch Queen? Speaking of which, and of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, a.k.a. the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The Prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the Fraud Alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King. How we doing, sir?
Better than Chris Colbert.
Oh,
Shout out to Top Rank Boxing last night. This is when calling out people goes wrong. Listen, a lot of great fighters, and I'm talking about Chris Colbert here. A lot, and y'all guys might not know him, but you know, climbing the ranks and stuff like that. Great fighters don't disparage their peers. They acknowledge their peers, and they continue to you know, have that tunnel vision to greatness. The moment you decide to disparage your peers, humbling will be in your cards. So he got humbled because he was overlooking his competition in front of him. Tunnel vision means you don't look past anyone. You look straight forward and you go through your opponents to get to the top. So Chris Colbert, hopefully you learn from this and hopefully you can come back. All right, Dominican Republic.
What's going on?
Happy Independence Day. Dime loco, como está, my people across America and my extended family. Let me tell you guys, I know it's a wonderful day. Celebrate greatly. Remember, tomorrow's Monday, so you got to go to work.
Don't get too crazy. Don't get too crazy.
Don't get too crazy. It's Sunday. Just don't
Sunday's the Lord's Day.
Get crazy.
Oh my God.
Get crazy. What I've been playing.
What you been playing, sir?
So, I gotta give Attic his bars here. I gotta give him his flowers. He's definitely been this guy. I don't know how he does it, but Attic has been grinding and he's been playing and I've been watching his channel. I have to say I wasn't going to get Elden Ring, and because of Attic, I gotta get it. I sat there and watched him play Elden Ring.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you, if you guys aren't watching Attic play,
one of the best streamers.
He's a savant.
Very underrated streamer.
Right? And he's able to do things, the way he's able to multitask, he's reading the chat while he's playing and he's doing difficult stuff.
Yes.
I really got to respect that because I'm doing one or the other. Okay? So I'm not reading the chat and I'm not playing.
We're not talking to you. I'm focusing on this life and death situation.
People was they was in the chat and they're like, because I was literally like, while he's moving, like telling them what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's a
and
beast.
reading the chat. And they're like, how are you doing that? It's like when you play these From Software games enough, like I've played, like you know what they're gonna do before they're gonna do. And like I've always been good at reading patterns in general with anything. And it's just like I'm like, okay, now he's about to do these two daggers. And he's like, he might, because sometimes like they design their games to where their patterns sometimes changes depending on what you do. So, you know, that's the only thing. But I will say, you know, we'll get to Elden Ring, but it's been a good experience.
Good.
Continue, King.
I want that game now. I definitely do. I've been playing WitchQueen. And we're gonna get to.
We got a topic for WitchQueen.
But let me tell you, man. First, I got to give a shout out to Liz, and I got to give a shout out to Drunken.
Clanmates, ILP Clan, stand up.
Right?
Yes, ILP Clan, stand up.
ILP Clan is probably the best clan on Destiny.
For sure.
You call out, you and people join in, and they play. I want to tell you guys, I'm accessible. If you have my gamer tag, you see me on. I'm in a party. I talk a little bit different. I have to lose a lot of words.
IOP after dark on that.
A lot of dirty words. I have to lose those words. But
yes,
at the same time, I'm accessible. Join in, have fun. We're all gamers. I'm available. So you see me on. I'm not bougie. Come on in. We have fun. All right,
I'm the exact opposite of everything he said. I don't want 80 people in the party. If it's more than 3, I feel claustrophobic. If it's 4, I'm leaving the party.
So for addicts, rule of engagements, they need to send you a message to permission.
Yeah.
To join the party.
No. Here's the thing. Like, it's not that against people. It's just like I don't really. Like I like my friends list of people like that I know that's gonna play games with me.
Yeah.
So 9 times out of 10, I'm not following people back on Xbox because I had that really bad issue on what's that called? On just LFG in general.
Okay.
Where I'll keep adding people because I played a game with them, and then 6-7 months later,
I'm like, who is this? You don't even remember who it is.
And then I gotta delete them. So I don't add people anymore.
Why they gotta get deleted?
Because I had people on Xbox to play Xbox games. If I don't play Xbox with you, or at least talk to you in a party, you up out of there. I'm sorry. Like
ridiculous. You out of control. Let me get a couple super chats because I get it. I get crazy. Gameonomics, shout out member for 5 months. Salute, put the crest up. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet announced today, no doubt.
I need to watch a YouTube video on that.
Yes.
Why is Nintendo announcing stuff on a Sunday? Take a break, Nintendo.
Nintendo's excited. Percolator 9000 Fallou super chat. Hello, lords. Please accept my dues. Don't smite me, please. I am not worthy. I have a great day, Lord. Salute. Shroom Kingdom $2 super chats. Hey, que lo que king. No doubt. Dominicans in the building.
Butchered that.
Yeah,
so
that's why I took these. That's why because I'm trying to be. I'm doing my solve impression. I try to take these. The next one you got because I can't do that.
I feel like people like my mispronounced stuff these days now.
I agree. Shout out to Platano J, $2. Woo! Que lo que, Dominica, no doubt. Mexican Zoidberg, member for 15 months. Okay, cool. All right, so let me introduce myself, the gaming ninja, the shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realm and realist in the realm of the ILP, not telling what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Define and Duke. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Had a great episode, kind of talking more about the Activision Call of Duty stuff. Some more intricacies there. Also, a funny segment, King. You'll laugh. What game you would actually drop it like it's hot for? And that,
oh my god,
yeah, it was fun. You had to pick one game, and it was hilarious. Yeah, I think
I gotta watch it.
You gotta watch it. It's absolutely.
I also gotta say one thing. 30 days of coach is still in effect.
Oh, okay.
Make sure that you go make spaces about that.
Thank you. Shout out to the spaces people. No doubt. Shout out to Hustle and Motivate. Member 16 month, a couple of black eyes after playing EldenRing. Definitely a good time. Thanks for the help, Addict. No doubt. And yeah, again, for me, it's been that. Also, check out the Patreon. We got an exclusive up there for Sea of Thieves. Shout out to Ben Smith. Last Word with the Bonds. Ty Guy Travis is up. All right, now on the ILP chat, we had Paul Tassi from Forbes up on there. That was amazing. Everything, WitchQueen impressions, lost. Yeah, spoiler cast. What's up?
Did you read that the ones by Mexican Zoberg?
No.
It says King actually wants to play a game that's not on Game Pass. Hallelujah! Praise the Lord.
Salute.
And you know what'll happen? I'm gonna buy this game, and Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer is gonna make it available in Game Pass, and I'm gonna come straight from you, Zoidberg.
No doubt. Thank you, Gameonomics. Thank you. You already know. And yeah, it's been that. As far as B game wise, obviously Destiny's been fun to grind, doing the Witch Queen, getting all that. We'll get into that later, and of course. Demeo, which we will get into
last night, right?
Yeah, we're gonna had a nice run. Shout out to Kai Batsu, shout out to Valakon, shout out to Snaldo TV. Had a good run, met up in the hangout. But we got stuff to talk about.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
We're gonna get into it. What's up?
Someone said you missed the super chat. Did you?
You took care of it.
Super chat Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you got it, but just read it just in case we miss it. Then we start.
So Juvie said, "Welcome back, King."
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, no doubt. So look, let's get into it. You already know what we're here for. So now we got into what the Lords have been playing. We got to focus on Lord Gustav, his video game system history, his journey at being a producer at Resolution Games, and of course, what led him to working on one of the most addicting and rising in popularity games of Demeo. So, Lord Gustav, man, let's start a little bit from the beginning. Just get a brief kind of your video game system history, kind of what kind of games got you into gaming.
Yeah, so for me, I've always been a Nintendo kid, right? So I started off with the NES system, the 8-bit Nintendo machine. I remember I was saving up for that, and one day my dad went and bought it for me. So that was really awesome. And then
nice.
Super Nintendo and the Nintendo 64. Recently, I've been playing a lot on my Switch.
Ooh, what you been playing on Switch, sir?
So mostly Stardew Valley. I'm a sucker for those community sim games.
Yes.
Play Harvest Moon on the Game Boy and
nice. Yeah. No, I gotta ask you this because you jumped in the room with a lot of Sega kids in here, so I have to ask you: during the Nintendo era, the 8-bit, 16-bit, and all that stuff, were you ever tempted by Sega?
No, so I had a friend. He had a Master System, right?
Ooh,
so
good friend.
To play on that to get some variation going, but I always kept coming back to Nintendo.
Okay.
I just want to point out that every time we talk about someone with Sega, it's always I had a friend, the neighbor had one.
So, are you implying something, Addict?
No,
I'm not implying. I'm stating facts.
I just want to know, right? How was Sega marketed over there?
Good question.
Sweden? Because I know Nintendo market globally, right?
They marketed my neighbor's got one. You should play it. That's how they marketed it.
So it's a bit like Coke versus Pepsi, right?
Oh, okay.
It's like, is Pepsi Max okay? That's the question you get, right?
Right.
That was the thing with Sega. Like, it was always the second rate. At least that's how it was. I'm not sure if it was marketing or just like my friends I was hanging out with. But Nintendo was the thing to have.
No, that's fair enough. And just as far as, accessibility and stuff like that, I guess that's our question, because in the States it was kind of different. So I'm glad King did ask that, because with us,
because
you get King.
What I've noticed is anytime we have people from Europe, what happens is I don't think Sega was marketed properly in Europe, and I think Nintendo saw that gap and actually really blanket marketed Europe, and they got a foothold there, and they became like the number one choice, like you said, like Pepsi versus Coke, like Pepsi Max or whatever. So I always think it's usually whoever gets the foothold in the region actually has a leg up when it comes to marketing and shelf space. So shelf space, probably Nintendo was actually first, and Nintendo was and Sega was to the side. So when you came in as a kid, you see Nintendo, and then everybody else that basically has it, except for that one kid, your friend who has Sega.
Yeah, salute. We love to hear it. So we gonna move forward because we got take advantage of the time we have with you. About being a producer at Resolution Games, not just into Demeo just yet, but I want to talk about how did that journey start to become a producer and getting into a developer making video games, and then also why the passion for VR games specifically at a studio at Resolution Games.
Yeah, so in terms of becoming a producer, I studied computer science at university, and then my specialization was in I think it was called design of interactive systems.
Okay.
So I guess that's a good.
We like that
good background. So, but when I started in games, I was actually a programmer.
So nice.
I worked as a developer for 3 or 4 years. But the thing with the game industry, right, is it tends to attract the best coders, and I was not one of them. So I had to
had to sharpen the skills, had to sharpen up the tool set
in the industry.
he said he found out very quickly. Said his boy who had that Sega, he was really good.
Yeah, exactly. He was.
I give you credit. I mean, programming it's not easy. But continue stuff.
Yeah, no, but so. And then I was working with mobile games and web-based games, and I was really early on Facebook games as well.
Oh, okay.
So I must have been doing my career in the casual realm.
Oh, okay.
All right. So let me ask you a question. When you go to develop a game for a casual base, opposed to a hardcore base, what do you find to be a little bit easier? Do you find it because hardcore has their little niche and stuff that you have to hit right, and the casual base also you have to make it accessible in the manner of how broad it is. What do you find to be a little bit easier in working with the casual base or working for the hardcore base?
That's a great question. So I mean, no one can fool anyone, right? A great game is a great game. So I guess when it comes to hardcore games, that's a lot around building up the lore and stuff that people can really geek out on, right? But again, I worked at King.
He worked at King.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is recently acquired by Microsoft, or soon, hopefully, soon to be, maybe, depending on the regulations. Yes, continue.
No, so over at King, that's actually casual packaging for a game that's really hardcore when you think about it, right?
Oh, right.
People spend a lot of time in that game, and it becomes really hard. I mean, of course, it's not hardcore like From Software.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. It's it has a dedicated audience, right?
No, fair enough. And then just then now the studio culture, obviously you have that mobile background. You've been doing that. You know, you get to Resolution Games, and then now what I notice is like you guys are one of the, you know, premier up and coming AR, VR, you know, kind of studios. And it's like, I guess my question is, from culturally as a studio, you know, what makes a studio say, hey, because let's be real, like the AR, VR market is not like huge. It's slightly growing. Yeah. But my question is, what makes studios say, you know what, we're going to take a crack at this and try to make quality games in that, you know, that kind of environment?
Because that's a huge risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. No, we saw an opportunity. So I guess I joined Resolution very early. Like I was actually the second employee. I started on the same day as the first employee, but he signed the papers the day before me. So
wow. So he get the credit. But you was there when they put the first brick down. You was there. Okay, that's what I want to hear.
I was there.
He's like, no, I mean literal brick. I was there when the building was built.
You see how he was smooth with it? He was like, I was technically first. It's just the other guy signed the paper.
Yeah, he put his first in with me.
Salute. Continue, Gustav.
Getting into fights over that.
That's how
y'all get into fights over
that? That's how I'm gonna start wording every time ILP's mentioned. I was there when the bricks were put up.
Like, oh no, you always mention it to me. You be like, Cogno, I was the one that said the name.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, you went back to an old Facebook message. I'm like, damn, you got the receipts.
You know, he said they got fights over it, so they probably be inside the break room. He be like, yeah, number one producers here. No. You are not.
You gotta love it. You gotta love the invite. So continue.
Gonna be number 2.
So continue. You're there at the very beginning. You jump on board. So like, what was the shift at that? I mean, what was the mindset at that time? We're gonna tackle AR, VR from the beginning. Was it mobile in the beginning? I know you guys got like Angry Birds. You got a whole bunch of different titles that we get into.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Tell me about the mindset of what you were gonna create in VR in general.
So the early days of VR or we're still in the early days of VR, you could say.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
But it was those where you had those headset where you put your smartphone in.
Yeah.
So the leap was very short.
Yeah.
So we actually focused on that early on. Like Oculus had the Rift, or the DK2, I think it was called, like the development kit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was the only thing that was out, and then the HTC Vive.
Yes.
So we decided to focus on mobile games early on, or mobile VR games, I would say. And I had this game called. It ended up being Bait. It's a very casual fishing adventure.
Okay.
That I've been working on for a long time, even before Resolution started. And then our CEO Tommy, him and I, we know each other. We've been working together for 20 years.
Salute.
So he called me and asked if I wanted to come and produce that fishing game.
Okay.
And our mission was to build like approachable or casual VR games, because the only thing that was there right at that point was like really jarring roller coaster rides and jump scare games and space shooters. Mm-hmm. So that's where we started off. And then I think as a company, we've evolved beyond that. The super casual, because the audience is not really there. And I guess Demeo is definitely like a game to geek out on, right?
Speaking of which, perfect transition. Look, you know, this is the main event. You know, this is the reason why a lot of us are here, is this game. I'm done talking. We got to show the people, as Saul would say, we use the old Rick Rude quote from WWE, hit the music.
Descending into the dark dungeons of forgotten memories, the mighty Guardian found himself caught in an ambush. An old but familiar magic, whispering a call to adventure. Compelled by fate, he summoned the old fellowship.
Alright boys, what's the plan of attack here?
You gotta get the key and then we gotta go to the exit.
Alright, I'm gonna try to take out this little spider looking thing.
Do it, John! Take him out!
Where are we going? Should we go in here? Ooh, a chest. Oh, we got a card. Ooh, nice.
Do I need to save you?
Use a card. You got a card?
Okay, hang on, I got this. at this door over here.
I have a feeling this could get ugly. Oh, this guy.
They're killing you, man.
You're taking a beating.
I'm about to die.
We got these clowns.
We got your back.
Oh, here they come.
I got you. I got you.
Let's do this.
Whoa, nice.
All right, you got that Demeo right now. Again, currently VR, Oculus Quest, Steam VR, and also PC edition. The demo is out right now, so go check that out for my PC Steam users. But this is the main event, y'all. This is why we here. This is the game everyone is raving about.
That, can that game get played in 2D as well?
Yes, yes, yeah. Why?
He said PC.
No, he said PC, but he didn't explain the pancake people.
Oh my lord!
pancake
Now we do it flat F 30. Get it?
You know, as long as it's strawberry pancakes, we're fine.
Ridiculous.
Well, you can put blueberries in it. It's still a pancake.
Any time on pancake talk.
Is it at least good pancakes?
Time on pancake talk.
It's delicious.
Back to the main event. Demeo, y'all. This is it. We're here. So, gotta ask, Gustav, man. I mean, this thing is really taking everybody by storm, you know. And I wanted to ask you, just kind of like brainstorming the idea of the creation of Demeo, because basically this thing is like, you know, this amazing. You got the cooperative, you got the Dungeons and Dragons. It's like Dungeon Dragons meet XCOM meets tabletop Diablo. It's so much going on. And then with the VR portion, I know we're gonna get into PC and the Steam edition that just came out. But what's really cool is like the interactions, the VR manipulation, like picking up a piece, putting it, you know what I'm saying, over, doing that stuff and manipulating this thing. And it's just so cool. So I got to ask you, like, Lord Gustav, did in development, did the team know you guys had a hit on your hand with Demeo?
Yeah, I think we knew early on, right? Mm-hmm. It's when you have those, like,
when you guys end up playing more than you're developing, okay, maybe we need to stop this.
When you can't stop, when you keep like you just want to get back into it, that's when you know you're onto something, right? And especially for VR, because there is a bit of a hurdle to put on the headset, right?
Yes.
So that's one of the tricky parts with building VR games, is to make people like long to get back into it. Right?
Yes.
And, I think we actually managed to get that with Demeo. Like, we nailed it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know what I know? You guys nailed it. When all of the people I play with are now talking about extended batteries for the Oculus Quest. Excuse me, Meta Quest. Like, when everyone's asking, like, yo, it's so bad now. Like,
I know
that people who don't have extended batteries on their VR headsets, they're buying a pack, like a pack, and connecting it, a battery pack, a portable one.
I had to do that.
Yes.
You remember. Listen, let me tell you, and I understand about the hurdles that you talked about with the putting on the VR, right? Because you can have it there, but there's also a hurdle to it. Now, my thing is, was the Oculus 2 or the Meta 2, I guess
no, you good.
Oculus, right?
No, you got Meta Quest VR, sir.
Was that a boon? Because no wires gives it a feeling of freedom, right? And then you set up your little barrier. It's a lot of, so you could play it anywhere. Actually, sometimes I'm in the foyer playing it by myself, away from other people. So you don't have to have that fear of punching the TV, breaking the TV or your monitors or anything. Did you see like a spike once that was accessible over this holiday season? Because I've noticed, I've never seen this much VR being purchased in the Twitter space with the friends that I do have. did you see like a huge spike in your recommendation for your game? Because your game is really like on the front page of the Oculus page.
No, we've seen this Christmas was great for sales, and I think it's across the board. So I think Oculus or Meta, I guess Meta Oculus managed to sell a lot of Quest 2s this.
I literally consider Demeo like an Oculus seller. Like if you're not buying that game for Oculus, like what are you doing? Just take it back. Like
yeah.
No, Cog, you muted. Cog, you muted.
Hey, thank you. No, continue. Continue.
No, but so like speaking of, so there is a slight obstacle, right?
Right.
Putting the headset on, but once you're in, I think like the immersion you get from VR is unprecedented, right?
So the team, are you guys huge board game players? Because Cog and I used to play Stratego and stuff like that downstairs in the house. So, you know, Clue and stuff. So we're huge board players, right? As far as video games go, that's nice. But sometimes you want to detach yourself from the technology of it. And you just want to sit there and play a board game, move your pieces. You used to play Battleship and stuff like that a lot. So you gave me this is the first time I got the feeling of having a board game with this technology. I was able to pick up my little, for a while, I know I was geeking out. I know they was laughing at me and I really didn't care. I was zooming in so close on my
when
character.
you do the zoom and you pull out and then you get up close. I didn't even know, I know the demo kind of teaches that, but I didn't know how close you could get up to it. And you see the detail of characters. Continue, King, I'm sorry.
Yeah, like you guys really nailed that feeling, because you know when you get your little men inside the box, right, and you take them out and you look at them, and you can do this with your hand and manipulate it and get as close as you want to get. You guys got that actual feeling down pat of manipulating your character, looking at them, picking them up, turning them around, and you did it with cards too. When the cards pop up, that stuff goes deep into looking at how board games is revered and translating that over into the technology. And I want to know, how the hell did you guys transfer that over? What was that process like?
Yeah, so it was quite a long process. Like we worked together with Mike Booth, if you know him. He's actually the game director for Demeo, and we do like weekly playtests. And I know that him and Tommy, our CEO, they were talking a lot about like how can we turn like building a casual RPG, pretty much, or not casual, but like not a pen and paper RPG,
right?
But also not like something turn-based and very like physical, and like you grab stuff and you roll dice and you play cards, and we worked for a few years on this title, actually, and it's been designed like inside out.
Oh wow!
Inside VR, around the table, like all those rules and
So how long?
The interactions and stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all been play tested. Yeah, sorry.
I was just gonna ask, like, you guys had the vision, and shout out to a lot of people say, yo, if you love D&D, you're gonna love this game. I'm telling you, this is like the spirit of D&D, especially when you're playing it and you see the background. It's like an 80s background, you're in someone's basement. It's the vibe, it's the energy. But my question to expound on what you were saying, like, you know, you guys had that vision. Like, how long was it in development, this idea? Like, how long were you sitting on the idea before it kind of came into fruition?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. So I joined Demeo fairly recently. I've been focusing on other social VR games at Resolution before. So I just did the Cookout, if you guys have tried that, which is 4-player co-op around the table as well, but it's more like overcooked action stuff, right? It's not this laid back area. But I think it was in development for at least 2 years.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, man.
Try a Cookout.
It's pretty. Yeah, we can try that Cookout though, for sure.
The basement reminds me of Stranger Things, right? If anybody ever watched Stranger Things, see, it's they hit a lot of hallmarks, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you're in the now, the game is in the now, right? And if you watch Stranger Things, remember they were in the basement playing D&D.
Yeah.
if you play the game and you look around, you're like, wow, the basement looks like and feels like a Stranger Things. The music takes you into D&D, so it gives you this 80s feel.
Yes.
With the technology, but still playing in a board game. And I've played a lot of VR. I was the VR dude.
Yeah, you're the early adopter before
everybody else wanted to play VR. I'm going to tell you, I have not played a game that is this addicting.
Yes.
In a VR space that the battery runs out, and they know. I was like, oh my god, my battery's running out, and I had a supplicant battery on the side, and I had to plug it into my headset. And shout out to Cog, I went and got the extended battery for it. But this level of addiction to this game, this wanting to get back to the game, and I believe that comes from all the hallmarks that you did hit, all the position periods. What period of time did you guys think about when y'all went into development? I know you said you came in later on, but do you know what period of time that they were shooting for, like late 90s, early 80s?
Yeah, I would say late 80s, early 90s, maybe.
Nice.
Okay. Right? Or maybe even a bit earlier than that. Like it's Stranger Things. I don't remember when Stranger Things came out initially, but it was, of course, it has been up for discussion.
Oh,
yeah. The inspiration, of course, right?
Nice. Nice.
And trying to capture that feeling, right?
That feeling,
the time period. RPGs, with my friends around the table. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, I know we're going to talk about the PC version of Demeo, but was that like an afterthought after the success of Demeo, or was that something that was always on the roadmap eventually, was to bring it to more platforms?
It was on the from the get-go. I would say. Okay. As soon as we realized this is going to be a great game, now we just have to execute, and we started building the PC version early, but then we instead focused on getting the VR game out.
Right.
And then the PC version has been in development again since after summer or something.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I got more questions for you now. Again, we talk about how fun it is, how great it is, and stuff like that. I definitely want to ask you about the challenges that the team faced. And again, I know you came on probably right around Roots of Evil, I think, right? You came on around that time as far as Demeo is concerned. But
a few months earlier.
Oh, before. Yeah. Okay, so before Roots. Okay, great. And then prior to Roots of Evil, again, they're like literally adventures. It reminds me of the old tabletop King. I love it. You have the Black Sarcophagus, and what is it, the Rat King, and then Roots of Evil, which is the fourth adventure now. But my question as far as the challenges, obviously we talk about this virtual reality's tabletop RPG. You got random generated, enemies, and you got the card system where you kind of look at your risk and you see the cards and going on. You got balance and all these intrinsic abilities with the characters. So what do you think were some of the challenges kind of getting the game made, or feature-wise, that may have been issues just with the development? I know one was cloud saves at one point, and I'm glad you kind of got that straightened out. But any challenges that you guys experienced along the way?
Yeah, so I mean, it's complex products, right? Yeah. It's a 4-player co-op, the network code have to work and everything needs to be synced. If you look at something and point at it and say, "Oh, look at this thing," the others better know what you're pointing at. They the same thing, right? As soon as you, so that's one of the more technical challenges. I would say. And then I think one challenge that's also a very fun thing is the whole as we add new mechanics and new enemies, we get these unexpected behaviors, right? Stuff that something we developed months or even years ago suddenly have to work together with a new mechanic, and how will that work? And exploring that is a big part of this type of game, right? So we'll really take care in adding that.
And I want to take for that perspective that you just said, because I do think sometimes that you know, especially us as gamers, we try to act like we know more than the actual developers. And like, look at like mechanics like in Destiny with like stasis, where it was so bad it was breaking other features of games. Like, imagine like how crazy it would be that it's like you think you're good on something, and then a couple years later you're like, now I gotta go recode like parts of the original game because of some new stuff I'm adding. Like, it's crazy how stuff like that happens, because that's not the first time we've heard about stuff like that. Like, we're constantly hearing about like backwards compatibility, where, you know, old code or preventing new features from happening with that game. And so it is interesting that, you know, stuff like that happens even on a software base.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Okay.
I got a question, since we're talking about breaking stuff. Right. VR to pancake.
Oh God.
Right? Now, I know we're seeing the world, you're able to turn around and look at stuff. In the pancake, are you guys making the world able to be like manipulated so you can actually see around and stuff like that? You're giving the 2D experience with like a 4D type of play to it, or because what's the thought process in going into that? Because I know it has to be monumental, because coming from that 4D 3D space, you know, the Oculus space, to actually get that to a 2D visual, I know it must be challenging, because I don't know, because I don't develop games. So how challenging was it, and what's the process like?
So I would say, like, building a pancake version of a VR game.
You got Gustav saying pancake now. Don't get in trouble listening to King. Gustav, be careful. Don't get in trouble saying King sayings.
Go pull him into the meeting. Be like, did you just refer
to our user base? We try to save you. These are the words of Lord King. Continue, Gustav.
Those are my words. Don't worry about it.
Yes. We got to protect us.
Just a conversation between me and him.
Actually, we didn't know what to call it. Like, is it 2D? Is it desktop? What is it? So we actually called it pancake.
Oh! Shout out to King. He actually, okay, I stand corrected.
No, but it's like,
people are putting pancake emojis in the chat.
Yeah, they're putting pancake emojis in the chat. They're ridiculous. Continue, Gustav.
Yeah, no, but it's mostly a matter of, like, it's a UX design challenge to take something from VR into 2D, right?
Right.
And when designing VR games, one of the, I think where you can really make or break a game, or at least very much add a new dimension to a game, is the way you interact with the game.
Right.
Because since as of the Oculus, like the Quest, you have your 6 degrees of freedom of your head and 2 hands, right? So you can actually interact as you would with the normal world. You can, like, type a keyboard or whatever in the virtual world. And then when you remove that dimension in designing for 2D or for pancake, it's something gets lost, of course. But on the other hand, like, there's so many more conventions to look at, right? Okay. So there's not that many VR games. So for a lot of the time, we have to, like, invent the wheel again, right? For a specific interaction, we need to figure out how to do that,
right? Because
no one has done it before in a game. It was more true, like, when we started with Resolution than it is today, because now there's a lot of games and they're starting to, like, emerge these ways to do things, right? But a lot of stuff has been tested, like, you push your finger through a button to punch it, or do you have those little lasers shooting out
to point, right? Yeah, you got. That's what I like about it. You guys give the option. You can do the physical. I'm picking up my piece. I'm moving it, but you can also point and say, "Hey, I'm going to grab it and do it that way." Continue.
Right.
Yeah.
So you did a cog way and you did a my way, because I don't pick up the stuff. I don't do none of
oh
that.
My! Continue, Gustav.
No, but so I think that's like, of course, you can rotate, you can zoom in really close in the 2D version as well.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, cool.
That was my biggest, question to it because, like, if my batteries is not running out. So.
We also added one thing. So when playing, I don't think it's tutorialized yet, so you can't really find out. It's a bit of a hidden feature, but when playing the PC version now, if you press and hold the C button, you actually end up inside your head at the side of the table, so you can get like an eye contact with your VR friend.
Yes, I didn't know that.
That's huge.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah,
because they look like quarter owl people.
And
I love that.
I love that. I'm glad you mentioned that because we didn't mention that also about Demon, which is like again with the VR aspect, and now you're also saying in the PC aspect. One of the coolest things is you're actually seeing the hand and your people that you're playing with interact around the board. So it gives you that illusion, that feel like I'm with my friends physically in a room doing it. Get at it.
Can I voice like a little bit of critique when it comes to that? Like I don't know how hard it would be. Would it be like difficult to like disable that if you don't want to see it? Because sometimes like the heads be getting in front of me.
They get in your way.
Like move. Like,
get your hand out my face.
I feel like some people would enjoy the ability to turn that off if they don't want it, because sometimes they do be mad at all. Their hand will be in front of me. I'm like, can you? Do you mind? Like,
I might be one of those people because I'm the guy that's like zooming up real close, getting low on the board, my face, and then I'm trying to take good cinematic pictures of the battle and stuff. And I could be one of those guys that's interfering with Addict's visual of the board.
The most zoomed in.
Yes, I'm that guy. So is there thoughts of maybe disabling that for Addict?
Yeah, I guess. It's definitely something we've had bigger fish to fry, but yeah.
Okay. Hopefully they don't implement it and it breaks something, Addict. We gotta go back and fix it.
Kyle, you just call it an Addict bug. That's fine.
I got a question. I have so many questions for you guys.
Too.
I got a question. Did late in the game, like y'all like, we about to wrap, and then somebody said, "Yo, what about acid arrows? Let's get these acid arrows in it, because acid arrows would be really dope." And okay, so let's put the acid arrows in. We make up the card, you do all that stuff, and you put it in, and it breaks something. Y'all gotta make a decision. All right, do we go in there and fix it for the acid arrows, or do we just do acid arrows in the sequel or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's stuff that it's been a bit too hot before a launch, right? We have to prove it, but we try to fix that, right? And add those things later, right? There's a bunch of cards we're gonna have.
So there's cards that you holding on to.
I can't wait.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity.
Yes, DLC.
Just out of curiosity, was there ever a card you guys made, and then once you put it in there, you're like, this is too much power for anyone to hold?
I would like those cards to go to the sorcerer, please. The sorcerer gang. I hate that. I don't know if you're in charge of balance, but I'm with that. Listen, everybody's got cool intrinsic abilities. The Guardian is armoring up. The Addict with his assassin goes invisible around the map, goes to all the points of interest. Backstab, powerful. The Bard is doing all these musical cool spells, and I'm looking at the sorcerer like, zap. Zap. Now, don't get me wrong. Zap is powerful. Zap could definitely shut down a boss who's not immune so that he can't attack. I understand the importance of it, but it's just like, come on, guys. I'm looking at everybody. Even though I'm a Guardian, I played the sorcerer. I'm like, I feel a little jealous.
I'm an arrow dude.
I do feel like, in terms of, because I'm a big person on classes. Like, I love how, you make a class and you stick with that class and you enhance that class. But I do feel like when I'm playing Demeo sometimes the classes don't make sense. Like sometimes the transition. We're gonna move past.
No, you good.
Their abilities make sense, but I feel like sometimes like their stats don't. Like I don't feel like in a realm an assassin is supposed to have the exact same amount of health that like a tank has, and like vice versa. Like a tank should do a little bit more damage than a mage does, like physically. Like I feel like, was there a particular reason you guys chose to, not make like different stats for the different characters? Was it more of a balance thing, or was it? I think it's more of the card aspect. Like you guys wanted the cards to be balanced, so was that the reason?
I think so. That was actually before my time on this project,
Okay.
so I can't really give a comprehensive answer. But I mean, you have to set some ground rules, right? That you don't change, because otherwise, like when developing games or anything, I guess, as you start nailing the rules, if you start changing stuff that you already said, like this is how it is, that's when you're in trouble, right? It becomes increasingly difficult to
Gotcha.
So I get what you're saying. You're pretty much saying, from your standpoint, you would say that that was chosen so early into the development cycle that it just became part of the game by the end of it. So
So all I'm asking is, when those cards that y'all holding on to, is some of them powerful for the sorcerer, so the sorcerer could do, because the sorcerers are very jealous of bards, and they're doing their little musical tornadoes, and they're doing all these great support. I'm just joking. But I got to shout out
cool. I think it would be cool.
Mike typically plays the sorcerer. And he's the game director, right? So it's like the connoisseur.
Oh, he's the connoisseur. So I'll play.
So
it's a me problem.
It's a wrap.
It's a me problem.
The dude directing the game is playing the sorcerer. He ain't fixing that if he likes it.
Look,
we've been discussing some potential things for the sorcerer.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say more.
I like potential things for the sorcerer. I like that. I like that terminology. I like that verbiage. I like that. Could become.
You must like in Roots of Evil, right?
Yes.
When we introduce the water, all of a sudden sap becomes this
powerful
chain lightning thing, right? Yeah.
Good point. Good point. I even think about it. Okay. I see what you're doing, Gustav. I see what you're doing. All right, we're gonna move on. I want to shout you guys out, and I think King also mentioned it, and Attic mentioned it earlier. Like the team for the music. Like I want to give whoever's really in charge of the music,
narrative.
who's the voice actress for Demeo Dead? Like she's awesome. Like as soon as the game starts up and the world and like the way she's talking, like it gets you in a vibe. Like so, I want to shout her out. She's amazing. But like in general, like who's in charge of the music? You guys, it's phenomenal. It's a dark dungeon feel. It's a mystical elven feel. Like you've got it down. So salute to the team on that. I just want to know who's in charge of that, because we got to give them their flowers.
Yeah, so that's actually my long-standing friend Linus works with us since he was pretty much from the beginning as well. He joined us, and he's been heading up the music and sound effects department.
Nice.
Linus is the one who had the Sega.
You might have been a Sega guy, actually.
Yeah, because we like that music, man. Like it's really good.
Yeah, no, it's amazing, right?
It's amazing from the title. Yeah.
A lot of times we don't see, because sometimes we don't agree on things, right? But this is one game that the consensus is that we actually agree, from the aesthetics to the music to the gameplay to everything. And I know this was Cog's White Whale.
Yeah.
Right? Because he wasn't a VR dude.
Preach.
He wasn't.
Preach.
You know, like he really was not.
True.
And
True story.
then he got to VR, and you guys, because he could not stop talking about it.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where, because I had a Vive and I had a PlayStation VR, and the wires and stuff just like put me off so much that I was just like, you know what? Sometimes you see it there, you want to play, and it's just like, I just don't want to go through the hassle of it, right? Just to hell with it. And then he was like, yo, you got to get this Oculus. It's, it's wireless. Yo, you got to try it. And I'm like, I'm going to give it one last shot type of thing. And, he got it over to me. And he's like, yo, we're playing Demeo. Everybody's talking, we're playing Demeo. And you guys nailed it. And from the consensus of that, that's how I know you guys are, destined for great things. And when he said that you guys are going to be on this week, I know you guys was his white whale because you guys got him into this VR space, and he's been singing you guys praises. So I just wanted to give you guys and you the flowers right now for turning this jaded VR dude in the beginning to this champion of VR. And this is a monumental day for us, to be honest with you, to have you guys on, and to talk about this wonderful game, because this is a game we could talk about without any fear of, you might not like it. Trust me, there's something there for everyone. And if you take the time out to soak it in, I just wanted to say it for anybody that's there, because we have over, how many people in right now? We have over 300 and some odd people. Share this out. Let's get this out. Let everybody know about this game. I know sometimes VR isn't for everyone, but there is a Pancake Edition for you guys on PC.
Out there.
That you can definitely check it out right now. And I'm going to tell you, they nailed the aesthetics, and I'm going to check it out on PC myself to see what the 2D version of it looks like, to see what it feels like, to see what it plays like, if it captures that same magic that we have in VR. But I just wanted to say that because I'm like, you guys really changed this jaded dude into a VR dude.
Wait, hold on, Adam. I just want to say one thing, and I'll give it right back to you, and I just want to continue to give him his flowers on that, because that is really true. And the thing is, for me, I'm the guy who was the skeptic. When you were talking about back in the day when you guys were doing VR with the phone, I remember the Samsung Gear, and you put I remember trying that, and I'm gonna be brutally honest, I was not really impressed with the level of technicality, the fidelity. Then I didn't think it was something that was gonna catch. And I know King has been on the front lines, VR. Me and Attic are kind of the same in that respect, but we were like, snitch.
I'm still like that.
Addict's still on the fence with certain, but this
you guys should feel honored because you're the only reason I turned on my Oculus.
Yes, literally, that's when I knew Demeo hit different, because when we played it, the first board, we're like, oh, for the tutorial, I knew. I was like, okay, this is something. This is a thing. This is different, right? And then you play it, and you're like, okay, co-op, strategy, you got to work together, the fun factor. And then next thing you know, it's like 3 or 4 hours went past and my battery's dying. And I'm like, what is going on? I want to shout out Bill Stillwell. Shout out to him from Meta as well. He was the one, a lot of people told me, try Demeo. Because in the beginning, I was like, all right, but that was the game. So I definitely, to say what King said, I want you to answer this. Have you guys experienced where people are like, hey, VR, I'm new to it, but because of Demeo, I'm trying VR now?
Yeah, I guess I've heard this before, which is good, right? And I do think Demeo is the first game a lot of people play, right? It's easy to just give it to someone and they can try it out, because there's no, you don't get this the cyber sickness, right, in it.
Yeah.
So it's very first game friendly, and it's very highly interactable, and you can look around and stuff. So.
Right. No
doubt. That's definitely true facts, man. Sometimes when I play the Oculus, your game's one of the only games that I could play for over a certain amount of time without feeling lightheaded. And that's why I think I really enjoy it so much, is because first off, it's the type of game experience that I enjoy, and second off, it's just it's one of the experiences I can have on the Oculus that just works wonders for me. And it's just been Cognitive, they do fine with the motion sickness, but I've been struggling with it my whole life. So VR has always been a very hard thing for me to do, and the Oculus 2 is the only one that's ever not been a complete no-go. A complete no-go. And when I played Demeo, because I played Resident Evil and I liked it, but it just it was just the motion sickness that I just couldn't get over. But when not Demeo, Resident Evil, but when I played Demeo, I was like, this is something. It was so bad because I don't have that extra charge and stuff they have. Well, I had to literally sit as close to my wall like this and just not move. Because it'll be charging my Oculus.
Yeah. No, it's real, man. It's really real. So salute to the team on that. Again, we're gonna transition as well. As far as as we call the pancake version of all that stuff. But it's out now, you know. But put the links in the chat, y'all. Go check that. Go wish list that, you know, again, to get it out to more people. Because as Attic was saying, you know, not everybody can do VR sometimes. There's some people that they just can't. But Demeo is one of the games that is very accessible, and I feel you can. But it's cool that the studios also say, you know what? Let's get more gamers to play this, right? Let's get a PC version. So I definitely want to talk about that. And just in general, just like now that demo's out, we got on the roadmap. You know, I think it's April 7th. You're talking about launching and stuff like that. And did you work specifically also on the Steam version? Is that, or you have like another team as well?
Yeah. So the team I've been most involved with the last few months is the PC team.
Okay.
So that's where I've been spending most of my like producing time.
Nice.
Getting it all together, and like it takes a lot of like testing and playing to get everything right. So there is no strict like formula how to translate a VR experience into PC. So you have to try and like do play tests and do actions on that. And but I agree. Like I think it's so for the PC edition, it's like a lot of people have a VR headset, but they don't have any friends with a VR headset. So this you can actually invite your friends and show them this really awesome game you found. And I think the magic of Demeo is a lot in the, like you mentioned, like the cooperation, like strategizing. You really have to talk things through. You can't just each in one direction, right? And that's still going to be there for the PC version.
Yeah.
So one note on the demo, it's actually PC to PC only. So there is no cross-platform on the demo.
Okay.
And it's only one floor of the first expansion of the Black Sarcophagus.
Right.
You find the key, you find the exit, and then the demo is over. So it's just a little bit of a taste.
Yes.
But April 7th is going to be full cross-platform with VR.
With cross-play? With cross-play?
Cross-play, yeah.
Yes.
So,
get at it.
Speaking of cross-play, because we've seen, platforms cross-play. We've seen a lot of that. But we haven't really seen a lot of cross-play between a platform and VR. Like, was that something that was hard to do? Or, like, because I would think, I don't know anything about stuff like that, but I don't think I've heard too many games that's done something like that, to crossplay between a VR and like something like a PC.
Yeah, I think it's not that common, I think. And I think it usually has been, in the cases it's happened, it's been the other way around. There's been a PC game that the developer takes into VR. I think this is one of the first VR titles, like VR first and then PC.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a tremendous decision because, again, you know, we love VR now. I can say that. You know, I'm in it now. King called me out rightfully. You know what I'm saying? Because he was the champion.
I
of VR.
tolerate VR.
And Addict tolerates VR, but
I love because I would push them. We would go to different shows like PAX East and to the E3, and I will push them to try it. And I know Addict suffers from the vertigo sometimes with it. The fact that you guys basically pretty much eliminated it because you can play it stationary sitting down.
And shout out to the tilt feature for my neck. Thank you, Deb. Whoever put the tilt feature, thank you.
It's not even the stationary sitting down. Like, what makes it work is the accessibility of not having to turn too fast. Like, you can literally just look in one area. Like, games that really get me is the ones that I have to like rotate my head, or that they make you turn the camera entirely like a 45-degree angle. Those not happening. Like,
that's why you'll like the Hangout Addict, because for you since you suffer from that. And a lot of people suffer from this. Now, a lot of people are in the same boat as you. The teleport feature is something you probably need to use, where you look at something, you point, and then it moves.
I've tried that.
Oh, you tried that too? Oh, okay, so I got you.
He doesn't like it like that. And I think this game eliminates a lot of that. See, you guys talked about the casual but the hardcore, right? And you talked about the niche. I think you hit all those spaces. I really think you did. You know,
and the hardcore is going to bring in the casual too.
Yes. And the hardcore, there's a lot of depth to it because, like Gustav was saying, it's the strategizing because it's like, okay, there's a synergy now between, you know, Bard and Guardian. He gets the courage buff. The guy goes out in front, and there's a synergy. Okay, I got King. He's archering. His line of sight is longer than everyone. He can hit that poison that I'm the Guardian that can't hit, poison up the room. Like you start to get into these synergies where the hardcore go, okay, there's challenges. And I know one thing for Adam, give it back to you, King. One thing for Addict that I know he loves is as you progress, you go from the first dungeon, you get the key, you go in the second, and it gets harder, and the enemies get tougher, and then there's immunities and things they could do to you, and then you get to the third level, it's like, yo, there's a boss fight, and you're fighting those crazy dudes with the staff that's summoning cultists, and it's crazy.
You give us a similar feeling that we have when we play raids in Destiny.
Yes.
And that's not easy.
Yeah. Continue, King. I cut you off. I cut you off.
Working together, my thing is the seeing your friends.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times in VR, it feels isolated. And you guys have managed to remove the isolation of it, right? So I can look over and I can see my little quarter-hour dudes.
And then I can showcase my little helmet.
Yes, it's so dope. Because I noticed in the trailer, shout out to me that was in the trailer. No, that was not.
Shout out to Resolution Games for paying King to be in the trailer. Salute.
Yeah, right.
I thought we was trying to get away from all people that are bald and black don't look alike.
No. That's if I remove my beard. Me and them look the same.
That was you back in the day. You was there. Okay, I got you.
Y'all didn't know that I did the video for him. But when they turned the light on, and then he saw the rest of his friends. It's little things. I think when you're in a great team, and I think your team probably really works really well together because the harmonization between all aspects of the game, and everybody took pride in different levels of their of whatever they was tasked with, right? You can see from the characters, whoever took great pride in character designs. I felt really good in my Archer.
Yeah.
Really good. To the fact that I zoomed in and I was looking at him and they was like, what are you doing? We were getting ready to leave. Could you please pick up the key and go? I'm like, oh, I'm looking at my guy move. Right? So, but then you're listening to the music and then you're listening to, okay, touch the key. And it's everything just harmonized straight through. And I know, guys, y'all probably think I'm blow-baiting, but I want y'all to think about how many games I do give this level of high praise to and how many times I was wrong. You're going to say 0. So think about it again this way, right? If you guys, you know, y'all, and some y'all guys are Steam guys, right? You guys say y'all got powerful PCs. Go download the demo. Go check it out. See if I'm wrong. I haven't played the PC game yet, but I did play the VR. And the PC game, which I believe has this level of care to it, you guys will be partaking in something very good. And I think that'll be something that'll probably push you to VR.
Yeah.
You can play with me. Pause.
That's what we're hoping for, right?
Yeah.
You guys, like I said,
convert some PC players into VR players here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get those DLC hard cards that I got hiding back there.
No, salute. And that's why I said we got to salute the PC demo, you know, that's out now because, again, like you said, getting more people to try it because we know player base means everything, right? And when you guys have that crossplay with that group, it's cool. And I do want to salute you again on the Hangout that launched this week. And
I got to check it out.
Yeah, you got to do the Hangout, King, because what it is, again, you like Stranger Things? Boy, this is a love letter to the 80s. Like, you go down there, there's a changing room, you can put on your customization for your little avatar, all the things you earned in game. Then what's so cool is, like, there's like an arcade. They literally someone made an arcade of like Gauntlet. They call it Hauntlet. And it's like, you can play it in VR. It's an arcade upright, old school. You could play it. Then you got a big area where there's like a projector. They showing the Discord server. And you got the this archery, like 4 guys. You can play archery like darts and all this. Like, it's a hangout. It's huge. And you come in with your avatar. Everyone's talking. And then the last thing, which is really cool, you can make it public where anybody can join in. Now let me ask you real quick without I ask this. What the max player count in a hangout
Probably
is?
4.
As far as just overall?
Yeah. 12.
Oh,
12?
Man, I thought it would be the amount of characters you can have in the game. That's crazy.
Wow. So
you can hang out 12 people, and then you can like see if you can find some cool people to play with, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
You know what would be cool is if you guys could somehow get that hangout to interact with the actual board thing, and you could see people play games while you're
like
doing
what would
that.
be yeah, I'm with you at it. What would be cool is like you know how you got the 2 tables over on the arcade side, right? Because this is how it works. It's so cool. Like you go up to the Demeo section, you pick up the book of the adventure you want to start, right? So you place it in the middle of the table. Then everybody puts their hand on the table, like some knights of the round, to start the match, right? But the thing is, what would be cool is the people who are in a session. I know this is probably a lot of processing. I'm asking a lot of good stuff. I know, but it would be cool if those people who are already in a session could then be shown on the table playing. So when you come into the hangout, you're like, oh, there's 4 people already playing. I see them. You know, not that even they don't have to be moving anything. As long as it just shows, okay, there's King, there's Addict, there's Solve. They're in the game already. Like, hey, who want to group up and let's get the 4 going like that? I'm just saying for future, for the roadmap, maybe if it could be done. I think that would be cool.
And just a question, because I had a list of questions. My last question. Obviously, we know PC the focus right now. Obviously, that's the next focus. Is there any form of a future map maybe porting these to console, or right now, you know, it's not something that you guys are really looking at? I'm not asking for a yes or no. I'm asking for more of like, is that something that you guys might consider, or is right now just PC is the thing?
No, I mean, we want our games out there, right? So we consider every possibility.
Okay.
I would say.
I like
because
I
personally feel like it did good on VR, but I think this is gonna blow up on Steam. Like absolutely blow up on Steam.
And I agree with Addict in the sense that once it blows up on Steam and people get to experience how cool this game is, you know, there's Xbox and PlayStation brethren.
I say this. I'm gonna be the first person to say, this might be the killer app for the PlayStation 2 VR.
Yes.
This might be the killer
because they're gonna need some help
for that. No, it's not that. It's just that it works so well and it checks so many boxes.
No, I'm talking about PlayStation gonna need some help. Like,
this is what I'm saying. Like, if any PlayStation reps are listening and they hear me in the earshot, you know, I was down with you guys, and I'm looking at the PlayStation VR and the horsepower that is in this machine, the resolution and stuff, everything that's in there. I think a killer app is Demeo, and I think y'all really need to.
So someone said PSVR has it in the chat.
They better, because this would get me to get a PlayStation VR.
Yeah, but you're talking about 2. You're talking about PSVR 2. The new one.
Well, not the first one. Yeah, I'm talking about 2.
I mean,
I'm already on to my PlayStation 5, so that PlayStation 4 stuff is in the bushes. I mean, I'm talking about the newest, latest, greatest, right? So if you want the newest, latest, greatest to have this game that can actually sell consoles, that can actually move, product, I think this game in itself can actually do that. And if you enable crossplay, could you imagine me playing crossplay with somebody in Oculus and on Steam and in my PlayStation
and Xbox?
Nuts.
And that
in Xbox, Xbox,
That's why I was going to ask Gustav. So one quick question. In reference to all of this with PlayStation VR, you know they're coming out with 2. Have the dev kits arrived? For just asking for a friend. You know, if you happen to be working on something,
none of your business.
You know, I mean, now, you know, if you can't answer, you can't answer. But you know, if you happen to have dev kits,
you gotta try.
Cool. I gotta shoot a shot.
They did just release the final, like the visuals, right?
Yes.
And I'm so happy.
Yo, he's media trained. I love it. That was awesome. Media trained.
That's fantastic.
That was fantastic.
Don't worry about them. I'll see you at the finish line.
So just out of curiosity, because I know they're for those of you in the chat that don't know, they're going to implement a PvP mode into this eventually.
Oh my god!
Exactly. How do you guys, is that going to be like 4 players versus 4 players, or 1 versus 1 with 4 units, or is it more than 4 units? Is there anything you could really go into on that?
Can you talk a little bit about the PvP?
So I don't know what's been.
Like, I don't know what I'm allowed to say. Like, So you're not okay.
Let him talk.
I think it's gonna be a reasonable thing to play before playing or after playing a regular Demeo session. So
maybe get a play.
Let's just say that.
Okay.
Listen, he surprised us with 12 people.
He did give us 12 with a hangout.
Right? That's a huge
surprise. That's true. But I would just say, like, can I ask, is it
I want
more
you
than
to
4?
extrapolate this. Listen. Extrapolate this, right? Extrapolate this.
King shut me that.
Listen, because he can't talk about it.
Yes,
right?
I know he can't.
So I want you to extrapolate this. They got 12 people in the hangouts, and what you explained to me is so many things is going on. 8 people is not a problem. Think about that part, right? That's a possibility. So trust, we do want him back on. So we don't want him to say something.
No, we're not trying to get him in
trouble.
trouble. Clearly,
we're not
going to harass the man. We can put the man at gunpoint.
Listen, I extrapolate. I think 8 is less than 12. So I think that's a good.
I mean, he didn't confirm or not. We can speculate on his behalf.
I'm speculating.
All I can say is that it's since, like King's saying, that there's 12 people in the hangout. That shout out to the new Social Heroes hangout that just dropped this week. Go in there, go get that, go download that, go play that. That's on your MetaQuest VR. Go check that out right now. Now, the thing is, like King was saying, if there's 12 in there, right, at minimum, we know Demeo's 4 players, right? So all we would say is the hope would be at least a 4v4. But again, we'll see what happens. But
now, imagine if you guys were able to do that on a bit more like a more broad in scale where the map's a little bigger. You have like 8v8. Like obviously this is like sequel talk stuff like that, but like that would be insane where like you're actually having like a huge like massive scale battle with like 4 other people.
This is gonna be dope.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I can't wait because I really now got FOMO. I really definitely want to go upstairs and download.
Yeah, we definitely getting rocking. Last thing I do want to talk about is the future, and like we kind of touched on a lot of things. Like you guys put the roadmap out, so that's public record. Player hangout dropped. You got the again Demeo PC edition April 7th, right? Is when we're targeting for that. PvP mode in 2022, though, right? It's coming out this year, PvP mode?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think there will be like some early.
Okay. Go ahead, Gustav.
I think we're going to show it around the launch of the PC edition.
We got that. Now, you know what you guys got to do, man.
Got to come back.
You know what you guys got to do, man. We see. You guys need to get with the Lords and have a Des versus the Iron Lords.
We could do it,
yeah.
It would be Des versus Lord. It'd be Iron Lord podcast versus the devs. We can stream that.
It will be the only time I've ever faced devs where I could feel a little bit confident before I lose.
And bring the dev that we said the lead one that runs with the sorcerer. I want to see.
No, don't bring him because if he's rocking that mage, I don't want him there because he's using that mage to its fullest ability. I really don't. Man, can we get like the beta test? No, I'm joking.
No, appreciate you for giving us that, man. Again, tremendous. We're super pumped. We're super excited for the moles. And last thing on the roadmap, again, that you did talk about that I couldn't believe. I was excited because, again, we got 4 adventures right now, right? Currently 4, right?
3.
3, excuse me. 3 adventures right now. Roots of Evil, Black Sarcophagus, Rat King. Now, on the roadmap, you guys say you got 2 more adventures coming this year?
Oh, yes.
Ooh, okay. And last question. You guys, with the Roots of Evil, you announced the Bard class. The Bard is amazing. Like, salute. I have to admit, I was skeptical to see how it was going to play, but it is true support. True support. Yeah. The buffs and all that stuff is amazing. Shout out to Kai Batsu that he runs Bard all the time. As a Guardian, I love running with Bards. But my question is, I know it's early. You just announced the character. But in the future, is there thought of maybe even adding another class? Or right now, you're kind of at the happy spot?
Yeah, so nothing has been announced. But, okay. I mean, we're still building content to the games.
Woo! Okay, say no more. God bless. Say less.
Really pushing this.
Listen, man. I guess, gotta shoot my shot on my favorite games.
This is good stuff, and it's a lot of stuff. It's not just like they put out one game and they didn't add to it. There's a lot of rich stuff that's going on in the backgrounds. I really cannot wait to see what my archer gets and how my archer can really take over the world.
And on the real, like I was really being serious on that. Like, if you guys want to do some kind of promotion thing where, you know, us and you, you know,
we're definitely
play
down for that.
and that, like, we would definitely be down for something like that.
Yeah.
No doubt, no doubt. Look, this is tremendous. I definitely want to give you guys your flowers. It's been great. Also, you guys have another game out too that I want to give some props to. You know, really quick is Blast On, and kind of like, you know what it is, King? It's kind of like a Western one-on-one, a futuristic Western one-on-one shooter. What? So it's like you know about, remember how like back in the West,
it's like the Quick and the Dead.
Yeah, but it's better. Like in a sense, like, you know, instead of the 10 paces to turn around and spin. Right. The counter is like a ref. The joint goes up, and then you got all these different type of weapons. And then there's one you could put a shield up, so you could play defense. It's like esports.
It's interesting.
It's esports futuristic one-on-one Wild West.
What?
Yeah, Blast On.
I gotta check Blast Off.
Blast On.
Yeah,
Blast On.
I gotta check it out.
Check that out.
I thought you were saying that they have like a Western, you know.
Oh, you thought it was like old Western,
yeah. I definitely want to meet you at high noon and see who's the quick on the draw.
Hey, if they want to put out some content. Yeah, Gustav.
That's the latest game mode, right? For Blast On. It's the quick draw.
Quick draw.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Fire.
I'm a spaghetti Western dude. I grew up back in the days with Shane and all that other stuff, the good, bad, and ugly. So yeah, I like that stuff.
We're gonna have to get something going on where King got to dress up as a cowboy for a podcast.
I got no problem with that. You know, listen, I got no problem with that as long as it's for a good cause.
Yeah, no doubt. Check it out, y'all. I'm gonna put it in the chat again. Resolution Games. Check out, like I said, they got a great lineup, man. Great lineup. They're really killing it out there.
Check it out. Let's get to these questions. I want to know his questions. Let's get to his questions.
No doubt. Hold on one second. Attic, we got the joint. I put it in there. If you could just put that for the Resolution Games on that. And before we're gonna get to the questions that we always ask the guests before they leave. We're almost there. But I do have to give them his flowers.
Where do you want me to put this? You
can just spam that in the chat, just so people can know the games that Resolution Games do. Because again, it's Blast On, it's Demeo. They've got other games too. It's not just, even though Demeo's I'm biased and it's my favorite. You know what I'm saying? There's other stuff going on. But I want to give you your flowers in this thing before we get into the final questions we ask for the guests, which is that what I consider magic moments as a studio. Because like you guys in my eyes, like, are just up and coming. Like I don't know if you guys truly know, like you guys, like the arc that we see you guys going. And shout out to Stockholm Studio. I saw the advertisement. Oh my! The train station looks amazing. I see the whole train. I seen the office. I'm like, oh, they doing big things right now.
Yeah.
But I want to give
Christmas checks was.
Whatever happened in December with Better Quest for y'all or whatever's going on, because we're hearing developers hit me up and they're like, look, we did like triple in that. Like things are going well, right? So the magic moment though to me in 2021. Is to see the accolades, right? Best VR game, Demeo. Best co-op experience, Demeo. All these different media outlets are talking about the best PC VR game, right? And then recently we had the DICE Awards. You know what I'm saying? You guys were nominated. I think it was Immersive Reality Game of the Year for 2022. You guys were nominated. Now, shout out to Lone Echo 2. You won. I like Lone Echo's cool. I personally would have had Demeo, but I'm biased. That's me. But
you ain't biased. That's just how it should have.
I think Demeo should have won that. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
What Demeo? That's where it's at.
That's where it's at.
But you know, let's sales talk. You know.
It is what it is. But you know, we got to see the numbers too. You know what I'm saying? But enough of that.
I honestly think Demeo.
Yeah, we don't know the numbers exactly. We don't know the numbers.
All sales indicate, King, is a bunch of misinformed people that bought the wrong product.
It's all good.
You know what it is? It's just you know, little guy over here doing this thing. But like I said, remember I told you earlier, tunnel vision. Don't even worry about your peers. Just keep knocking them down as you go forward.
No doubt. So what I was gonna say again, with all these accolades, you know, final question in regard, how has the team? What's the energy of this studio? How's the team been handling seeing this game get all this praise from a lot of media outlets and awards?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's of course like a big, you get a big push, right? Both as for the team, the people that's been with this project since the very first, like from the beginning. Obviously, the team has been growing a lot. Everyone is super psyched, and also as a company, because Demeo is like, our biggest hit so far.
Ooh, so it's safe to say Demeo is doing the thing. Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So that really helps us. Right?
Nice.
It builds confidence. It shows that we're onto something here.
Oh, you definitely onto something.
Definitely on to something. We gotta hit you with the on to something emoji right now.
Yeah, like
You
I don't think you realize, like, I might say I'm a VR skeptic, but I don't think you understand how much of VR. The fact that you got me to because what's funny is, like, you know, I got the Quest 2 and I was like, yeah, all right, like, you know, it's cool, but then like Kong's like, yo, there's this game Demeo, people say it's good, man, we need to try it. I was like, I guess. So then he sends this to me, and then I look around, and I might end up being single because I've neglected my girlfriend for like the past 5 hours. Like,
bro, it's real, man. Salute, yeah, because again, you know, that's what we do when we playing it, and you know how many hours going by and the addiction, the fun. Salute to the whole team, man. You guys are killing it. Yeah. Now, before you leave, we got to ask the question that we ask all the guests in the realm before they leave. Kind of a tradition. I need Lord Gustav's top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
Ooh. That's a great question. So I mentioned I was a Nintendo buff, right? So
yes.
I put Zelda on top of that list when it comes
Skyward
to
Sword. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like so many hours of great gameplay. So that's definitely on there.
Okay.
Like when it comes to like PC games, StarCraft, of course.
Okay.
Actually, you're not the first person to say StarCraft.
The campaign. I don't play like versus. I like
the campaign. Yeah.
Okay.
See, I play the campaign because if I can't talk my snap, I don't know why I'm even on there. Like.
Okay. Guess 2. That's 2.
That's definitely top 5, right? And then actually Advanced Wars.
Oh, Advanced Wars.
Yeah, right. Remember that, Cog?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably one of the games I spent the most time in my life.
Classic. And coming back, right? Coming back.
Yeah, it's like it was supposed to launch just before Christmas. I was super psyched. And then they pushed it to spring this year. So looking forward to that.
All right, so we got Advanced Wars.
I have to say, like, that was the probably one of the best pixel pushed games of all time, and now they're like reimagining it. So
yeah,
absolutely.
But the gameplay is still gonna be there, right?
Absolutely. Two more.
Stardew Valley, of course, it's a masterpiece in every sense of the word. I think like it's such an achievement from one guy to build a game like that.
Yes.
Everything done by him.
Classic Stardew Valley. I like that. One more, Gustav. One more.
So that was 4. Yeah, but I have to say the Super Mario franchise, right? That's of course where it's where me and my son we spent so many hours playing together. He is now building his own levels on like
nice.
And I've been playing it. It was the first game I played on my first Nintendo. So
can't go wrong with Mario. Can't go wrong with Mario. Classic, no doubt. And the final question: favorite console of all time and why?
Oh, that's good. So the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, first Game Boy Advance reference. Break it down. Why Game Boy Advance? Break it down.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the Super Nintendo has like the like visually was the best, but then like the Game Boy Advance is pretty much that. Put in a bit more power, right? And then portable. I used to bring mine everywhere. Play it all the time. So
salute. Game Boy Advance, no doubt, man. Again, we have the legendary Gustav Stenmark, producer at Resolution Games, one of the hottest, highly anticipated MetaQuest selling games with Demeo. Now, okay, get at it.
I just want to point out there's a couple people in the chat asking, you do not need a PC to play Demeo on Oculus.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
No.
Yeah, there's a local version, like I said, that you get from the MetaQuest store. You can download that directly wireless. You don't have to play with that. You don't have to be tethered to the PC.
You don't have to do the AirLink.
You don't have to do AirLink. There's another version there, but you can do that. And then obviously, again, I'm gonna put it in the chat. The Steam version, it's out right now. There's actually Next Fest right now, right? Which is the celebration of a lot of upcoming games. And you can, if you hit this link right now, we put it in there for the non-VR guys. It's like, hey, I'm not into VR, but if this was on PC, I'd try it. There you go. Ain't no excuse. Give it a shot.
And then someone asked again. They probably missed it.
Yes.
Console's not on the table, but it's a possibility in the future.
Yeah, that's we don't know if they're in negotiations with PlayStation. You know, PlayStation throwing money around. PlayStation throwing money around, and if they want my bucks, they might have to just talk to my people.
Resolution, and to get their resolution up.
Let's go.
Listen, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, one thing that Gustav said that I thought was key is that they want more people to play the game, right? So when you're supporting cross-platform, you're doing social hangouts, you're doing it. It's encouraging more, and if more people play it, then hopefully we get get more platforms to get it. And me personally, I would love, you know, if the Steam one takes off, I would love to see this thing on like an Xbox or Xbox Game Pass.
Another thing,
you know, Microsoft, do what you gotta do, drop the bag if you need. Resolution Games is outside. Resolution Games is outside, Microsoft. I'm just saying.
You guys need to do while on the exiting of this interview, man, you get those cosmetics up in these things, man.
Yes. That's later. That's when it hits console.
Well,
listen, right now, so listen, they can get 2 bags. They can get the pancake version on Game Pass, right? Get that Game Pass bucks, and please, PlayStation, listen, shout out, y'all can lock down. You know, the
Why
VR
you trying to get them
version
acquired?
I'm
listen,
just saying.
I got to vote for the home team on one time. You know, Meta could also throw a bag too if they listening.
See,
I'm just saying.
For them.
I can just say that.
He voting for them. What I'm voting for, right? I'm voting for. See, they already got the Oculus bag. Let them get some Game Pass back, but you already got that on Steam, right? So Game Pass Ultimate, let's hit that over there. You already know Microsoft is on that side. PlayStation, you the only guys that's out of the equation.
He never stops.
He never stops.
Nah, man, let's speak this into existence.
So you're speaking it into existence so Microsoft can do Game Pass. Okay,
listen, I want to take a picture next to the train with the Demeo, with the Oculus, with the PlayStation VR, too. Like, do it.
Imagine if that ends up happening in the future somehow, and he gonna be extra on this podcast. I told you I'd do it.
He gonna do it.
Speak things happen.
He gonna say, he gonna say he's the prophet.
I will be absolutely out of control.
Yes. Anyway, Gustav,
you're already out of control.
He's out of absolute pleasure. As King said, more cosmetics. If you want to put more cosmetics in the game, King is willing to pay. He's willing to do whatever he's going to do.
Yeah, I need my Archer to look dope.
Me personally, I would say, I know that's a developer thing behind you, but if you get that board or the shirts or the team shop, make a team shop, I would be happy to support and buy those. And then, Attic, what you want, Attic? What's your final request for Gustav on the way out?
Man, I want my tank to have 10 HP. I'm joking.
So you just need I
just got, I don't really want anything. I think the game, besides the stats thing, I think the game's near flawless. Like I can honestly
that's huge
say
for
that.
Attic.
Yeah, there's not too many games that I enjoy more than Demeo. Like that's why I'm so excited for the PC version, because I want to stream this game, but it's hard to stream it because I don't like the way streaming on VR is present. I don't like the way it looks.
Okay.
But once that hits on PC, I think I'll stream it a lot more on the ILP Twitch channel.
The legendary Gustav Stenmark, Resolution Games, on the way out, brother. Thank you so much for taking the time with us.
Yes,
an absolute pleasure. We will be charting you guys and paying attention to all the things in Demeo. Send our love to the studio, Stockholm. Looking good, and again, thank you for the time.
Right there next to that train with the PlayStation VR.
King wants you guys to fly him out. Okay, but anyway,
listen, I swear to God, it'll be a thing.
Anyway, enjoy your day, brother. Thank you so much.
Man,
have a good day.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me.
You already know. Peace. Attic, you want to get the super chats, Attic?
Oh yeah, we got a lot of these.
Yeah, while Gustav leaves.
So we have a $2 super chat from Raiden Blade. I'm loving EldenRing, my first Souls game. I'm level 21. I think I'm like level 18 or 19. But
I thought it said level 2. See, that's why I need my glasses.
Then we have and the entire thing. Give me a second, guys.
You good? You good?
So
recheck
listen,
this.
While you doing that, I'll do the
Dominican
poll.
out there, I hope y'all eating some mango today.
Yeah.
Shout it out.
Oh yeah, shout that out.
Go.
No doubt, no doubt. And again, for those who just came in, later, whatever, we'll put the links in there. Again,
Got
that's
400 and some change in here. Let's get these likes. Let's share it out. Let's get your friends involved.
Yeah.
I'm about to get so messy. See, I noticed something that's not there.
What's up?
But we're gonna talk about that today because we have all these whatchamacallits, all these topics. But it's one topic that's not there. They thought I changed my topic.
No. Your topic is we got it. It's just that it couldn't fit. I got it on the docket. No, I know what you like. Where am I? I know. I got you.
About to get this work.
Let me read these. Super chats
get the super chats. You got okay.
I'm shining up my shades.
We got a $10 super chat from Jezel. Probably butchered that, but you know what, man? We're gonna move right past that.
Yeah.
I'm usually sleeping during the podcast and listen to it during the graveyard shift. Just want to thank the Lords for getting me through half my shift every Sunday.
Oh, salute.
Oh, so you work that 8-hour shift, man, because we always give you 4 hours every week. So then we got a $10 super chat from Dragonheart.
Yobi, that's my dude.
Hashtag peace, love, lift. I don't know, man.
Peace, love, life.
Who spells life with L-Y-F-E? I'm gonna move past
that's
that.
it. We black.
Oh my God. Lords and guests, King. We hear crickets from Twitter folks who swear they can bark at you, put dogs in a cage against the king lion of the jungle. Only one will remain supreme. Then we got a $10 super chat from Italian Clowns. All hail the king. All hail the king. Then we got a $5 super chat from K Asante. I butchered that.
What's up, K Asante?
I got it right.
Yeah, you got it right.
That's right.
That's the homie.
Salute for the IOP for great VR talk. I'm here for it. More folks should be paying attention to this space. Content like this definitely helps. And then we got a 2 super chat from. Let me breathe. Okay. Kasoki, look, man, I know that I appreciate the donation. I always watch IOP during the week. Love you guys.
Thank you, brother.
Salute. Thank you, brother.
And then we got a $5 super chat from, let me make sure that people, okay, $5 super chat from Flame. Don't take long for WitchQueen to drive me off. The Forge and Wellspring weapons drop near to be shown into a meat grinder. Have a good show, y'all.
No doubt. Shout out to you mean Flame? Yeah, Flame don't like the he don't like the grind and crafting. He don't like the crafting at all.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
You don't like grinding. Why are you even playing Destiny?
Oh, I'm gonna tell you.
We got a $2 super chat from Lord Metro. Good to see King back after Skyward Sword fluke. All right, so I do want to address some things. Okay, I want to address last week's show.
Okay, let's get it.
Okay, first off, let's address the quote unquote censoring. There was no censoring on the show last week. I get where you guys are coming from. In no way, shape, or form was I shut down and giving my opinion. It's just a debate on my opinion. There's a difference between my opinion being shut down and me being muted and people debating my opinion. It was heated discussions, and that's what happens during a heated discussion. No way, shape, or form should you look at us differently because of that podcast. You guys watch this podcast because we disagree on topics.
Facts.
When we disagree on topics, some of you I felt was a little bit too much in the comment section last week. Now I get you're entitled to your opinion, but you can't appreciate the podcast for that raw. We don't agree on everything, but when it does happen occasionally, you get upset with it. I get it. I appreciate the what's the word I'm looking for? I appreciate the criticism because for the most part, I will say that none of you were disrespectful in the comment section.
I gotta say this, Addict. I gotta say this. Last week, I would have had a different take on it, to be honest with you, because I don't think, and I think racial is a component, a small component of it, but I think economics plays a huge part in it. Economically, if you have a solid foundation, then you're able to pursue your dreams in a manner that is a little bit more freedom, right? Because you have a base that you can fall back on economically. If you have to choose between, eating and starvation, a lot of times you're going to choose that eating, right? And a lot of things that was said there lent to the fact that it's a do or die situation. And that has to do with economics. Now, sometimes it's not who you know, it's what you know, but a lot of times it's who you know to get you into the door.
Right.
So if people of we all go to the same university, you got to look at where everybody is connected from. So that's where the social aspect comes into. So it was very nuanced in the conversation, and me being missed from that one aspect of it actually lost a large part of that conversation. And I don't think people would have took the tone that they took last week, because I was reading you guys' comments, and I felt that you guys was way off, because it was one voice that wasn't heard there that could actually brought balance. This is why ILP, like right now, we're missing Sovereign in a lot of this conversation. So you're missing a lot of our balance. So when we're short or we're down a person, you're going to miss one aspect of our conversation, and we actually heavily lean on each other when it comes to conversation. So I thought last week's conversation was more economics, less racial, but I understand exactly from where it was coming from and what it was talked about. So we talked about it in the backgrounds, and no point in time is Addict ever silenced in anything that he's saying, because his words is valuable, especially to me, because we lean heavily on each other when it comes to our thoughts and our opinions. All right, so guys, be very careful with the stuff that you innuendo, what you think and what you assume, because remember, when you assume, you make a you and me.
Now, Addict finish, and I'll go after Addict.
The comment section, never going to discourage anyone from giving us criticism in the comment section. You are free to do that, but we will address it as we see fit. Now, I do understand you. A lot of you, when you read in the comment section, you're just concerned that you felt like, I might leave the podcast or something like that. What you saw last week is nothing compared to what we've done in raids. Like we've done raids where some of us haven't talked for days. Yeah. So like look, it was just a mild disagreement. It wasn't even that serious. Like it's just like I get it. I appreciate. Now, as far as like the racial stuff, I do understand some of your concerns and stuff like that. I understand that. But at the end of the day, we can't speak for other people, and if they want to address certain opinions, that's their opinion. Once again, we come out openly every week and say we give people a mic respectfully to speak. I don't personally feel like anything Ariel said was disrespectful. Maybe he could have worded stuff differently, but I don't think he was trying to be aggressive or disrespectful in any way. But I do understand it could have came out a little wrong.
Right. No, fair enough, and I'm glad you guys brought it up. For me, two things here. One, I want to be very clear, because I think one thing that was missed last week on my side, that I actually agree with Addict. I think people think like, oh, because you have an opinion on something or you want change because you're not happy with a developer, that you're not allowed to say that. If that was the case, we wouldn't have a podcast to have any topics about, right? Because we want to talk about what's going on based on the information that's presented. So you're allowed to have an opinion on the information that is presented. That's one way, and that's fine. Then there's another thought that's like, hey, I see where people's upset. I don't want to support a game or whatever because of the information that's presented. And there's other people that say, hey, I want a more nuanced opinion. I want a little bit more detail. Why is this happening? And that's it. There's no real wrong answer, but that's all I wanted to say on the subject. Me and my man is good. Y'all ain't splitting nothing up, so we already talk all the time. And if that y'all think that's crazy, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, y'all ain't seen nothing yet, because we gon' disagree. You know what I'm saying? We got the Asher Luca in here. She's heard us go crazy on raids. People ain't being in the spot they supposed to be. Jimmy Champagne in the building. Salute. You play Destiny. You know what I'm saying? We have discussions or whatever.
Yes,
whatever.
Arjunichi, you could drop codes in the chat if you wish.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Luca, you know how spicy you get with friends when we disagree.
I mean, there's been times where I was running a raid. I was running VOG with King, and I don't know whose buddies they were. I was like, hello? What are you guys doing? Like, what is going on right now? So I definitely understand that raid rage, because I feel it.
So listen, right? We we in the raid, right? And it's at the end, after you already get to the end. She struggled straight through it with us. We're on the struggle bus. Shout out to her. As soon as she finished, she was like, bye.
I think the reason that I wanted to address it is I I wasn't liking the attack on us as a character outside the podcast just because of one disagreement on the podcast. Like that's why I needed to address it, because people were attacking individual members.
I say this:
as a
everybody
character,
has a
like
butthole. Nobody has to hear it.
Yo, you stupid. Anyway, just want to make sure Jimmy, hopefully he come back. He got his thing. But yeah, look, a respectful disagreement. Everybody's allowed to disagree. It's fine. We're going to disagree. And King, Solve, and I, we all been addict. We all got different personalities. And like you said, we going to disagree. And that's why, to be honest, why I love the podcast, because it's just like, you know, I personally, not to disrespect any other podcast, I just don't like when everyone, we all agree and we all great. To get along, good line gang. And I mean, that's cool. But for me, I'd like when someone challenged me. And I'd be like, nah, fam, I'm not feeling that. And I'm like, word, okay, you know what I'm saying? Let's talk. Got it.
And the funny thing is, like, Cog, you wouldn't even do nothing different. Like, Cog's always trying to be the middle person. We pick at him over. Oh, you know what it was at it? Because middle ground person.
A lot of new people haven't heard me when I yell or raise my voice. Right? Yeah. So they like, oh, what's going on? like, bro, like people don't understand. Like, King, no, like y'all see it a very reserved version. When I'm mad, y'all know how I get, or when I'm in my feelings and I'm passionate, my voice go up. So I think that is a combination of that as well. So
they think I'm the loud one. They think they don't understand. We all the same person in different skins.
Anyway, enough about that. We got a poll. I just want to make sure Jimmy Champagne is good. I see him in there. Hopefully he's got his mic joint. And then I'll get the super chat. Before you get the super chat, let me read the poll while you line it up, the super chats. Last week poll results are in the people spoken. Get my words right. To the question, with the release and mostly positive review reception of Horizon Forbidden West, who do you rank as PlayStation Studios' top game developer? The winner at 53% of the vote, the Messy Lords. I don't care. It's all about that organic growth with Bungie Group. So salute to the Messy Lords who pulled this out. Coming in at second place at 31% of the vote was Insomniac. Insomniac was probably the real answer here. Third place at 10% of the vote was Naughty Dog. Wow, Naughty Dog fell down to third place. And then last place at only 5% of the vote, even though they got that Horizon out right now. Guerrilla Games, people. Fraud alert? Oh, you put a fraud. All right, so King, clearly you got passionate about this topic. You know, about the poll of the realm. Fraud alert on the realm? What's going on?
No, it's fraud alert. Yeah, on anybody that's in that poll, you confirmation bias dude, yo. You recently biased dudes.
Prison at the moment?
I can't stand you, man. Naughty Dog kept the lights on in that building when they was about to shut the doors down. Like when they were looking at desperation situations, Naughty Dog is the ones that brought y'all out of the fire. Y'all gonna disrespect them and only give them 10%? So I actually don't believe in you dudes at all. Y'all are, Bungie right now, Messy Lords. You dudes, anything they do right now, y'all about right now. So I understand who was voting and who doesn't have lineage to the PlayStation brand. You guys are recently biased dudes. So whatever they do right now, that's all y'all concerned with. So right now you're concerned with Bungie and stuff like that. That's cool. And y'all want to talk about because Spider-Man came out and they did a little, sucker punch stuff. Good, fantastic. Don't you ever forget who kept the lights on, who kept food on the table, and who kept you guys in the conversation. And that's Naughty Dog. So Naughty Dog is the big dogs over there. Don't you ever forget it. And you will understand it when Last of Us 3 comes out. Y'all know exactly what it is. Style front, and you guys are capping all day long. Sony gang all day for real.
Naughty Dog all day. Bang, bang early.
That's right. Get down and lay down. Y'all respect us. If Naughty Dog wasn't there, the doors are shut.
Naughty Dog Street early. Anyway, look, we got it going on. Let's get to it, y'all. Actually, super chats, Addict. We lined up.
Yeah, I literally just brought them up too.
Yeah, let's get those.
So we got a $2 super chat from. No, we got him. We got a $2 from Hetro Chi. I butchered your name.
Hargeet Shadi. He was in the chat with us. Salute to Hargeet. I didn't even know who he was. He jumped in the chat on Destiny on Xbox.
Yeah, what's funny is it was the same thing like King said. Like he sent me a message, because I respect people that send me a message asking can they join a party, because it is kind of rude if you just join a party. But I was like, dude, you don't have to. Here's the thing, maybe I should have worded it better. I don't care if we don't play games, but if I don't talk to you and I look at my friends list and I don't know who you are, you probably gone. So like it's just like, you know, but people are welcome to join my party. It's just most of the time they're locked.
Okay.
But okay, so we got $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords. What 97 medic game will come out when Horizon 3 comes out? Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Moving on. Continue.
$2 super chat from Lord Roughness. Messy Lords and Horizon Forbidden West come out. Oh my god.
My lord. Moving
We got
on.
a $2 super chat from Shroom Kingdom. King Baseball. I don't know what that's
Baseball.
about.
The baseball.
Baseball.
The baseball.
It's the baseball.
It's the
You know,
baseball.
there's Dominican Republic Day. Baseball.
Let's go.
Okay.
Mhm.
We got a $2 super chat from Necromancio Zellu. Whatever. What's Horizon Forbidden West? They being really messy, man. Look, man, we'll get into that. We'll get into
loss.
Then we got a $2 super chat from Harnisho Chi. Are we allowed to drop codes in the chat? You can drop anything you want in the chat. You know, we definitely appreciate you guys.
As long as it ain't for sites that's not recommended.
Yeah, don't drop nothing like that. But we got $5. We got a $2
Don't
super
drop
chat
that
from Ham Solo 05 Gaming. You are all very influential. See you Thursday, King. Let me. This individual, everyone go and check out his channel.
Behind
he
the
actually has
Stick.
some really solid content. You guys need to go and check out his
I'll
channel.
be on Behind the Sticks this Thursday, so check that out.
And then we got a $5 super chat from Everborn Saga. Don't confuse friends with acquaintance. If a friendship can withstand disagreements, you probably were never friends. I think he meant can't. If a friendship can't withstand disagreements, you probably was never friends. I completely agree.
Bars. Shout out to Everborn. Shout out for the watch. I mean, Everborn. Salute to him. You already know. I see you did it up real big in Paris. I was jealous. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. Shout out to him eating in
Yes.
me and wifey's favorite restaurant. What is I said the favorite restaurant in
Can't forget the name.
Rockin' Ramen.
Okay.
Boy,
he was doing it real big.
We know what that food.
All right, hold on. We it seems like we did miss a couple.
Okay.
No, we didn't. You trip. Stop it, slow mo. You ain't super chatted this podcast.
No, he didn't.
Stop it.
He green chatted.
Nah, he green chatted. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I see a member for 21 months.
That's right. The members don't show up in that.
Yeah, let me get the members. I got to shout out. Luca is the Soul's Queen. That is my From Soft Seafood. Luca.
Okay.
You gotta appreciate how she answers things sometimes. Okay.
I love it. We already
It's
know.
just so funny, man. It's like that energy that you don't see often.
Yeah,
Like,
we love it. We got the locate. So look, let's get to it. We got everything caught up in the business. Okay. Hoggy should need $2 super chat. 3-mo GP Game Pass Ultimate Global. Hit that. Hoggy Shadi blessing us. You already know. Hold on. Let me get my man. This is ILP Clan. He is in the chat and the moderator. My boy, DJ, otherwise known DJ Oros on Xbox. David James Oros, the government out there. Big fan of the show and long time listener. Then he goes, question. This is how he sets you up. Ray, we rating tonight? He know what it is, King? He like Sinister and Addict. D1, not a hardcore. They got to do everything every day, 6 raids, all the characters. He's
all that 3 characters.
Yeah, like
crap.
That's my man DJ.
I got one character that I'm gonna rough up. That's
you
it.
know what's funny? You know how toxic I'm being on Destiny?
What?
I've been loading into what's that new game mode? The Wellspring thing.
Wellspring, yeah.
And I'm literally just sitting there moving the controller a little bit every now and then, just to complete the activity.
I'm done with you. Oh, that's messy. That's
You a
messy.
sucker.
That's toxic, sir. Everborn Saga, $2 super chat. Witcher 3 greater than Elden. Okay, all right, let's get to it, man. We got a lot of.
No, you in the bushes with that. I'm gonna tell you right now, you in the bushes with that.
Look,
you about to catch this smoke today.
Let's get to the main event. Look, y'all, Elden Ring is outside. Huge. This was Soft's topic. You know, huge game. One of the more highly anticipated games. And yeah, we got to talk about it, right? The Metacritic is set the world, an open critic has set the world ablaze, sitting at like a 97. It's the most talked about thing right now. Some just little controversy. We'll get into that as well for our technical performance and stuff like that. But overall, for those who play, because I am not a Souls guy, so I am going to be deferring. We got some awesome guests. Let's start with the Ashen Luca, my sis. She gets busy. She gets down for these Souls games. So, Luca, I need to know, like, Give me the feel. What's the energy on this Elden Ring?
First of all, I want to say anticipated by who? Because the people who are buying this game currently are only buying it because of that 97 Metacritic rating. Okay, Dark Souls 3 had what 100,000 people on Steam, while Elden Ring had 800,000 concurrent users at one point. So listen, I've seen a bunch of people on my timeline, people who have said, I don't like Dark Souls, saying, you know what? I might have to pick up that Elden Ring after they saw that 97. I'm like, all right.
So, are you trying to like Souls gank a little bit? Like you don't want people in the Souls community?
Are you trying to keep this to yourself? Look what's going on.
No, it's just like
she said if you wasn't there from day one, why you there now?
I get that, but
what I'm saying is people allowed themselves to be swayed by
Mm.
what reviewers were saying. Reviewers,
Preach.
no offense to them, who didn't beat the game yet.
Homeboy just dropped a WitchQueen code in the chat.
Oh
man.
wow! Shout out to Hawkeye Shanice. But just in general, Luca. So like you play these Souls games. I see you rocking. I see your timeline. Like, what's the feeling of this game? How does it feel to you? Are you enjoying it? Where you at?
All right, so the game came out for consoles on technically on Thursday night, but I wasn't going to stay up on, so I started playing Friday morning. And when I say Friday morning, I mean 4 a.m. Friday morning. And I currently have 20 hours in over the last 2 days. So I'm absolutely loving it. I'm grinding a lot. And it's a lot, man. It's very, very expansive. The coolest thing about it is that every area is there's like something there, right? Because you're kind of just wandering around. Most open worlds are huge but empty, but Elden Ring is huge and it's full of stuff to do, and it's full of different kinds of boss encounters too. And that's probably like there's some areas that are like blocked off, but there's also a lot of areas that you can go to that you're not supposed to be there, right?
Okay.
Like there was multiple times where I stumbled across an area where I know I'm not supposed to be here because I just got one shot. You know what I mean? And it's just been pretty cool. There's a lot of hidden areas too, secret areas that you can completely miss if you weren't going in that direction and happen to stumble upon it. And I know most developers are, they want people to see everything, but FromSoft's like, no, we're just gonna put this huge expansive area here, and if you don't find it, you don't find it. But if you do, it's really special. But at its core, Elden Ring is a Dark Souls game. And if you don't like Dark Souls, then I don't think you would like this.
Okay, that's me. Yeah, I was going to ask you that. But
Luca,
I've actually
hold on before we answer. I just want to make Jimmy Champagne mic check real quick. Just want to make sure we can hear you, brother.
Hear me?
Yes, just low. Turn up. Just turn your volume up, and you're good to go.
How's that?
Oh, much better, my man. Cool. The Lord of Horror is here, sounding good. Go ahead, go ahead, King. Go ahead.
That 97 meta score. See, this is where I kind of disagree with your thoughts on it, because dudes don't have the $79 like that. Like dudes, $59, $60, whatever. They don't have it to just splurge like that. So in a month where they either gonna have to choose Horizon or something from Nintendo, or Microsoft don't have anything. And this game, that 97 gives you kind of a good parachute to say, I can jump out the window on this and let me run and go get it. So I know you're saying like dudes that I don't like soul games, but sometimes dudes want, people keep saying dudes like only guys play. Yeah, right, and I'm talking to a woman.
You good?
They want that reassurance, that kind of no failing type of thing. So I think a 97 Metacritic gives people that security in purchasing, saying that, well, 9 times out of 10 I'm going to like it. And a lot of people want to be in the now or in the group or in the discussion, because I've seen a lot of YouTubers all of a sudden now have streams up and stuff like that for the game. So I just think it's just the security in that 97 and feeling part of a group will get people in more access of it, opposed to like Dark Souls from before.
I actually see a different perspective. Like, I do see where Luca's coming from. A lot of people say that 97 and they just gradually run towards it. And I think that's the reason a lot of these companies care about that Metacritic score. You pop out a 90+ game and probably going to double your sales just off that alone.
Yeah.
And you know, the thing about this one is like, the only thing I disagree with Luca is the standpoint that if you're a Dark Souls fan, if you're not one, you probably won't like Elden Ring, because I actually see a lot of people that I know for a fact do not like the Dark Souls formula that have not stopped playing this game. I think maybe it's because like it's a little bit more open than other Dark Souls games.
It's not like Sekiro. I saw you playing it, and my foolish behind purchased Sekiro because it was Game of the Year crap and all that other stuff and high Metacritic and all. I fell into that goofy trap. And that game is sitting there, right? But then I saw you playing this game, and I was like, wow, like it gives a whole total different feeling of expansion, of world exploring, of it had a real different feel to it. And I had no thought in buying this game, but after seeing you stream this game, I had a safety feel to it. Like, okay, I can get by in this world. I can play in this world. I can actually explore in this world. And I think that sings more to me. So that's why I want to play the game.
Okay, so I did want to say that, King, you just admitted that you picked up Sekiro based off it.
Yeah, I'm not lying to you.
And having a high Metacritic score.
Right.
Which means that it's completely plausible that other people saw that high Metacritic score and picked up the game for that very reason, and not because they were actually interested in it. I disagree.
I mean, but that's with every game in the industry.
I disagree with this notion that people like are holding their money close to chest, because I see people buying a lot of games throughout the month, games that okay, you know, I have extra money for this, extra money for that. Pretty much everyone on my timeline has picked it up, and it's like people on my timeline at least have admitted, yeah, you know, I only picked it up because it scored very high. So it's like, I'm saying this from a place of I've seen people say this as well, you know? And then like there have been other people who have come out and said, I hate the Dark Souls formula. I bought Elden Ring because of that high Metacritic. And guess what? I hate Elden Ring. I'm just like, because it's like Dark Souls. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes 100% sense. So I definitely think that it's a mix of both, because like people like Zocker and people like Dealer who don't have any interest in the other Souls games are enjoying Elden Ring. Zocker is a huge RPG guy, so is Dealer, so they're enjoying the character building aspect of it. But there are other people who are just like, I don't want to put in the time to get better or learn the mechanics, and that's perfectly fine. The games are not for everyone, right? Yeah. But it's like people who've already played games in a similar format with a similar formula, knew they had a bad time with it, and then picked up Elden Ring regardless just because of that 97. And I heard certain people who work in this industry even came out and admitted that they are biased towards From Software, and they'll go ahead and give From Soft a pass on things that they wouldn't give a pass to, like Sifu. So it's just like, for me, I find everything to be suspect. And it's like a 97, listen, that's not out of the realm of what From Software could do, because their games from Demon Souls to Sekiro have scored between an 89 and a 92. But like once you get over that 95, you're in a different league. That's talking Breath of the Wild, that's talking Red Dead Redemption, that's talking GTA. Like you're on a different level, which means there's going to be a different level of hype and a different level of criticism that comes with that as well.
I want to get Jimmy in. Hold on, because I want to make sure I get his opinion on just the initial thing. You know, Elden Ring, you picked it up. How you feeling about it? What's the vibe? What's the energy of you playing Elden Ring? How much are you enjoying it?
I made the big mistake of buying it, pre-ordering it through Green Man Gaming on PC, and then I saw the stuttering, and stuttering is like the one thing I can't deal with in games, so I'm just waiting until there's some sort of patch for it, because I've been playing WitchQueen. But I'm excited to try it out. I'm like a Dark Souls fan, so I know I'm gonna like it when I get to it, so I'm not like rushing, you know. I'm like, I want to enjoy it. I'll wait for them to fix the stuttering, and it's gonna be great.
So just for clarity, PC version, this is where the issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I keep going back and forth. I kind of just want to go up to the Best Buy down the street and buy it on PS4, do the PS4 version because it runs at 60. But I'm like, I don't want to like give them more money because I already gave them money and the game doesn't work. Like, so that feels weird.
I rewarded them for bad behavior.
No, because I didn't do it through Steam. I did it through Green Man Gaming. I used Wario64's code. It was like, it made the game like $40, which is cool. Right. But I was like,
you don't want to feel like you're rewarded them for bad behavior.
The same problem. The funny thing is, the same problem is happening with Dying Light 2, but they introduced it like 2 weeks after the game came out, after everyone had moved on. So no one's even like coming after them about it at all, and they're just sitting there not patching it. So the stuttering is a huge issue with games that use DirectX 12, and you have to do all these tricks like forcing DirectX 11. Like it's all placebo type stuff that doesn't actually
why I don't buy
work.
PC games.
Yeah, it's super annoying. So I'm waiting now. I'm like, I'm not gonna give them $60 more.
I want to like state on why I think certain people that don't normally like games, these type of Dark Souls type of games, I think the reason that some of them are coming around with this particular title is because the open world sense. Like they're not constantly being hit with that. You got to pass these 8 knights, these 5 archers. Like they have some little in betweens where they can find gear, they can explore the world, and I think that's really opening them up to the game a little bit more. But then once they get to the combat, they hate that, like completely hate that. So you know, I feel like From Software has proven that you can take the same formula, fine tweak it, make it better, and be just as successful in opening up your game to other incidences and other consumers than a franchise like Final Fantasy that was like, oh, we're just gonna ditch the entire format entirely because we don't want to work on it. And I feel like people need to look at that a little bit more, because when I look at something like Final Fantasy, it's a shell of what it used to be to me. But then I look at something like Persona and I'm like, you could have been that if you would have stuck to your guns and evolved your gameplay instead of ditching it and making new gameplay. But then when I see something like EldenRing, I'm like, this is a studio. I don't believe in the 97 Metacritic, but we'll get into that later. But this is a studio that took their formula, kept redefining it over and over again, and now they probably have the best game they've ever made.
And I want to open up on that, because the question I have, because you know I am not the Souls guy. I'm okay. I'm comfortable in my skin. Shout out to Ebon. Everyone tries to pressure me. I know the type of games I like. That is not my style of game, but salute to everybody who's getting it in, and salute to what Luca.
Good for you for not being pressured.
Yeah, you know,
I folded like a deck of cards.
Why you got that mouth? Fix your mouth. You can't be folded with that mouth.
You got fold with this mouth right here.
You can't be folded.
I thought he froze for a second.
Don't be folded with that mouth.
You gotta sit there with that mouth like.
Yo, kick stupid. Anyway, shout out to them. But like, I see it, man. I see the anticipation. I'm seeing what Luca's saying. Some people who were like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna give this one a shot. And I want to shout out my co-host on Defining Duke, Matty, Mr. Matty Plays, because he said something that really hit me. And he's like, look, Cog, this thing is like a Skyrim feel.
It does have a lot of Skyrim.
Yeah. And now when you start talking Skyrim, like that's God tier.
Let me give you an example, Cog, of when I had a Skyrim moment. Sitting there going around on a horse, man, just going around killing people, and then I come across this dude on a ledge. And so I do the Dark Souls thing. I fold him, I kill him. And then he turns into a bear, and the bear kills me. Like,
No. But right now, Luca, like, is it is that too much hyperbole? Is it in that Skyrim class? Is the feel like that?
Oh, I can definitely see some Skyrim elements, especially with the open world and the fact that there's dragons and the exploration and coming upon new things. I can definitely see that. Okay. So I don't think it's hyperbole. You know, I think EldenRing, from what I've played of it, is definitely a great game. In a lot of ways, they've refined the Dark Souls formula, you know, and a lot of things that we had complaints about in earlier games, like the lack of a jump button, or where can I rest? You know, like I'm about to encounter a very difficult enemy. Like, oh, okay, here's a site of grace right here, so you're good. You don't have to worry about that. They've made it so, I do understand the whole concept of it being the most accessible one because, there's these things called summons that you can use that can help you out with the bosses.
Oh,
They've
yeah,
also
I've seen Addict use those. Right? Yeah, I like those.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
And there's different ones as well. Like I have one that can that can poison that can poison
You can't do that laugh. Look, she said,
that can poison enemies, and it's kind of made some of the boss fights a joke, which has been very, very funny to me. But and also they've made it so people cannot invade your world unless you want them to invade your world, essentially, which is the most different from all.
Wait. Time out. Let's bring that back.
Bring it. Select the rewind.
Wait a second. So you mean if Jimmy Champagne is playing and he don't hit that button to block me out, I could just jump in his world and just act up?
Yeah.
No,
no, not like that.
You're good.
Oh, I like that. That'd be funny.
You're
just totally
good for,
like Deathloop.
Yeah.
You're good for EldenRing. Like EldenRing, unlike for Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and Bloodborne.
Right.
If you were playing online, people could invade you.
Yeah, I would literally play offline.
So what does the invader do? I'm with King. Yeah, I need clarity.
If he fights you, he'll kill you.
Listen, I need clarification. Can I be Michael Myers in Jimmy Champagne's world?
You can only be Michael Myers in his world if he allows people to invade his world.
Okay, so if he don't hit that button to block me out of there, I could just show up. Do he know that I'm in his world? Is there some alert?
Yes.
It's like King is out here.
And you'll glow red.
King is outside.
Yeah, it'll alert you.
You have turned this into something totally different.
Oh, he interested now.
Today. I need to harass my friends. Like, I really listen, guys. I want y'all to add me. I want everybody in the world to hear this earshot. Add me right now, and I'm gonna slide up into your world, Paul.
You know what's gonna be funny, man? King talking all this nonsense. He about to get folded every world he invades.
King is outside. King jumped into your world.
It's no problem. It's no problem that you fold me up. But when I get strong enough, I'm gonna be unstoppable. I'm gonna be like Nemesis.
Question, Luca and Addict. Question. This is hilarious, Jimmy. Right? This is absolutely.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, okay, so what is the gameplay loop for the invader? Like, what does he come in and steal items? Like, what is the loop for that? Like,
he I don't know. Like in other ones, like they reward you in certain places. Luca would probably be a person to ask the question, answer this. Because I'm gonna be real with you, Bloodborne, all of them. Like I don't got time for none of that smoke. I played all that offline. Like I'm not dealing with no red people showing up and trying to hit me up. Like
he said the red people.
And that's completely understandable, especially given how punishing these games can be and like how far away this rest points could be. So essentially, I don't know how it is for
I
EldenRing.
could catch you lacking. Yo, I could come in there with the red hoodie on.
You know what would be the crazy You know what would be the craziest thing, King? You will get the most broken builds invading your world. Like there's no chance of winning. You might as well jump off the cliff.
But Luca,
you might as well just
this sounds
get on my horse and run away.
But Luca, he's scared because that sounds like griefing. Like Luca, what could he like? What is the loop though? Like, what if you defend? Then what?
Do I get a chance to steal what you got?
You'll get like a bunch of runes, like a bunch of resources.
I'm about this whole busting into people's world life. This is gonna be so much fun. Y'all done started a whole.
Well, hold on. I do.
And the fact I can stream this, I can hit the Twitter, the stream on Twitch. I'm gonna be a menace to society.
I do want Luca to answer that question because I really don't know what the other ones have been.
So for the other ones, you would join a faction.
Okay.
And depending on what faction you joined is the material you would get after you killed someone if you invaded them. Now, if they were able to defend themselves, they would get that material.
Got you. Okay. So we could put King down.
I mean, also it was definitely griefing. Like that's 100%. But there are instances where it's like you'll invade somebody's world and they have like 4 other people with them
Mm.
because they're doing co-op. So they're like, oh, what's good? You really thought you could come
Oh,
here?
word? Oh,
word?
I can roll up there with King and the Kingettes.
I got squad here. So,
I got it.
You know,
Y'all go get this work. Yo, all right, Hot Geek Shani. Yo, the rest of the team, Lord Roughness. When you see the squad come in on our horses, the 4 horsemen of death, you gonna see us on top of the mountain. You gonna hear, ooh, ooh. We coming into your world. We gonna catch you when you lack it.
And
we
you
catch
know,
you at the fireplace. It's over.
And the thing is, though, when King shows up to your world, he does not come in peace.
Yeah.
No, I do not come in peace. God of War all day.
That's the sound. That's the cool.
Evil.
Now, Bessie, so look, let's transition. This is hilarious. This actually sounds really fun. I can't front. Now, the thing
we gonna
is,
do this.
the
This gonna
thing
be
is now, I
And
gotta
it's
ask.
not fun. Trust me, it is not
oh yeah,
fun.
and also invaders are ignored by the enemies. That's what.
Oh my
Oh.
God.
That's like, so it's like Gambit.
So it's
Yeah,
like
you
yeah,
kinda.
like,
They show up
yeah,
red,
actually,
too.
Yes, and they show up red. So it's kind of like you could end up being invaded while you're fighting a huge group of enemies
Wow.
in the group, and you'll just.
That's so funny.
This is
And
definitely
like-
literally-
Gambit.
I've literally been invaded in previous Souls games when I have been online, and they'll sit on the sideline, and I'm seeing them, and they'll wait for me to fight it. And I'm like, at least you had the respect to wait for me to kill me before
I'm not
you
gonna
kill
wait.
me.
I'm gonna wait till you in the middle of the mix, and I'm just gonna come up behind you, and I'm gonna hit you with the Tobey Maguire stab, like.
Those were the best
Jigga.
YouTube videos back in the day. Like,
Yeah.
people
This
do
is-
that in Dark Souls.
Yes.
Like,
This
it
is
was
gonna be
so funny.
y'all deserve this 97. Y'all get a 97 off of this.
Oh, now they deserve it.
Yo, off of the I can jump. And I can come in with 3 other dudes. We're
No,
going
that's-
to run rip shot.
The
No,
host-
just one-on-one.
No,
just
no,
one-on-one.
the host can have people with them. The host can have people with them.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saying like the invader is gonna be the one who ends up being jumped.
Oh, okay. So I can come into the world and
He
you
can
can
be
have
3D.
3 people already there. So
Yeah, like,
what?
what's up?
But I can just leave though.
Yeah.
I can just be like,
You
oh,
could
they
just
got 3
leave.
people.
I mean, yeah,
I'm
you
outta
could
there.
just.
I'm like, nah.
Those three people, I don't
Oh,
want
wait,
to
so wait,
smoke.
so you're like a selective robber? Like when you?
Yeah, oh, of course. Who gonna go inside the bank with 5 cops? I'm not doing that. But if you in there, you got the patrol man with the square badge, you gonna catch this work. If I catch you messing around with a boss, all you gonna hear is Jigga, and I'm gonna come right off from out the bushes. I'm like, oh, and I'm gonna get you while the boss got you low.
Get the room.
This is gonna be
So
so much
you
fun.
juxing for
Bro,
rooms.
this is
the-
jux time.
Okay,
This is
okay,
jux
I see what
time.
you're doing. I see what
I'ma
you're
have-
doing.
All my level is gonna be just straight from the jux.
All right, so let's get into the second part, and Jimmy kind of alluded to this, which is, the fact that we're hearing there are technical issues, right?
Oh,
you know,
God.
I want to shout out Jess Gordon for Windows Century. He had an article out, and apparently, at least I know the Xbox version, the online portion, the co-op was like almost non-functional. There was some type of network issues. Apparently, it was a mismatch version issue. And they had to fix it on the back end. Now, from my understanding, shout out to Brad Rossetti and those guys on the platform, the UI side, they did make a fix, and that is out now, and I think it is resolved now. But shout out to the Xbox community. Let me know, Xbox guys, if you were able to do the co-op and all that stuff, because I heard that was fixed like yesterday or whatever.
People saying it's good now.
Okay, cool. That's what I heard. But that was an issue for a little while. Then kind of what Jimmy was saying, which is the PC version. Now that's where I'm really hearing is Jimmy shaking his head. So I'm gonna open up Jimmy. So like, explain specifically. It just stutters. Like, what is the performance issues going on?
If you want to see what it looks like, the first 40 seconds of IGN's review is like glamour shots.
Yeah.
And when you watch the background when the camera pans, you see it's not smooth. Like it looks like it just micro freezes for like less than a second. But it happens when you're running. You can see it in that review too. It's in like any review that used the PC version. And apparently the 1.02 patch or whatever, the day 1 patch, made it even worse.
Yeah, that's
to the point where when you go into new areas, it would like stutter for a full second and like freeze. And the issue is really because it's anytime something new comes into the game, it grabs that animation or it grabs that texture and then it like stores it so that it can load it faster next time. But the act of doing that, I guess, makes it stutter. Horizon Zero Dawn is the only game that I played that did it right, where you would load up the game and the first time you loaded it up, or every time they patched it, or every time you update your driver, it would know that it was like dealing with like a new cache.
Right.
So it would do it all in the background before you can start the game. And no other game does this. I don't know why.
So it's like a From software. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's super annoying. I don't know why it happens with every game, why they don't just do the shader cache before. But DirectX 12, the reason all these developers are using it is because it gives you an insane frame rate boost. Like you could go from 40 frames per second to like 100 with it sometimes in certain games. So it's like there is a performance gain from it, but the stuttering issue is bad. And then it usually also is made worse by anti-cheat, which is what happened at Dying Light. I guess they fixed that somehow, but they made that game worse too. Oh, wow. And then now this game's having issues with easy anti-cheat because people were able to turn it off and it reduced the stuttering a lot, but the stuttering's still there.
Oh, okay.
So if you're sensitive to stuttering, it'll be terrible. Some people are just kind of like used to it, I guess, or they don't know it's there. They're just
that's got to be awful in a Souls game, which requires precise timing, blocking, parrying, jumping in a boss, and you get in stutters, right? Like, and then my second question, besides that, is again because I'm not familiar with the series on PC, like other versions of Dark Souls games on PC, where there are always kind of technical issues initially and then resolved. Like, what's the history of Souls games on PC, if there is any?
So Dark Souls 1 was horrible when it came out. This guy made a fix for it that was literally just like editing the settings file, and that fixed it. So that was great. Okay. Dark Souls 2, flawless when it came out. I played it. It was great. They did that re-release version. It was great. Dark Souls 3, I got the game early and it was excellent, ran great. Sekiro was like perfect. Perfect PC port. Like no issues at all. And just this is the first one to use DirectX 12.
Okay.
And I think the open world, obviously, there's a bunch of different biomes and stuff.
Good point.
That's also contributing. It should be an easy fix. They just got to do it. And then I'll jump into the game. But it's so irritating because every game lately has had this problem. Like Outriders had it, Control had it. Like going way back, every game that's on PC has this issue.
No doubt.
Stay strong, Jimmy.
Well, shout out to Nexus. Shout out to Nexus for fixing that. You know, that's my heart. They done got that right.
He loves
Forbidden
Nexus.
West. You know, Nexus understands how to port PlayStation games over properly without the stuttering.
Dude, their Avengers port is like when that game came out on PC, that was embarrassing. I think it was them that did it. Whoever, I think
no, Nexus didn't do that.
You ain't capping for Nexus now.
Nexus,
tell the truth. Tell the devil, Jimmy. Tell the truth. Was Nexus responsible for that one?
No. I have distinct direct knowledge that we farmed that out.
Oh, you do.
We gave that out. Calvin, we gave that to Calvin. Calvin did that.
So Jimmy, let me ask you one question before I open it up again to Attic and Luca and everything. I know, shout out to my Last Stand Media brother, Dustin. I wanted to ask, have you guys, because I know he's Dark Souls to the core, like, have you guys tried co-op, or he's staying on PlayStation? Because I was going to know if
I think he's on PlayStation.
Okay.
I literally booted the game up. I saw the stuttering, and I was like, Alt F4, I'll play this when it's fixed. I was like, no, because I spent so much time trying to fix Dying Light. Like, I literally get home from work, right? I'd be like, all right, I got like 3 hours to like play some games. I'd spend like 2 hours trying to fix the game, and then I'd just go to bed. I'd be like, this is so annoying. I'm like, why am I doing tech support?
Jimmy,
why you put yourself through this?
I just want to point out, everything you've been saying is the exact same reason I don't review nothing on PC. I don't ask for PC codes. They will literally offer me a game I've been hyped for, and there will be PC. We got a PC code. I'll wait for the game to come out. Like,
I lose either way because I used to get in this trap where the PC versions of every game, they're always messy at launch. So I'd be like, all right, I'll buy it on PS4, PS3, whatever, back in the day. And then the Steam sale comes up later, and I get the urge to replay the game. So I buy the game again on computer, and then I start it. I play like 45 minutes, and I'm like, cool, got my fill, and then I never play it again. So it's like wasting money.
We gotta stay here. We need some Jimmy Champagne rehab therapy. This is the destructive cycle.
Listen, he identified the problem. All he has to do is isolate it and remove himself from the situation.
The thing is, though, is the way he's talking. I don't think he thinks it's a problem.
He doesn't.
No, he's at the admission phase. He's at the admission phase. That's
as long as he understands and he accepts what's going on.
I looked at the history of Souls games, and I was like, surely this game will run right. I'm like, all these, like Destiny 2 WitchQueen runs flawless. It's great.
You know what's crazy? Speaking of Destiny, I know we're about to talk about that. The Destiny community, I'm sure, Jimmy, you know, we've always been like, day one ain't working right. Day one it ain't working right.
Server.
This is the very first time where people was calling me, yo, you know, is Destiny servers up right? Like, dude, I've been playing since they launched.
We looking into hold up.
Yeah, because I do want to like touch on that when we get to that part.
Yeah, no, I'll finish it. Let's get to it. So, like, again, we had the PC aspect. Let me get Luca for console. Now, Luca, you playing it on Xbox or PlayStation? Where are you playing it? Just want to clarify.
I'm playing on PS5.
Oh, so you're playing on PS5? Okay, great.
Yeah,
so,
or are you playing the PS4 version?
No. I'm playing the PS5 version, and yes, it has some stuttering and some frame drops. I've noticed that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, Jim says, you know, y'all can play the PS4 version and cut that out.
If there is one, I don't know if that's confirmed.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, it is
better
confirmed.
to play it on PS4, yeah, because the frame rate is locked.
Really?
Yeah, they got a PlayStation. They got a console for you.
Oh, I didn't know that. That I didn't know. Oh, so King is
You can play the PS4 version on your PS5, so it's fine.
Yeah, it don't matter. You know, the same thing.
No one should ever start caring about 60 frames per second. That's what ruined my life.
I'll agree. But the thing is, Jimmy, is I'm okay with it ruining my life because the difference in gameplay is night and day. Like for the most part, when it comes to like people are like, oh, Attic, you playing with this setting, with that setting, I'm like, I don't care about none of that. But when it comes to that 60 frames, I care about that. Like when I play Destiny, now that obviously there are games I will feel like, you know, BG's very famous for saying it, that some games at 30 feel a lot better than other games at 30. I think it's more like because they're locked. But when it comes to when I play Destiny 2, and maybe it's more the field of view than anything else. Maybe that has something to do with it. But when I play Destiny 2 and I saw that PC performance, me and Cognito did not go back to consoles until that.
Luca was mad at me. She's like, "You're bad declared," and I was like, "Yup." And then you know what I do?
We used to have a lot of people on our clan when we was on console. Yeah, but when we abandoned the console clan.
But this what I knew it was real though.
I left the light on. I was like a Motel 6. I never left. I stayed right.
You stood in the trenches, bro. You stood tall. You was 10 toes down in that 30 frames. You was 10 toes.
Listen, I was the first person to play that joint in the 60 frames, and I walked away from it, said, "I will never touch that on that PC. I will never do that again." That's not gonna happen.
Luca,
you know, he was the first person to touch it, and he was the first person to make a mistake.
You know what I found out
he chose squad over frame
that's
rate.
right. I chose loyalty.
Listen,
I was there 10 toes
Luca,
down.
stop giving him bars. Stop it.
I chose frame rate over y'all.
He left, yo.
It's a
he
shooter.
Looked at y'all. He looked at y'all and said, "PC Master Race." Listen,
shout
Jimmy,
out to Ebontis. So something my boy did. Last word pocket.
It was so disgusting. This is just for you.
Oh, fact. Give me the full alert.
This was just for you.
I own that. Put that on and bring it.
Listen, when that patch came back, that's when he came back. He was like, the next day, like he never left. He acted like he never left.
And I was like, I'm back, y'all. But here's the thing. You know what I knew? It was working. It was one time I was putting clips up.
It was working.
You know what I knew it was working? When Luca hit me and she see one of my PC clips of like just replaying, and she said, "Oh God, I do see how much faster they look." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, the water's nice over here. The water's nice."
I think some of it has to do with that, you know, the FPS, but I think a lot of it has to do with that slider, man.
Yeah,
like
FOV. Oh God.
FOV. I don't think a lot of people realize how relevant that.
Thank God for FOV.
I don't know why every game is like every game has a slider on PC, but every game I played recently, it's in first person. They set it to like 70 or 75.
Yeah,
like, why would anyone want that?
Yeah.
Set it to 90.
Yeah.
I think they do that
right now that Destiny only goes up to 105 and not 120.
You won't go
That is also very weird.
Yeah.
But let's focus on the joint with EldenRing. We'll finish up. But so
we
just
definitely went off script.
Yeah, we went off script. It was a good one because we got Destiny and EldenRing. This is that's why I'm glad Lady Luca's here, Lord Jimmy Champagne here. These are two unique guests that like both. So it's cool to get your perspective. That's rare. I'll be honest. In my opinion.
Cognito was saying we're unicorns.
Yeah, you guys like unicorns, like to have, because usually it's a very divisive community. But overall, Luca, like you said, your experience, you saw some things, but not as far as performance or bugs or glitches, but anything too crazy. And are there any different modes? I was going to ask you guys, like, is it like a performance mode?
Yeah,
okay.
There's a quality mode, but like, don't play in quality mode because that's having worse issues.
Really?
So
it goes between like 30 and 60 in quality mode. Like it drops wildly. And then like performance mode is between 45 and 60, which is
more consistent.
Fine.
Okay. Okay. No, fair
So-
enough.
Not great, but
Yeah, great.
I heard when you look at the
It's
sky
better.
at 60, when you look at the sky at 60, but when you look down at everything else, that's
It's
when
got the
story
cyberpunk
happens.
problem.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and it's like for me, listen, I played Dark Souls, the first one on PS3, and that game dropped to like 13 frames. You know what I mean? So it's like I get it, but at the same time, it's 2022, and I just think stuff like that's unacceptable.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt.
releasing games like 80% done is like the thing now. I get, for some reason, I don't like it's so annoying. Like I'm done buying games at launch pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna check the Steam discussions and be like, how many posts are there complaining about stuttering? And that's how I decide if I'm gonna wait.
I'm with you. I hear you.
So I want to get Addict before we move
Game
on.
Pass, dude.
I see you streaming, you liking it. You know, you're funny. Overall, Addict, you know, what's the vibe, man? Like, you sticking with it? Has it exceeded the hype so far? Where you at?
I will say that this game is the best. It's the best they've ever made, and I'm one of the people that like Sekiro the most. Now, I do need to go back and replay Dark Souls 3 because I never fully beat that game. But you know, I beat Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and it's just like Sekiro up until now was the best I ever. And I really enjoyed Bloodborne, but like what makes this is just that I'm on the, you know, you're riding down on the horse and you just come across a random dungeon and then just some random dude in there, some random boss, and apparently they have bosses that roam the map at night, and it's just like when I'm playing this, I can feel the quality. Like I can feel how much time they spend to it. Like maybe this has a lot to do with the George dude from the Game of Thrones. Didn't he design the world?
No. He just came through and gave the outline for the story.
Oh, just the story. I thought he helped design the world.
No.
But I mean, even knowing that he didn't do that, it doesn't. This is definitely something that you could see and know it's a From Software kind of world. Yeah. Like they've always done a very fantastic job at this. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you know, why are you saying it's like the Skyrim, Breath of the Wild? Like, I think people, they get like kind of mixed up when people say something's like a Breath of the Wild of something. They just mean like it feels like you could do whatever you want type of sensation, not necessarily it's Breath of the Wild.
Got you.
Like when I'm going around and I find, like I said, I killed a random enemy and a damn bear showed up for no reason. Like you don't get that kind of experience in a lot of games. And you know, do you want to just go ahead and get into the performance? Do you want me to just talk about that now?
Yeah, just get your balls off.
Like, I feel like the Metacritic of this game and the reviews of this game. First off, I want to point out it's another game that mad issues happening. You know, no one wanted to put a spotlight on it.
Okay. Okay.
First it was Horizon, now it's this. Regardless how it is, I do think Horizon's a little different than this. I think this is worse.
All right. So hold on.
Because
yeah.
What was you gonna say?
I was gonna say because you're gonna like the poll question, but are you implying, Lord Addict, that because of a studio's pedigree, that they be more receptive to getting a pass for their bugs versus other studios with less? I think
it's a mixture of a bunch of different factors. I think one thing is depending on how open that publisher / developer is to criticism, because it's been very open that there are some publishers, I can point it out, that they don't like you criticizing their game too much and they will blacklist you over it. I think it has to do with, this is a From Software game. Like Lucas said, this is not for everyone.
Right.
So I find it hard to believe that people are lining up in corners that don't like From Software games asking to review this game. So I think this is one of those particular things where you're getting the majority of people reviewing this game, they're From Software fans. I don't think there's a lot of non-From Software fans reviewing it. So you're going to naturally have a higher curve because people that like this genre, it's like equivalent of having like a non-racer reviewing racing games. You have that all the time. I just reviewed Forza Horizon 5. Right. I don't like racing games. Right. You have people reviewing a variety of different games that they don't like. But when it comes to From Software games, I feel like the reason they naturally review higher is because they're being reviewed by people that love and are very passionate about that genre. When it comes to the 97, look, I'm not saying that this game shouldn't have rated high. 92, 93, 94 all day long. I just don't understand how some people went through this game and didn't see the stutters and didn't see
like Jimmy. Jimmy can't play right
now.
The
massive issues, and I understand. Yeah, like
Jimmy ain't feeling like it's a 97. Is what you're saying.
It can't be 100. It can't be 100% for him because he ain't played it. So clearly, it's
But it's a 97 for me. Once they said I could just jump inside your joint. Pause. Like once they said I can invade your world and get you when you're at your weak point, kill a beast while he wounded. I love that. 97 all day. Check please.
I can't.
I've seen a lot of people though saying that like they that don't play Souls games, don't like Souls games. Like Jake Baldino, our friend.
Shout out to Baldino.
He does not like Souls games. He like starts them, he plays them, and he never gets hooked. He was like mega hooked on this
Really?
game.
And I think that's because of this open world that they designed.
Yeah.
Because like when you play these other games, I'm not gonna lie, like 88% of the time you're grinding, fighting, you're in encounters all the time. You can literally just ride around on your horse and never encounter any. Sure, you ain't going nowhere. Like it's gonna be it's gonna be a horse simulator at that point. But like there is a lot of scenarios where you're not having to engage in these encounters 24/7. And when it comes to the like the performance things, it's like I said, man. Like I do feel like we need to take these companies in terms of the performance of these games, and especially when games are game breaking. We need to take it more serious. And I see a lot of people talking about whether or not you can review a game not beating it. Apparently, like a lot of the people that played Elden Ring didn't beat the game and they reviewed it. Like there was a lot of people. So I don't know if you guys want to tackle that.
Let's open it up because we don't want to silence addict.
Okay, but all right, before we get to that part, because we're gonna be really messy, because I'm gonna jump into
Lord.
But let's get Luca's whole part.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get Luca. Yeah, I want to get Luca on that too.
Because I'm gonna be extremely messy with that.
With Metacritic, the review, the skew kind of stuff what Ags talk about, and then obviously the second part of what we going on. What'd you feel? Luca's there. She stepped away.
Okay, so what part are we talking about first? Metacritic being skewed, or them reviewing games without finishing them?
Let's do both. Let's just go for it.
Okay, so yeah, I've been saying this for quite some time. I think Metacritic is skewed. Because they rate some sites higher. I think IGN is higher than other sites, smaller sites as well. I also think reviews in general are skewed because it's like Addict was saying. I agree with him 100%. These are FromSoft fans reviewing FromSoft games. And I think that's a big reason why the game got a 97, and why these games continue to rate high. I mean, like I said, From Software is my favorite developer, and I love all of their games, genuinely. But, when I saw that 97, I was like, oh, that's kind of, that's kind of weird.
That caught me off guard, Luca.
It really caught me off guard because, like, I wasn't gonna say anything on Twitter because they weren't gonna have me looking silly like some of these.
They gonna screenshot your tweet.
Some of these people saying Horizon.
I'll screenshot your tweet.
Horizon was gonna get a 93, and but anyway, so they weren't gonna have me looking silly. So I was just like, oh, I'll wait. But I figured it would score in line of what the Souls games get, so between 89 and 92.
Okay.
97, I was just like, all right, especially with the issues the game has been having as well in terms of performance and everything like that. And also it's like in a lot of ways it's still like, okay, from a artistic standpoint and environmental storytelling, the game is very beautiful, right? But it's also lacking in terms of graphic, and especially that character creator. That character creator is really bad.
Let's talk about it.
It's really, really bad. Like, listen, I was messing around with it a little bit. You can't make anyone who's Asian or black or any other ethnicity, So it's just like the skin tones are extremely off, and it's just it's better than what it's been in the past, but it's still far behind. And Miyazaki-san even came through and he was just like, yeah, we did feel pressure after seeing Demon's Souls remake. We did. And I'm glad they did. I'm glad they felt that pressure, because I'm hoping that maybe one day they'll invest in making it a little bit better in that term, or doing something to update the graphics, you know what I mean? And it's just like, in my opinion, it's like, because they continue to rate so highly, yes, it's good that they are appealing to their fan base, and I appreciate that. I appreciate them not changing things to try to appeal to a mass audience and just doing things for their fans. But at the same time, it's kind of like, because you have the same fans, if your fans are willing to let things go or disregard certain things that perhaps you should be working on, you know? So it's just, for me, it's like,
she on fire, man.
I'm really enjoying the game, and I do think it's beautiful, but I just think that in 2022, like, you know, they should definitely be doing a little bit more when it comes to performance, when it comes to graphics, and especially that character creator. Now, wait, so what was the second aspect? Oh, I know this may be controversial to some, but I really think you should beat a game before you review it. I understand that given the nature of this game and how, to be honest, even though you can go to the bosses because it tells you where to go, those bosses are very difficult, the main ones. And I kind of feel like it's more like a, hey, stop what you're doing. You can't beat this main boss right now. Go explore our huge, expansive world, you know? So I completely understand why they weren't able to finish it, especially given, I think they were given like a week or so to be able to play through it. You know, I get that, but at the same time, like, how can you give a game a 10 out of 10 if you haven't beaten the game? You know?
Yeah, that's so weird to me.
Because,
I agree.
and then one more thing, because, and this is like the major thing,
Jimmy, right after.
Yeah.
People are saying, no, it's fine. People are saying, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm just like, okay, imagine if reviewers had reviewed Mass Effect 3.
Yo, you used my example. I just said this to Attic on a phone call. Remember, Attic, I used that? That's so crazy Luca's doing that. Go ahead, continue.
Mass Effect 3 didn't play that ending. And then after the review got out, played that ending, the original ending. I was like, oh no. You know what I mean? It's
fantastic point, Luca.
An ending of a game can completely change your perspective of the game.
And to the opposite effect, where I've seen games where they kind of started off mediocre, and then there's like a second half of the game where it just takes off and it transforms into this amazing thing, and you're like, oh my God, and the ending is great, and you're like, wow. So I get your point. Attic jump in, and then we got to give Jimmy his bar.
I gave this example when I was watching Scumcast. It's equivalent of, like, you know, you use Mass Effect. Like, imagine reviewing Shadow of War, the Elder, not the Elder Scrolls,
the Mordor sequel.
The Mordor Shadow of War
Nemesis
game.
system,
And then you review it before they make you do that crazy grind that they had to patch out of the entire game.
Right.
So it's just like, obviously that game probably would have been 9 10s out of 10s, but a lot of people deducted because of that ridiculous grind they made you do. I didn't have an issue with the grind because I was really heavy on like leveling up my people, so I was able to do a lot of that already. But imagine like just going in there and be like not taking that part of the game into consideration. Like, imagine like reviewing a game that has like a really bad offset ending or a really bad cliffhanger that doesn't answer anything. Like a lot of the big questions you have in games, for the most part, in storytelling and narrative, are answered in the last 20% of the game. And imagine you're reviewing a game on 80% of the game.
And I'm gonna give it to Jimmy. Last bars I want to say, King, I would appreciate this. Is remember what was that Metal Gear, King, that we loved? I believe it launched with PS2 as a graphical fidelity of Kojima. You could throw, it was on the ship. The demo was on the ship. You could throw the bodies in.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Right, Solid 2. Yeah. If you remember at the time, about 40 to 50% of the game, it was a controversial thing, right? You play 45%, I think after you got beat Big Shell or whatever the name of the board was, Raiden was introduced, who was unknown to everyone at the time.
It's way more than that. It's like 90% of the game.
You're right.
You play like the tutorial as Snake and then switch to Raiden.
And then you go to Raiden and you're playing Raiden.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. It goes to show you how like a review can skew because if there's a major inflection point. But Jimmy, I'm gonna give you your balls on these 2 points. You know, the Metacritic stuff, you know, and then obviously the bug stuff. Like, but what's your feeling on both things that we were talking about there?
The technical side of it, I don't understand how there's no standard across the board for if we're going to ding games on technical issues, because you see stuff like Prey come out, right? And IGN gave that game like a 4 or something because of technical issues, and then when they fixed it, they bumped the score back up. But that hurt that game a lot. And I would argue,
that's what I was making the point on Dying Light 2. Sure, that game had a lot of issues, but I felt like the reviews impacted the issues, and I felt like when it comes to like Horizon,
that's a great example.
Nothing.
Dude.
People not talking about when it comes to.
I'm going to get into that reason why as soon as Jimmy is finished, because I'm going to. You're not going to like it.
So Yeah, no, I don't know. I just think there should be some sort of standard for if we're going to talk about technical issues. And on the Metacritic thing, right? Like hitting the review embargo, they didn't have enough time to beat the game. I think you can make a review where you say, I didn't beat the game. Here's my review based on what I played right at the beginning. But some reviewers are hiding that fact, which is bad. And why do reviews in progress exist if they're not going to use them for certain games, right? Like,
because what sounds better, review in progress or
review?
And that just shows you're out for, you're just trying to build numbers,
just trying to be first,
make a quality review or whatever. Like, it shows a lack of confidence in your review and how bad people want to read it. If you're saying, well, we got to get it out, the utmost important thing here is getting it out right at the embargo, which ironically I think ends up hurting a lot of creators because there's how many reviews are you clicking at? You're gonna Google EldenRing review, you're gonna click the first one, which will probably be IGN, GameSpot, or maybe some YouTuber like SkillUp will show up maybe after them, and you'll watch those, and then you'll probably be bored. You'll have your idea about if you're gonna buy the game or not, and you move on. But there's so many reviews that come out like 3 or 4 days later that I end up clicking on because it's like a new video to me, right? It's not just lost in the sea of
the zeitgeist.
Yeah, and the technical issue thing, I don't know. It affects me more than most people, I think, because I mainly play on PC, and like these websites don't tend to review games on PC for some reason. And the Dying Light is just a terrible example of the way the review system works, because they broke that game repeatedly. Like every patch would patch one thing and break 5 more things. But because the reviews are out, everyone's moved on, and no one's saying anything about it. I'll argue right now that Dying Light 2 on PC is far worse state than Cyberpunk was when it came out. It's unplayable. You're running across the rooftops. It's doing the same thing as EldenRing, where it'll freeze, or textures are popping in, or you'll just fall off stuff because you're freezing midair, and then the game catches up with itself.
Every time I talk to PC people, I get more and more scared to play stuff on PC, man. I swear to God. I didn't think that was possible.
No graphic options. They keep adding in graphics options. Like the textures in that game, no matter what you play it on, are set to like max textures. So if you don't have a ton of VRAM in your computer, it's going to cause stuttering. It's going to cause frame drops. You have to like literally go into your documents, change a file from like a .scr file.
No. You got me doing tech work.
You gotta command save. Like you got to edit the files of the game to change the texture size. And it was fine when they were updating people. They don't respond to anyone in the Steam comments at all of their posts. So they'll post, be like, here's a new patch. You look at the newest patch, they have it pinned. There's a billion comments like stuttering. And they're like, no, we're not going to answer. And then on Twitter, they don't answer. They don't answer anywhere. They've not said what they're working on. It's been since February 16th since they've said anything about what they're fixing with this game. But everyone's moved on to EldenRing, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know. Some people paid $100 and they still can't access
that's
the
bad.
Pre-order bonuses.
Wow.
What? So the people who paid for the Ultimate Edition, they got renewable weapons like that, because in Dying Light, once a weapon breaks, it breaks.
Right.
There's renewable weapons you got for buying the game, like the Ultimate Edition or whatever. There's so many people who never got to access them, and then they're like, we're working on it. It's like, well, by the time you fix it, those weapons are going to be irrelevant to where I'm at in the game.
Wow.
So,
Yep.
That's crazy.
and there's a bug where if you die, it'll spawn you outside the mission zone, and then a timer starts that'll just kill you again if it runs out. So
endless
loop. Caught a death loop. There's no way to access your old saves, so you just stuck.
Death
and
loop.
people just, like, they say they fix it, and then people are like, nope, still affecting you. And they go, email us.
That's crazy.
I'm not going to email you. Fix your. Oh my God, it's so bad.
Language of the Lord there. I respect
it. Can I point something out real quick before King goes on his? Because I know
King's been patient.
Like a 5-second thing.
Yes.
Like that's why Jimmy, like when I reviewed Dying Light 2, I said this is a great game, but until the issues are fixed, don't buy it.
Yeah, play it in 6 months.
But I feel like when you look at these reviews on a lot of these outlets, it's like they don't talk about none of the issues for these other games. But some developers and some publishers, I honestly feel like, because they're not really scared. Like, I feel like if you really enjoy something like EldenRing, you're huge From Software fans, you're going to ignore all that stuff because you really love the formula. But with Dying Light 2, Prey, stuff like that, if they don't fear any kind of consequences to vocalizing that stuff, or they didn't love the game, I feel like they have no problem going 100% in.
Yeah.
King, you've been patient, man. What's your feeling on all this reviews?
I'm gonna mute my mic.
Bugs. You said we ain't gonna like you. Let's go.
So historically, these Souls games has been locked to the PlayStation, right?
One of them.
One of them. Bloodborne.
No, Bloodborne.
Oh, two
and
of them.
Demon
Two of them.
Souls.
Yeah, you're
Bloodborne
right. You're right.
and Demon Souls.
Bloodborne, Demon Souls. I'm not talking about the PC. I don't count the PC.
Okay.
Okay.
So, historically, these games, for me, to be honest with you, has been like, PlayStation niche type of games. And I noticed that PlayStation dudes don't really criticize their own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you got Horizon that comes out, and,
Oh, God.
they try to throw, shh. It's we're not going to talk about that she's falling through the floor. Shh. We're not going to talk about this part. And it doesn't really impact that part when it comes to the PlayStation dudes that actually talk about it. It's usually Xbox dudes, which I see on my timeline, pointing out, this is going wrong with this game. You buy the game to say this is going wrong, but the PlayStation dudes kind of keep it quiet. So that's why those things go under the radar, right? And you guys are talking about Dying Light, right? Dying Light is a multi-platform game. They're going to rip it to shreds. They're going to rip this game to shreds from top to bottom. They really do not care, because why? It's for the streets, and it's over there on that side for the street. So we're going to
back for the streets again.
Yo,
But then what's the example on Elden Ring? That's a multi.
I'm gonna get to that. And yeah, Elden Ring is for the streets, but I'm gonna get to that. But again, same technical problems. You're gonna hear this vocalized more because it's multi-plat, and it's all over the place. And they feel that, oh, it's over there on Xbox, we're gonna tear it down. It's over here too, but we're gonna tear it down because it's over there. Now, we come with a From Software. I remember sitting aside the E3 arena, and we saw From Software on Xbox. We was like, oh,
It's
snap.
a big deal.
Yo, it's a big deal. It's a huge deal. Yo, because we Xbox dudes don't want to admit it. Anytime they can partake in anything that is on a PlayStation platform, we rival in it, right? So we're like, yo, we got what y'all got too. Right? So,
I'm out here so hacking too. Don't even know what it is.
I don't know
I was
what
like,
it is. And this is how I
Atlas.
got bamboozled.
I was hoping
and
Saul
beat
would be there.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get this stupid game, and I get beat up by an NPC that was in the street. And I knew for a fact this ain't it. Luca, this is where my frauding comes from me. I'm going to show you how much of a fraud I am.
Let's
I
go.
got you. Don't worry about it. Y'all got me right now. Y'all got me bound up and tied up. Here it is. Y'all dudes want to get me. This is it.
All right.
All right, so... All right, Elden Ring. You dudes is talk about Elden Ring, and y'all, the expectations for this game was incredible. And I was staunch. I was sitting there like, shut up. This game, y'all got me with Sekiro. You ain't get me with this game. I don't care what y'all talking about, right? Shut up. That was my whole thing. And even right before it launched, these dudes, I knew dudes that was, playing the game in the background.
Yeah.
Even then, I was like, I don't care what you talking about. Until I saw Addict playing, and I was like, wow. That world looks mighty fine.
Yeah.
I didn't play Sekiro, and I didn't, I heard Kid Smooth doing that stuff, but I got it because of that Game of the Year crap. I remember that Game of the Year. I got the edition upstairs. I'll show you. Game of the Year crap. It sold me on it, and I was like, I'm in it, right? And then I remember that stupid feeling that I had when I was in the E3 arena.
That was such a good game.
This game here, the reason why they're not talking about the technical issues as much as possible is because From Software is usually associated with the PlayStation brand. They're gonna keep quiet. So that loud majority that's on Twitter, they
I want to point out that Addict does not agree.
Yes,
King.
these are the thoughts of King David on Iron Love. These are King David's thoughts.
This is just me here, right? This is me on my own.
Yes.
So they're like,
So were you playing the what's that? Were you playing the pancake version, the 2D version?
They don't even got a 4 So this is where the hush part comes in. So you don't gotta. These guys are not gonna say, even though it's for the streets, even though it's over there, right? It's associated with these dudes. So they really, the best version is played where? on the PlayStation platform, right?
I think so.
The PlayStation
I think the
4
performance is better.
is
on PS5.
Yeah.
Right? On the PS5, the PlayStation 4 on the PS5 is the best version. And they like, so what? We ain't gonna say nothing. I would join the smooth over here. Let them dudes complain over there. Right? You got the stuttering. PC got stuttering. Xbox got
had
frame
that
rate
issue with
problems.
the co-op and the network for a minute too.
Yeah,
Let's fix
and
that.
let them worry about it. We good here. So a lot of the times you're not gonna hear that loud cry. That 97, the 97 is the anticipation for the game. 97, these dudes is like, they were talking so much before it to tear it down afterwards. After you get the review code, after you a super fan, you're not gonna really tear down Michael Jackson. You was wearing a glove and a jacket back in the day. You're just not gonna do it.
I can't.
You had the socks on. You was doing the penny loafers. You was doing all
Are
that.
you
The
applying
high
that they
orders.
capped too much early and there's no going back from this?
Yeah, so blood on the dance floor, it was trash, but you was still capping. Nah, that's Mike at the finest.
We gotta really give King his props for turning everything into propaganda towards PlayStation.
Okay, so now these dudes that's not finishing it and reviewing
get to it.
The problem is y'all dudes that follow and hit the like, and the fact that 35K views or 100K views to be first, the first Elden Ring dude up, and people on the internet, oh, Elden Ring's review was up, let me check it. If he didn't finish it, he ain't gonna tell you that. He wanted to be the first dude out to get those views, to get these shares. That's the problem. Being first is the problem. Not being the best, not being the most efficient, not being the most complete. And like Jimmy said, review in progress is a whole lot different than a complete review. Right. So some dudes is like, oh, I don't care about that review in progress, and bypass yours, even though yours might be a little bit more factual and a little bit more real, a little bit more detailed, because you're being honest. But does honesty pay right now? And that's the problem. You know, a dude will hide it, and I keep saying dudes when it's everybody. Understand what I'm saying, you know? But again, it's the honesty part of it. So should it be some checks and balances that you have to have completed it before you can review it or submit your review? I think so. Because I think unless we have review in progress, dudes, and it has to be stated that way.
Let me jump
right?
in. I'm sorry, wait for this.
I see Carrick ACG put up his review of the game. I see other people put up their reviews of the game, and I can tell that ACG actually sits there and plays through the game to its completion, right? Or if he didn't, I'm pretty sure his honest assessment of the stuff will be forthcoming at that point. So
it's not really hard to just say you didn't finish it either.
Yeah,
I don't
but
understand
it is
why
hard.
people hide it.
I think
it is hard.
I think
when it's tied to you
annoying.
paying your lights that month, it is hard.
That's fair.
Go ahead, Attic, and I gotta get my balls
Let me
off.
comment real quick before Kyle goes. Look, I 100% with everyone when it comes to the reviewing thing. I do think we got to pull it back a little bit in terms of the pressure that's put on these reviewers to get these. Like King
You
said,
sound like Cog now. What's this?
no. But let me finish.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I think the spotlight. Look, we do need to have the reviews be more transparent. That's the key thing. If you didn't beat the game, it's shout out to friend of the realm Matty Plays. Matty Plays did not beat that game. Guess what he reviewed?
Yes.
He didn't put on I reviewed brutally honest review. He didn't do none of that stuff. You know what he put in his title? He said, "Here is my experience of 80 hours."
Yeah, that was gangster.
Playing the game.
Yeah,
it was gangster.
So to me, that's how you be transparent, and that title's still going to get you clicks.
Right. And here's the thing. Let's jump in. Let's get to it.
Real quick.
I'm sorry.
Second hint.
Yeah.
I think we need to focus on some of the spotlight, if not half the spotlight, because I do think they need to be more transparent, but we need to be more on publishers and developers.
Yes.
Like, you need to give these big studios enough time to play these games.
Let's get
without killing themselves
Let's
doing it.
get it, because that's where I was gonna go, and I'm so glad you on fire with that on to something and all that, because to me it's a systemic issue in the sense that, let's be real, right? If you're in the game and the publisher or the developer seems to give you the game 2 weeks or a month early, the consensus is, oh, they feeling confident about what they got. Like, they feeling good. Like, oh, this game is good. Then on the opposite side, sometimes you're like, yo, where's the review code at? Is the game going to launch in 2 days, next week? And where's it at? And then sometimes that is synonymous with less confidence in that let's just get it out. Maybe we get the sales, right? And then they can find out about all that stuff later. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not necessarily confident in the finished product. And I think that's where the issue is, because at the end of the day, ideally, you want to give everybody the most time to get, especially if you're an open world, what is it, 100 plus hours, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be disrespectful, because I know guys, right now that some have put up, 70 hours or whatever, 80 hours, 90 hours. And that's a lot of time. I don't want to minimize that. But I'm with Jimmy, I'm with Luca in the sense that you got to complete the game, because it's like, to me, that gives a more informed position. And what's happening is, I think a lot of reasons why we're not seeing that is because the pressure to be first. Right? The pressure to, on day and date, when the embargo's lifted, ours is up there, right?
Yeah, apparently, there's websites out there that if you don't hit this threshold of clicks a month, you are out of that.
Right. And if you miss that embargo, you miss the zeitgeist. You miss the zeitgeist, now you come out and you may have the completed review finish, and it's a week later, but now you done missed the cycle, and that's where the whole thing goes. So to me, this is a systemic thing. It's publishers getting reviewers the games on time to give them the proper context of everything. You know what I'm saying? And then also the reviewer. And in my opinion, I'm a firm believer, and I tell it on LordsOfGaming.net. Like, I'm always like, yo, when it's done. I'm like, hey, man, the embargo is this. I don't think some of my writers say, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I go, when it's done. Or I'd rather, if you want to make embargo, review in progress, or hey, I'm semi hours in, these are my impressions. I always say, hey, you can make an impressions piece, right? You can put the impressions piece on the embargo, but that's just my rule of thumb, and I understand,
I would be a huge impressions dude.
Yeah, I'd be an impressions dude.
I'm not finishing anything.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And last point I'll say, as far as I'll give it back to you, Jimmy, in reference to the broken stuff. I agree. I think, look, there is. We got to be clear, there are issues from, I just think that the review system is just a flawed system. And I think sometimes we put too much stock in it. We put too much emotionality in it. It's like, oh my God, this got a 93. How could that? First of all, not every reviewer reviews the same game at each outlet. So that's first. Then you've got all these other issues that you guys are talking about, where I'm a firm believer. Like, I was upset a little bit, it was in my feelings, when Forza Horizon didn't get nominated for Game of the Year, right? But I got to be clear, like, who's reviewing? Are these going to be racing fans? They may not like races, so these might be Souls fans, or I call #JustOne fans, and all they play is third-person narrative, over-the-shoulder cinematic experiences, and those are their favorite type of games, so they're not going to play. Like, put it this way, Jimmy, like, I get mad. You know what I get in my feelings? Every time it's the Game Awards and I don't see Destiny soundtrack nominated for anything.
Oh, yeah.
I get furious. I'm like,
the best ongoing game.
I'm like, what's going on? Like
the best ongoing game.
By far. And I'm like,
I feel like after a certain amount of time, they try to give it to newer ongoing games and not one that's like 8 years old.
No, I get that. And all I'm saying is technically it's a new expansion, but it's either here or there. But anyway, at the end of the day,
you get what
I get what you say. Because you say like base game. But at the end of the day, it's just like, that's to me the other flaw in the system with who is reviewing, right? So to me, all this stuff is just a template. I feel you go to the people you trust, go to the people you like, who you have that relationship with, or you know they kind of like the games that you like. And I will say this last point. I do think there is value, though. Like, say, for example, if I'm a reviewer, right? I am not a Dark Souls guy, right? But let's just say it came across my plate. I think there's value in my review, because it'll be like, yo, from the perspective of a person who don't really like Souls games, right? And I think there's value to get that feedback, the same way I loved Addict's review with Forza Horizon 5. He literally said in the view, I hate racing. This is a hater's review of Forza Horizon. And I love that, because sometimes you get that nuance.
Thank you, Jimmy, for helping me with that title.
I remember that video, because you DM me right after. You're like, yes. I did great.
Salute to the algorithm, my man Jimmy. But that's all I got to say. I'll open it back up to y'all. This is a feisty one, or we could move on, whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, I'll just say really quick. The cycle that I keep seeing, which sucks, is that I feel like part of the reason the review window is so short is because games are coming in so hot.
Yeah.
That's primarily on the publisher's end, right?
Yes.
Like they're saying, nope, you can't have any more time. You got to release the game. So then the developer's like, okay, we're going to work right up to the wire here. Let's give the reviewers the game when it's like in this X amount of state. Like Days Gone is a great
It's
example.
the playable state. It's not the
right?
state.
Right.
Yeah. And then the publishers have no reason to change because everyone still shows up day one and buys these games full price when they're 80% done.
Good point.
And then sits on them for 6 months. They don't care if you sit on it for 6 months and play it when it's fixed because they got your $60 a day
Already.
one, right?
Yep,
like,
you're good.
You don't have a refund system, I don't think, on PlayStation. You don't have or like as easy it is as it is on Steam, right? Like
Microsoft
and Xbox review.
I honestly feel like
you
Jimmy,
had that refund system on PlayStation and Xbox, like as easy as it is on Steam, like 2 hours.
Oh yeah,
if you're
instant.
outside,
Yeah.
If you're inside the 2 hour window, you can get a refund. You'd be seeing games finished a lot more because there'd be a reason for it. But people still turn up day one to buy these games unfinished. And when you got reviews, like I'm not calling out the reviewer.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out IGN's review has the word stutter one time in the entire thing. I searched performance, I searched stutter. There is not a section about performance, but they have a performance video. Why is that not included anywhere in the review? So the biggest review, arguably, is IGN's. They barely mention the performance. The publisher's like, great, everyone's going to go out and buy it anyway because they don't know that the game doesn't work right. It's a super...
It's a flawed system.
You know what I actually feel,
That's
Jimmy?
why you should go to lordsofgaming.net so you can get the word.
You know what I actually feel, Jimmy?
Read there,
Jimmy.
Read there.
I actually like people were, going against Sony when Sony did that. Oh, we taking Cyberpunk out the store. I feel like people need to be more proactive to doing that. Oh, your game don't work, you out of here. It's not in our store. Do you fix it?
Sony didn't
it's
play
not coming back at our store. How quick you think stuff will get fixed?
Addict. They only did that because they don't give you back your money.
It doesn't matter why they did it though. They still did it.
They would rather shut it down than give you a quarterback.
Look, all I'm saying is if a publisher had the fear of, if we release a broken game, Xbox gonna pull it, Steam gonna pull it, Epic gonna pull it.
Give you back your money. And listen, Steam give you back your money. Why? Because they making money hand over fist. Sony said, hell no. You got it. You buy and you leave. And I swear, let 5 people call back. They say it's a problem with the game. Shut it down. Because we're not giving no money back. So it's not an option to get a quarterback from these dudes. It's either buy or leave. That's it. And once you cop, it's your I don't care if somebody got on your account and you call them like, nah, I didn't make that purchase. So what? They'll ban you. They will ban you, lock you out of your joint, and you have to eat that. That is the only ones that I'll tell you, I gotta buy a physical copy. I gotta go to the store. I do not trust nothing digital with these dudes. But the other guys, you could buy. Nintendo do that too. Don't go over to Nintendo thinking you're going to cop. And you
Nintendo's
like,
actually a little bit worse than Sony.
Nintendo hang up the phone on you.
Moving on.
We told you 3 times we're not refunding you. I'm going to disconnect this call because it's not productive anymore.
Moving on.
Check it out.
I got to tell you guys, just remember the time.
You're on the phone, right? And they be like, let me transfer you over to this department.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Jimmy, wrap this up.
They said, let me transfer you to this department. Cognito's phone starts ringing.
Jimmy, finish this up. They get messy.
The best thing about this releasing games unfinished was I had Dying Light early, right? Dying Light 2, and the stuttering wasn't there before the game came out. It was like a little bit there, but it was manageable. Then they waited until the day before the game came out, when all the reviews were out and everyone had their score up, and they were like,
press the button.
Then they go, all right, now we're gonna add in de novo anti-cheat, which broke the game. It's caused stuttering when like a human enemy would hit you because it needs a trigger, right? To check the game, make sure the game's not stolen. So they made it so when you get hit by a human enemy, it freezes for a second. So there's just all sorts of shady stuff like that going on. And no one, they just get away with it. It's super frustrating. But yeah.
It's
a great voice.
Check when you get hit by
I have a video of it. You can see it on my Twitter.
Is this dude official?
Stop for a second, and then it would go.
We gonna register if he official.
People like, did you guys add anti-cheat the day before the game came out? And they're like, yeah. We'll take it out after a couple months. It's like, okay,
we knew
you're
it was
gonna punish
broken.
the people who paid you for the game.
I can't.
No,
so it doesn't get like I don't know the logic.
They want to verify if the dude
I'm trying so hard
is
not to
official
swear.
though. Like,
No, I appreciate you, Jimmy. I know. Are you about to go
Did
in?
he pay to hit you? Like,
Yo, moving on. Time. We gotta
money
move on.
clear before he.
Time. And did his check clear. I can't. Moving on. Let's get these super chats. Great discussion on EldenRing in the industry and Metacritic and all that stuff. I got Addict all the way up to K. Johnson, who was a member for 2 months. He said he's got his ILP shirt in the mail.
Wait, K. Johnson is a woman.
Oh, sorry. I always butcher that.
Man. Stop
The
forgetting
lady
that.
of the realm. Because I always
learned
think
a hard
Kevin
lesson.
Johnson of the Suns. I think K. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I said
Lady.
I think Keyshawn
Yeah,
Johnson.
Keyshawn Johnson.
Yeah, so remember I made
Lady
the reference
K.
and I got
Johnson. Salute. Got her ILP shirt in the mail. Looks amazing in person. Keep rocking, Lawrence. I'm hoping to run into other fans of the show when I'm wearing it one day. Salute. Get out to PAX, Lady K. Johnson, because if you can, where the Lords will be there, come check us out. Huggy Shani, he had that code in there, Xbox WitchQueen. We got that. Let's go to Circle. Okay. Oh, it skipped me. I'm done. Attic, I need your help. It skipped me. I was about to get.
I'm looking.
Yeah,
for
it's
the
all
last
over the place.
person that I read, because I'm keeping it there until I read them again.
Yes.
Is Everborn.
Yes,
So let me
please.
find Everborn. You keep go ahead and say
All right.
the new thing.
While you doing that, I'm just gonna do merch because I didn't do what you call it. Oh, hold on, just to clarify.
This is when Sovereign.
This is when Sovereign is
All right,
missed.
so we got. See, he did the Witch Queen. Then we got another $2 super chat from Everborn. This is how long till Phil takes Val off Gabe's hand. Then we got a $2 super chat from Havashani giving the Witch Queen code. So definitely appreciate that, man. You've been good to the realm today. Then we got a $2 super chat from Mobile Gaming Master Race. Oh my God, I'm done. I'm never reading that
Mobile
again.
Gaming Master.
No solve, huh? Question mark. Puts joystick back in pants. Like, I don't know.
Pause.
We got a $5 super chat from Plate NOJ. Give me the Dominican Sekiro.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got a $2 super chat from Splendidiferous. My game
Splendidiferous.
type, yeah, whatever.
Sovereign.
My type game. I'ma still wait for that game for that sell though.
I feel you.
Then we got a $5 super chat from Decade. Butchered it, moving past it. I am terrible at should games. I don't maybe from software games. Yeah. EldenRing has been my first where I can explore and do things on my own to help me do better at the Souls aspect.
Wow.
Okay.
We got a $10 super chat from Dawn Otaku. From Software uses the same formula for 15 years and gets praised for it. While devs like Ubisoft does the same thing and gets bashed for it. Still enjoying Elden Ring though, but the bias for them is crazy. He has got a point there.
Well,
I think it's
I
not
mean-
exactly apples to apples, but he does got a
Yeah,
little point.
Ubisoft is for the streets, though. Remember what I said.
How many Ubisoft games that use the same formula compared to the 8 FromSoft games that have released since 2009?
Yeah.
Damn.
But anyway, we got a $5 super chat from Graham C. ACG changed his Elden Ring review because of the technical issues, but too many reviewers let things go. And too many devs are selling unfinished games. Yeah, definitely respect to ACG for just changing that, because that's the kind of reviewer that he is, man. Like if he's like, all right, they messed this up with day one patch, I'm stamping this don't buy until fix stamp on it.
Got one we missed. Hold on, we missed Slow-Mo. Slow-Mo $5 super chat. He said, I'm presently trying to create a woman in Elden Ring that doesn't look like she came out of the hills, have eyes. I'm not succeeding.
Like, have they ever cared about character creation, Luca? I don't really remember them ever putting much thought into it.
Nope.
Then we got a $5 super chat from Flame. As a reviewer myself, you are not obligated to 100% a game. However, you have to complete a game or you're just giving impressions. It's disingenuous. Completely agree. $5 super chat from David James Ori. Did we talk about how amazing Sony did with Witch Queen? Also, hi bestie.
Oh, now he hit me with the hi bestie. Oh, God.
You might have to do that hi bestie thing back.
Hi bestie. That's my man.
Nah, that's not the voice.
Now I got to do the voice?
You got to do the voice. Hi, bestie. You got to get in that.
Pause. Hi,
We got a
bestie.
$5 super chat from Necromancer. Loving
Hi,
Dying
bestie.
Light 2 on the Xbox Series X, where a lot of the PC issues coming from all these
Gotta be
different
extra strong with it.
versions of the game.
I'm sorry.
And I'm pretty sure that's it.
That's it.
Now,
All right,
look,
we'll
if you guys did any kind of members chat, I apologize for that. I can't see
It
that
don't
on the
pop
screen.
up for addict.
Yeah, we apologize in advance because Solve's not here. And
Yeah, because he copies everything
Yeah,
onto a
Chip.
note.
Oh, hold on.
And,
Pragmatic Eagle, $10 super chat.
I was about to
okay,
read it.
Got you. Get it.
You can get it.
Allow you do. Allow me to be messy for a sec. I'm still waiting for all them. I will throw my PlayStation away if XYZ goes to PC dudes to throw their PlayStation away on camera because we got receipts. I love ILP. He is hilarious.
But he might be on. He might be on when I bend the knee for the Gran Turismo.
Yeah, it's looking
So,
shaky.
he might be on.
Blaze
and
might
then
gotta
y'all can
finally
just-
get a come up on you. Finally.
Yeah, listen, y'all can go get him. But see, also, I will have that game because I think that's a game that you need to have. That's like a pivotal moment in PlayStation.
Yeah, for sure. And last thing there.
They got stutters too.
Okay, I gotta get the merch gang. Shout out to them. Oh, they buy. Yo, you do a lot of ILP shirts.
All right, hold up.
Yeah.
We got a $2 super chat from Nation. Oh man, from Nation Harris. Literally
Nation.
bought a Nation Harris.
Yeah.
Literally bought a Series S to play Destiny in 60 frames. I appreciate you telling me that we missed your super chats. It's easy when you guys tell me because I could just control F.
Yeah, if we miss it, just highlight us
Oh
in
my
the
God,
chat.
they're coming.
They're
through
coming
so
in. We
quick.
gotta get a quick.
$2 super chat from Flame. Yo, Gabe is delivering Steam Decks. He's Santa, y'all.
Yeah, he looking like Santa
We got
out there.
a $2 super chat from Lord Metro. Breath of the Wild 2 is 2022 Game of the Year. It's just facts.
Oh, he coming for
We got a $5 super chat from Skatealicious. All right,
Skate Lidles. Solve, we miss you.
Skatealicious.
Skatealicious. I'm done. Y'all messy.
Imagine if Last of Us 2 got a 10 out of 10 without playing the Abby missions. Oh, wait.
Oh, good joy. All right, we gotta move on.
Yeah,
All right,
let's go.
All right, you already know what it is. Main event. Iron Lord podcast founded off of this game in name. Destiny, the Witch Queen. Sabathun is outside. Let's get to it. Impressions. And then also got to shout out my man Paul Tassi on the Last Word podcast, Witty Pontus, with Ty Guy Travis. It's fire. It's up right now. Check it out. Only don't check out the end if you don't want spoilers. But I will say, Paul Tassi put out.
Spoilers.
No, well, hey, you can do what you got to do. That's you. Just as long as you give a disclaimer. All I will got to say, he's got a spicy article. Me and Attic.
Okay, if you want to do spoilers, wait to the end.
Wait to the end.
of
Yeah,
the
wait to the
topic.
top. That's all. You can spoil. But at that point,
I'll be right back.
now here's the thing. We've had this discussion before. A lot of Destiny fans consider A, the Taken King expansion as one of the greatest of all time, and B, Forsaken, as far as the great pantheon of expansions. My man Paul Tassi has said he's seen enough. He's calling the fight early. In his opinion, here we go. The Witch Queen is the GOAT expansion already. So let's do impressions. Let's start the Queen, Luca. How we feeling? And is that hyperbole for what you played?
Okay, you mean Destiny?
Yeah, Destiny. Let's get it.
Yeah. Listen, let me tell you, I did not play Destiny 1.
Okay.
But I've played all of Destiny 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm with him. Witch Queen is the best expansion ever,
Woo!
to be honest. The best expansion to date that Bungie has done. It's just like everything. It was everything I could have wanted. It had more cutscenes in it than some of that they've had for several expansions in a row, like the tinier ones, and even Beyond Light. From a story perspective, it flipped everything on its head in terms of the lore, in terms of the loot that you get, and honestly speaking, when they first came out and said that they're raising the power cap to 1560, at first I was like, oh my god, really?
Invalidated your work.
I don't feel like grinding all the way over to 1560. It's going to take forever. There's other games I want to play. I'm not trying to just be a Destiny player, you know? But then when they're like, legendary campaign, we'll give you 1520 gear and a new exotic. I'm like, all right, bet. On Tuesday, I woke up. I got my workout in, took my little shower, got some lunch, and then I was chilling. with the boys in ILP.
Yes.
And then
Shout
I
out to
got in-
Taz. I saw you, sis. I was like, she is putting it in. Oh,
You know what's up?
I see you.
Got in with Def Singer and Sir Taz.
Yes, y'all
we were
killed
in
it.
there from 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. one sitting. Did that legendary campaign. Got from 1350 to 1524. One sitting. Absolutely amazing. Now, that being said, I will say that final boss extremely tedious and aggravating.
Oh, God.
I was like, it's not over? Really? Another phase?
Another
Like, you're joking, right?
Yeah.
It was that was very irritating, but from a story standpoint, it was absolutely amazing. And then like that final cutscene, no spoilers. That final cutscene, insane, like absolutely insane. And the fact that some of the exotic quests, at least for the one for the heavy exotic,
the
grenade
parasite
launcher,
one thing. Yeah.
actually ties into the campaign and makes sense.
Yep.
Man, listen. And these exotics that we got, the Austria Striga
Woo!
is great so far. The crafting that goes into that. Also, the exotics that you can choose from if you beat all the campaign on legendary. I got those gloves that give me I got me 2 turrets.
Oh, you doing? Oh, we picked the same gloves. Oh, you went stasis? You going 2 turns? Oh, girl. Let's go.
You already know. Let's
Stasis
go.
gang. Okay, I see you.
Okay, you already know.
know.
And it's just like I've just been like, whoop, whoop.
Yup.
Turn here.
Control the whole board.
Great. It's absolutely amazing. They did a phenomenal job with this. And this is why I also always advocate for if a developer's like, we need to delay a game to continue working on it. I'm like, yes, delay it then. And I'm happy they delayed it because this has been absolutely amazing. I'm back. I'm happy to be back, and I am enjoying my time in Destiny 2.
And she spoke, the queen spoke, and let's get to Jimmy Champagne, my man. Destiny, but I seen you rocking on my
I didn't
list.
know play Destiny till an hour ago.
Yeah, yo, Jimmy's up real. Jimmy's real. And I see him grinding one night. I was like, okay, I see Jimmy. I see his light level. I see what's going on. So Jimmy's
It's like the only game I play.
What's your light level, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Right now I'm 1305, I think. I didn't do the legendary campaign.
1305? Man,
1350. Wait, 13. What's the 1505?
1505. Yeah, 1505.
I got confused.
Yeah.
1505. Yeah, I did the campaign. I beat it the other night. I was blown away. And the cutscene thing, I laughed because every time there was a cutscene, I was like, oh man, is this the end of the campaign? And then it would be like, no, there's more. I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk spoilers, but I liked that, it's not like the end of the campaign is being saved for the raid. And
Right.
so it always felt anticlimactic with all the other expansions, but this one was like a complete story. It felt really cool.
Yeah.
I loved it. I agree. It's easily the best Destiny campaign. I think I was in the minority with Beyond Light. I didn't realize how much people disliked it. I thought it was pretty good, but that's when I came back to Destiny.
Okay, so you've been away. Okay.
I was like, whoa, this is sweet. Like I looked at my this year in Destiny, and it's like I got to rank like 50 in Season of the Hunt, and then after that, you can see where I got addicted because it's like 168, 200. Like it just goes up and up and up. And I'm like, all right, so now I feel like I'm finally like in it. I know how everything works. I know all the systems. I know the lore, and like I'm addicted to it. The crafting, the weapon crafting, that's where I'm having a lot of fun right now.
Okay.
I like Osteostriga. I'm still working on the quest for the worm launcher thing.
Yeah, me too. I gotta do
like
that.
on 8 of 12.
Okay. I heard it's amazing
tried to do
lore
it
with
last
that.
night. Yeah. All the little moments in it so far, I've been like, whoa, this is like tying into the story.
Yes. Yes.
And then I'm like, man, after I made a mistake with Beyond Light. I've been waiting to say this. That's why I'm like going back a little bit. I never really finished Beyond Light because I jumped into Season of the Hunt when I started to get to those like grindier aspects of Beyond Light.
Yeah.
And then going back is always tough. So this time I'm doing everything I can do with Witch Queen, and then I'll move on to Risen. I did the first mission so I could get that story beat, and then the exotic machine gun like Xenophage 2 or whatever.
Yep.
And so I don't know. I'm having so much fun with it. I'm really just happy. It's running well.
Yes.
It looks good. It's got a lot of content. It's got everything you can want. The one thing, the issue is those deep sight resonance guns. They don't drop.
Yeah,
it's so annoying.
Oh, Jimmy.
It's a bug.
Jimmy, if you do that chest glitch it's on, man, I when I was doing it yesterday for like an
we'll talk offline. We'll talk offline. I introduced you to some people, some friends of ours.
Let's just put it to you this way.
Shout out to Wilhelm Scream.
In an hour I had 15.
Yeah. Talk
okay.
I
I haven't seen the auto rifle. Yeah, I want the auto rifle.
No doubt. All right, so we got Jimmy's opinion. He said, "Yeah, Addict, man.
Excellent.
You are, the Destiny connoisseur, myself, the crew. You know what I'm saying? All of us, King. Is the hype warranted?"
Yes, it is. I feel like the only one I could compare this to is the Taken King expansion. I still probably would put that. It depends on how the raid is. If the raid is just as good as Oryx, I would probably put this over the Taken King. But they gotta really hit me hard with that raid because, here's the thing, like. I always just felt like Oryx was a more intimidating character than WitchQueen. I feel like she got more screen time to really talk her. I mean, she got a whole season to build up character for her. So, but when it comes to Oryx, like one of the biggest things I remember playing that is just you're in that realm with him, like not the raid, but you fight him in that little circle thing, and he's going in and out. The epic music's playing, and it's just I really enjoyed that. Now, I got a little note, man. I got some notes. I gotta appreciate the fact that they are trying to find a better middle ground for casual and hardcore.
Yes,
they're like, okay, look, and it seems like they're going away because they used to do it by difficulty. They're like, look, we're not going to make too many things hard because we want everyone to have access to it. But now they're like, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to give you the option to play something at a lower difficulty, and we're going to give you the option to play something at a higher difficulty. And we're also going to give you the option to, if you don't want to grind for hours upon hours to do the raid, we're going to let you play this kind of difficult Legends campaign, and if you do it, you'll pretty much be there for the raid. You just gotta grind a little bit. I feel like they did that. I really enjoyed the crafting table in general, because that's another thing they did to really, if you don't want to grind for hours and hours, a lot of hardcore people didn't want to grind for hours and hours for perfect rolls. Right now we're seeing the beginning stages of this weapon table. I have a feeling the next year and a half, that table is going to have the majority of the guns. They're going to slowly leak them back into it through seasons, through events again. And you're going to be able to really just make any weapon you want in that thing. And I think it's little stuff like that, because I've always felt like hard challenges like the raid, Trials of Osiris, it needs to be more about the skill you bring into the activity, not necessarily the equipment that you bring in there, because the equipment should be relatively easy to get a hold of. It should be how you take on Trials of Osiris. Do you got good snipers? How you take on the raid? Do you know the mechanics? Not necessarily, everyone got a gallon, or you don't, you out.
That's very true. Let's get it, King. I get a chance to really play with you. Actually, we talked briefly. We sent a couple messages briefly, like, how we feeling, what's going on. And you was like, yeah. And so, what's your experience? Have you got through it? Like, what is it? Is it truly meeting your expectation?
Well, first go to the Iron Lord's channel. You can check out me, Attic, and Slow Mo playing the game. It started off with me and Attic.
Slow Mo.
No, not Slow Mo.
Slow Mo, you were playing Destiny?
I was about to make an exposed video.
Gaming Forte. Freudian slip, because that's his brother's partner in crime.
No doubt. Hey, Forte.
Slip. Hey, Forte. See, that's how you gotta lean into it.
Oh my God. Hey, bestie.
We ain't gonna do that with you. Stop. So when we started, my expectation, first of all, Taken King is my all-time favorite, right? Because Oryx was this overpowering, like this beast, the boogeyman.
Yeah.
Right. So that was our first boogeyman that we had to overcome, and it was great stuff. The fact that his sister usurped him, and how it's done, it's an incredible journey into answering all the questions that we had from before. The answered questions about the travel.
Yes.
It questioned people's religion, because remember, a lot of these dudes looked as the travel as God, right? So and they had their whole.
Since you wanted to go into spoilers, you just want to go into spoilers now.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I was
okay.
joking.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I was joking.
I'm surprised because usually you don't care. I was like,
yeah, no, I'm not going to do that because this is so fresh and so new. To be honest with you,
look at the growth in it.
So, and I like dudes to actually play with me. Pause. So I don't want to have you think that I'm going to spoil it for you. I'm not going to do that. And a lot of times I mute people in conversations and turn my mic off just to listen to the story, so I don't jump out. I just listen. And I'm not one of those dudes that click the button and skip it for you after I saw it. I don't do that. Shout out to Green Mason, you did that to me.
Oh yeah, shout out to Mason be telling. I love you, Mason. Don't slip you.
But the story, like I said, it checked a lot of people's religion because it questioned what they had faith in. It shook a lot of faith. A lot of people had allegiances, and it questioned alliances. They made them question the person's integrity. And it's different things in a story that they use. And it changed how you view Destiny, because a lot of times we view Guardians as omnipotent and the people that's in the power structure as these unshakable, fortified people. And we realize in the bottom line of this, a lot of them is just human. A lot of the humanity in it is brought into question. And it's a lot of distrust. This game forces distrust because you don't believe somebody that's talking to you, that's leading you in different directions, because you just witnessed the Queen of Lies, right? The actual Loki of the whole Savathun. She's the Queen of Lies.
Can we give Deborah Wilson her flowers though?
Oh yes. Oh my God. But there's cutscenes that make you feel for the character. You understand? It's like the same way that you can feel for Thanos in what his mission
good
was.
point. That's why I used the Endgame reference. Yep, good point.
Yeah,
this is
I'm
Avengers
looking at
Endgame.
it. I'm like, wow, they actually took the template from Disney and made you feel for the antagonist in this. And are they really the antagonist? What's going on here? And this gives you a lot of answers. It makes you question what's going on.
Everything.
Let's talk about the geometry in the engine and the aesthetics of the world.
Decadent, that throne world.
It's
elegant.
It's
looking like it's straight out of Purple Rain, Prince, and Rose Petals.
That start. Okay,
let's get it.
When you get to one part of the world, right? The pastel colors, I was talking about it a lot with Attic, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? The HDR was tweaked to HDR 10.
Yeah, we got to call them out on that. Because they did an HDR tweak. Yeah, HDR, like for OLED guys, like myself, it's looking spooky. I don't know what, it looked bad. But then other people are telling me, oh my God, they fixed it. So they got to find that balance with them. Yeah, the HDR is a little weird.
It better for me before on my OLED.
Me too. And now it look washed out a little bit on mine.
It looks like
yes.
It looks
and you got to turn it off.
Yeah, you have to fix it. Make sure you turn off motion blur. Go in there, make sure you check your settings, because it reset all your settings. Right, so you have to go in there and do that minor tweak. Make sure that your field depth of view is up. I don't know why it's not 120, but whatever. But then you get into different aspects of the world. You get to ones that's Egyptian in nature. When you get to the ships and stuff, this game is a gorgeous, expansive game, right? The DLC is, like I said, is by far probably one of the best. So is it better than the Taken King? Yes. In what it's packed into it. And like Jimmy Champagne said, the cutscenes alone, every time it got to a cutscene, I was like, is this going to be the last one?
Yeah, because you used to not getting a lot from Destiny. Right? So I'm like, oh, this probably it. Oh,
yeah, no, but you knew what was the last cutscene when it happened.
Yes.
It wasn't no question.
Wasn't no question what the last one is when we finally got to the last one.
Is it going to be something
I really
else?
want to talk about that. I
Right?
really want to.
But then, like Luca said, when I got the exotic quest, This usually we gotta wait until something else drops, and then you get an exotic quest for Whisper of the Worm or something like that. No, the exotic quest is dropped here, and then you also have this activity that's dropped here. But then you also got to go to the helm to get another activity that's dropped here. But while we're doing that activity, there's a grinding component where you can craft items to get exotics that you go to this table that you do here. So it's so much to do at a different time. Like Addict said, this is probably the best gaming time for individuals, especially for the last 2 years, to be honest with you guys. Really was struggling to get to this point, and it seems like the gears are starting to move forward. We're starting EldenRing, Dying Light, Forbidden West, all this stuff is hitting at the perfect time. In the beginning of the year, this is still a beginning of the first quarter. You know, we didn't even get to the fourth quarter of this stuff. The content level, day one, usually you get in a queue and you got to wait to get into the world. And I was expecting that. I told my wife, we came from the store. I'm like, oh my God, I'm probably going to be like 3,000 in this daggone
waiting in line, going to be at the DMV.
And then you get kicked out. It was flawless.
Especially when they came out and said over 1 million people pre-ordered. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be in this queue all day.
And you know what's funny? I was sitting there in I was laying in my bed and I was looking at it was like 30-40 minutes till. And then I saw people saying, oh, I'm already in the queue. I got up so quick. I was like, let me get in here and pop in this line. But I was in queue. But see, the thing is, I was in queue before it came out. But the moment the game launched, I just went straight into it. And I had no issues.
I got in the house. I had got my chips. I had got my water.
Shout out to King for not letting me play it alone, though. Shout out.
No, I was not. That was not happening. So and I said, okay, I'll sit in this queue, and I'm in the game.
Yeah, it was
this has been
smooth,
the easiest, smoothest,
and no contacting servers the entire time I played. Nothing.
And shout out to them.
And the apps also came up too.
Like, yes, because you know Dim, right, Luca? Because you know the third-party apps, the Dim stuff, you usually got to wait a day or two on a new expansion release. And I gotta shout them out. Not to interrupt you, because you're on fire with this, King. This is when I knew it was shout out to Forte. It was me, Forte, and Kai. There's a board, y'all gonna know which part I'm talking about, where you gonna have to run in a circle and it's a mechanic and you in the dark and it's the most terrifying thing that you're gonna have to deal with for a little bit, right? And we were wiping like crazy on Legendary, right?
Right.
So we finally get it.
The rhythm.
And we get the rhythm. We're about to do it or whatever, or beat it. And I got booped. It was like Centipede or whatever, right? Yeah. We all got booed. Actually, all of us. We like, oh no, right? And we thought we was gonna have to go 2 boards back because we did all this other stuff to get to that point. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to them, because when I went to the campaign, because we like, oh, if we got to do all this again, because these levels of these campaigns are long and meaty. Like pause, you know what I'm saying? Like super long. Like it is. Each level of these campaigns are a lot. So what was so cool is
each level is like the whole old expansions they
yeah. Like it's crazy the amount of thing, how big and expansive it is. And when I saw that little kind of like that half raid circle showing of a 3/4 completed, and I'm like, okay. And I was like, please, fingers crossed, people.
Know that.
Yes. So then I loaded
I was nervous
in.
about having to replay it.
Me too, because I'm thinking I got to do the whole thing in one sitting, Jimmy. So I'm sitting there like, oh no. And it was like, no, right where the last chest you did, 3/4 of the way, we putting you right there. Go back and just fight the boss. I said, thank you. I was, oh my God, thank you.
This is a culmination of what they've learned.
Yes.
So I can see why PlayStation said, oh, hell no. We need to have these dudes, because let's be honest, a lot of games day one don't go this smooth. Like if it has an online component, if you have to have your friends jump in and stuff like that, and the level of upgrades to what they've done inside the game, visual, like I can put down a well on the floor and look at the well. I will ask y'all to look at the well now. It looks completely different in certain aspects of what you do. They've upgraded this game to fit the DLC asking price. That's $79 asking price for the complete package, the deluxe edition, whatever. It's actually worth that price, because it does feel like a new game. even though it's tacked on to the old engine and the old game,
Right.
they upgraded as much as they could, and they gave you as much as they could as far as content and story wise. Yeah, I have to put it a slight edge above Taken King, but I have to see what this raid is
do.
gonna
Yeah,
look
for
like,
sure, for sure.
and the raid will dictate exactly where
GOAT
it
status. I'm gonna jump in because y'all hit mostly all my points. Look, to me already, it's not question on the campaign. I feel the campaign is the best Destiny campaign ever. That's just where I'm at with it, right? As an expansion, I'm with Addict though. I'm a raid guy, and even though Vogue is my personal goal, yes, I will never disrespect Taken King and King's Fall. And King's Fall is a raid from D1, right? That's the like hardcore boss encounters, mechanics. Oryx is one of the most physically intimidating bosses and presences you've ever seen in a raid in gaming. So it's going to be, but one thing I have confidence, Bungie, let's be real, they don't really make whack raids these days. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
it's
I'm
at least okay.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not
every time it's
worried
at least
about the
okay.
quality of the raid. It's just now it's going to be Mount Rushmore talk. We're talking this, we're talking VAR, we're talking Random Machine, we're talking Last Wish. That's just where that's at this point. So that's a good problem to have. To this game, again, we got to give Deborah Wilson. Savathun is probably the greatest villain / character they've ever created. She's way more complex than you ever think. A voice actor. Shout out to her being on Twitter, trolling Paul Tassi, doing all type of crazy. Like, she's all into the character. Like, I love it. She makes you uncomfortable. The way, you know, she talks to you, the cunning, the deception, everything about her is amazing. And they got to use.
I love that line at the end. If you want to play, let's
play.
play.
Oh, well, yeah. We know about that. That's a line. That's a bar for sure. Why I want to give Bungie their flowers is for all the people who always say, oh, Destiny doesn't have any lore, no narrative. Like, the narrative team has been killing it for about a year and a half now, leading up to this point on the seasonal content, and now everything is tying together, and it makes sense, and it's almost like we said, an Avengers Endgame kind of feel. Salute to them. The narrative is crazy. I want to salute the legendary campaign. Another problem I've always had with Destiny, you buy the new expansion, you burn through the campaign with like there's no challenge, and you feel like, you know what I mean? Like, so the fact that they added the legendary, it's the perfect difficulty. It scales depending on the people in your fire team. They reward. Yeah, I know that. They reward you at each encounter. They're giving you upgrade modules. They're giving you double chests if you do it. They're giving you a path that, okay, if you challenge yourself and beat legendary, right? You don't have to. But if you challenge yourself, if you're a light level guy who wants to be at soft cap and all, at hard cap, it's giving you a path for the first time. So I think the onboarding there was great. The secrets were great. The puzzles, they got mechanics in all the fights for the most part. Really cool things to do. Like, you know, I don't want to spoil too much. It's a lot going on. I want to shout out Void 3.0, game changer. Love the customization, making the kind of character, choosing the grenades, the super, the effects, the abilities. Like, it's to the point now where I kind of don't even want to like playing with the other light subclasses because they're not 3.0. Like, I love the fragment. Okay, if I do this, I get more grenade energy. If I do this, it's going to synergize with that. Salute to them. Shout out to the glaive. I thought it was going to be a gimmick, y'all.
It was dope.
The glaive.
Yeah, it's really cool. Feels good with the melee.
Especially when you get to the
suppressing glaive. Yeah, me and I going for a shout out to DJ. Hey, bestie. He put me on because the suppressing glaive is the most, like, you could really OP with this thing. Like, it's crazy what you can do to
If
bosses.
you got 3 dudes that got it,
Yeah.
y'all are
absolutely crazy, man. And if I had to nitpick, just because we're talking perfection at this point, I would just say I know crafting, a lot of people like it. I feel the grind for crafting is a bit much. And they got RNG in crafting. Oh, wow. And my only thing is, for what we hearing so far, the enhanced version of some of them perks, I'm not seeing, from what I hear, because I don't have it.
You're not seeing the enhancements?
Yeah, I'm not seeing this tremendous jump in, you know, enhance, whatever. Like, I want to see more substantial things. At least, again, when I get one, I'll test it. But, you know, look, this is minor stuff, man. This is...
Yeah, I have a spear with enhanced...
you feel the difference?
Enigma with enhanced amplifier and enhanced unrelenting.
Mm-hmm.
And both of them are enhanced. And I guess there is like a difference. It's going to be like one of those things like masterwork. Like there's a difference, but it's not like a huge drastic difference. But then when you look at that from huge, it's not a huge drastic difference. Like you charged me 2,000.
Currency. The currency they charge you and RNG. Hold on, I got a shout out on Twitch. Shout out to Minge ILP Clan. Salute. He said, Glaive. Yo, he in Twitch right now. Salute to my Twitch list. That's what's up. That's what's up. It's good to see. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
You're a Glaive, Harry. Oh my.
Yo, you're a Glaive. Yo, shout out to my Minge, y'all. Good dude, man. Shout out to the clan. But yeah, like they did that. Bungie did that. It's just I can't even say enough. Now it's just a matter of let's land the plane, world's first raid,
I'm not gonna be the first dude in there. I'll talk to y'all after y'all get the mechanics down.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's what's up because that's gonna be me. Nautica's like, hey, Luca, do you wanna?
No.
Day one, I was like, no.
No.
Wait, y'all waiting for contest mode to be over?
First of all, I'm not the dude to be beating my face up against a wall trying to figure out how are we gonna do this puzzle. I don't got 4 hours to waste.
I'm not struggling, man.
Jimmy,
and keep in mind the people. We will be streaming that. The ILP.
Listen,
King won't be there.
King won't be there.
I also want to say this.
Neither will Saul.
I will not be there. I also want to say, y'all are not gonna beat the raid day one.
You know, right? It's the idea. Let us dream.
I just want to crush your dreams right now. I want to crush them.
Why you don't want us to be great?
No. I want to crush your dreams now before y'all even dream.
We was only one encounter away of beating that raid day.
You didn't do it. So I just want to say this: it's always one or two raid teams that actually get it done, right? And shout out to them for actually having the hope to do it because y'all gonna do it. But for all you other dudes out there that be acting like y'all gonna day one it, and y'all gonna knock it out, y'all gonna be the first, and y'all gonna get the raid jacket, and Bungie gonna acknowledge you. They don't, they haven't, they won't, and it's been years that y'all have tried this.
Disappointing,
so
King.
y'all need to submit better than me, right? Now y'all can say, this is one thing y'all could say, we gonna go in there and test the waters and see what it smell like. Y'all could do that. That's nice, right? We want to see the new content, yay, right? But what me and Luca gonna do is wait for y'all to bloody yourselves up.
He wants to high y'all here. That's what he wants to do. He wants to high y'all.
You want us to high y'all after we done learned all the mechanics and then the difficulties down.
After y'all get out the hospital, y'all holler at me and Luca, and y'all be like, okay, so this is the part where, okay, I want you over here to grab the ball and take it and put it in the basket. Oh, his
savage.
So wait till y'all hear the cue to grab the ball.
You want the instructions. You want the premium experience, man. After we y'all message.
Shout out to Bontes and all you dudes. I'll see y'all stuff later.
Cog, if we beat that, we can never take off that emblem ever
if we
again.
beat that, I might wear the rage. Yo! That's the music Bungie gonna play for us.
From the dream world.
I was in the throw world. Back to you, Jim. But look, that's what I got on that.
I will say that after they put in the contest modifier.
Yes.
Team Redeem has not been world's first since then.
Yes.
So
and it's more accessible.
I think the last raid it was a completely unknown team that ended up winning.
Yes.
That's because that makes it more even for
Luca's trolling the hell out of you. Luca just wants to build content to watch. She getting her popcorn ready, and she just wants to sit there and watch y'all try.
She's not wrong. Like it upset a lot of the people on those big raid teams. Like I remember even who was it? What a big Destiny YouTuber got mad because of it. Like
Glad.
Yeah, Glad. Remember, Glad got a little upset because he felt like it was casualized a lot.
Yeah, he said like, "Oh, it's like anyone can do it now" or whatever. Like whatever he had said, he claimed that wasn't his intention, and he ended up having to apologize. The thing of it is, it's like it's their job to play this game. They get paid through their streams because they're Twitch users and YouTubers, right? And they can have the time to spend 20+ hours on this game, while other people don't. Like other people have different kinds of jobs, so it's like. Bungie made it fair for everyone, and it's like it's still fair, like they could still do it, but the main reason they were winning is not only because they had the time and the perseverance, endurance, like the strategies, but a lot of it was they were able to power level faster than everyone else.
Yeah.
And then you got to look at it like I think a lot of the reason that you might even just Glad, like a lot of those Destiny YouTubers are getting a little upset is because it really took like the spotlight off them in terms of like the best Destiny players. Like they are the best Destiny players, but now it's just like now since other people could participate, it's letting more people in that club that I'm not part of.
I actually think other people were already in that club, but because they didn't have channels, no one knew about them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It
Yeah.
let other people get the opportunity.
Me personally, I feel that Destiny raids are one of the greatest content in gaming. And from a cooperative experience, I've some of the most fun I've had are in raids. And it's a shame that when you looked at the numbers prior to the last 2 raids, the numbers were not high as far as engagement. So I have no problem with them saying, yo, let's do contest mode and, you know, let's get more people in so everyone is at the same level. No matter how much higher you get than, 1530, you're going to be the same level coming in, and it gives more people a chance to play and compete. Because ultimately it comes down to the mechanics, teamwork, and not, you know, having the frustration. So I like that personally. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have...
Yo, Luca, they might do it this time.
Yeah, they're gonna, and they see it. It's the best content.
I believe in them. Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna tune in too.
Yeah, you're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Anyway, all I would say is that look forward to it. It's gonna be a movement. It's gonna be a thing. Jimmy, real quick before we move on, will you be day 1 rating or will you be waiting?
Hell no.
When does it come out? March 5th?
Saturday. I'll be 10 a.m. Pacific.
I'm celebrating my birthday that day.
Oh, that's right.
Happy early birthday.
Happy early birthday.
Happy early birthday.
That's right. He
Salute.
said, no, I would not be frustrating my birthday.
Yeah. He's like, you ain't doing that. You ain't putting that on me. And salute, though. I do want Bungie to do one thing if they can. We know contest mode lasts, and Jimmy and King and Luca, she could come in after the fact when it's disabled. But I would like them to have it as an option post World First, so that if people want to try it again,
contest mode.
Yeah, they can have a contest
some really good,
and get good rewards. So shout out to
They could
Taz.
just make
Like
that
if they
the
had
hard
contest
mode,
mode for him and say like you almost guaranteed a Vex, so you ain't got to run it a good time.
Man, I still ain't get my Vex. Man, shut up.
Oh damn!
I ran it 56 times before I got my Vex. So.
Oh, you got your
I
Vex?
still ain't got it.
Oh damn! You know what? I ran mine like 5 times. I got mine. Stop playing that.
Okay. I remember you.
Hit me with the beat, King.
You saw I was about to do it. I was about to.
And as soon as he got that Vex, he disappeared. I was like, "Hello, Cognito?"
Yo,
don't judge
this dude here, man. Shout out the PC dude that came back to find out.
You know what's funny?
I'm a PC dude.
When Cog does like multiple raids back to back, he's like, man, you guys got me out here doing all these raids back to back.
Cool.
But when he was trying to grind for that Vex, he said, yo, you want to do it again? Like,
No. Look, we got to get my peoples. I got them play along, and I know we had King. I know we had the other 2 towers, but I got to get my people out first. You want to still do those little quick ones, but I got to respect Luca.
I still want to do them, but
okay.
I don't think they want to be part of that mess.
So Luca, I know if you got to go, sis, let me know to find people where they can find you. That's Scumcast. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Thank you guys so much for having me. I had a lot of fun discussing these topics. It was a great time with the boys. You already know. You guys can find me on Twitter at the Ashen Luca. I also have a podcast called Scumcast that is every Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Time, which is 7 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, thanks so much for having me.
No doubt. You already know, sis. Look, I'm putting information in the chat. This is the homie, the Ashen Luca. That's her Twitter. Go subscribe to the channel.
She's ILP approved.
ILP approved. She's been fan from day 1 rocking with us.
What's funny is she gets to witness when she's in the chat, right? She joins in and everybody's talking, yo, yeah, you know. Then Luca joins in it, like, well, hello.
Oh yeah, they be actually with Luca sometimes. Oh, who's that?
Stop, man.
I said, if you don't stop shooting your damn shot, and worry about the raid.
Luca is like one of the only people I know that like the real messy people that they won't even mess with Luca.
Oh no, they find out very quickly what it is.
No doubt. Luca always loves sis. Thank you for dropping it. You already know Jimmy. I don't know if you rock it. Not that I'm kicking Jimmy out. Jimmy can rock too, but I just want to be.
Oh, you gonna like this next?
I want to be cognizant because we got Fallout New Vegas and what you call it.
It was nice meeting you, Jimmy. You guys.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
All right, cool. Jimmy, how are you doing on time? Just want to be clear.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, cool. So Jimmy's rocking. All right.
Okay,
So
yeah,
cool.
Jimmy liked the mess.
Jimmy liked the mess. All right, that's what's up. So, yo, CW, stop it, CW. Hey, Luca, stop. See, that's the behavior that we're talking about. Don't be hey, Luca and CW. I see you. Leave sis alone. I'm just joking. But all jokes aside, King, we'll combine this right now. What the first part is actually Addicts, which is Fallout New Vegas, Obsidian. Rumors. Shout out to Jez Corden and Windows Central. Shout out to Sam Tolbert and Windows Central. And shout out to, actually, it was Jeff Grubb, the Grubb Snacks. We had Grubb on before. So, yeah, it looks like New Vegas developed.
They're going to write a book one day on how much he's
leaked the industry. Shout out. Jeff Grubb has leaked the industry. Obsidian Entertainment and Bethesda were quiet. But, the rumors are that, they're developing could be by Obsidian and published by Bethesda. So that was New Vegas 1. But it's reportedly in early talks. New Vegas 2. The potential sequel, if it materializes, maybe a year away. But shout out to Grubb. This is going on there. Addict, this is your topic. I'm gonna let you set it off. This is a revered game, right? What we thinking?
Yeah, a lot of Fallout. Jimmy, are you a Fallout fan?
I'm a huge Fallout fan.
Okay, so what is your favorite Fallout game?
Definitely 3.
Okay.
I like 3 a lot.
So it's either New Vegas or 3.
Yeah.
Usually the Vegas, the Fallout community split between those two. How I am with this is like I love New Vegas, and I think the reason I love New Vegas more than 3 is just because of like the aimed out sights and stuff like that and the faction system. That's just a natural progression of the franchise and not necessarily like exclusive to Fallout New Vegas. But they did have a really good world as well, like with Mr. House, the NRC, the Legion. But a lot of people never thought that a realm could ever exist where Fallout comes back. Fallout New Vegas, and for the most part, we never see a Fallout in the same region twice. So it would be interesting if we do see a Fallout New Vegas 2, because if they do like 10, 15 years afterwards, we can see the progression of the choices that was made in the original Fallout New Vegas. And that's where I'm at with this. Like, I do have some caveats. Like, I don't want this to happen if Obsidian's not making it. And I don't want... And I'm not the kind of person to like try to force the studio to making it. So if like Obsidian doesn't want, like, if there's people over there that want to take a team and make it like, hire outside and make Fallout New Vegas, I'm 100% for that. But if it's going to take away from Avowed or, whatever they do after Avowed, I would prefer them to keep this where it's at, which is nowhere.
Question before we
I
got a question for you before we open it up to Jimmy. So Obsidian made New Vegas.
Yes.
And
Obsidian has made a lot of stuff. They made South Park Stick of Truth. They made the Tour 2.
Yeah. I was going to say was just that, with this information, do you think, because we've never seen in a Fallout game a direct sequel. Usually it's like, okay, we're in Philadelphia this year. We're in whatever this year. Right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We usually all over. So do you think if the rumors are true, which they, Grubb track record has been good, that there is another Fallout game, do you think it is a New Vegas 2? Or do you think that Bethesda would say, okay, we'll give them the rights to make the next Fallout as opposed to, I was curious. I didn't get a chance
to okay. Jeff Grubb's usually pretty good at selecting his words. I feel like if they were out there saying a new Fallout game, Jeff Grubb would have said a new Fallout game. I feel like that's different from a Fallout New Vegas 2. Like, that's a specific Fallout game, not like a sequel or anything like that. Maybe, Bethesda, because there's always that. I know Bethesda don't like the fact that a lot of people feel like their best Fallout game was made by another company. So maybe Bethesda was considering making a Fallout New Vegas 2 to be like, yeah, we made that, not them. So, but then again, it's like, maybe they took over that project. I don't know. But all I do know is, I actually said multiple times on this podcast that I think Obsidian should be handed Fallout. I've said multiple times on this podcast, but I don't want it to take away from what they're doing, because I personally feel like they have earned the right to make what they want to make, not to be pushed about made on something. But who knows? Maybe Obsidian wants to make Fallout.
Obsidian wants to do it.
maybe once they bought that studio, once they got hands on the Fallout franchise, maybe there was a conversation like Obsidian. You have experience in making Fallout, because I said maybe Exile Entertainment can make it too. The people who make Wasteland.
Yeah.
But it's like maybe since they have experience making Fallout, maybe that conversation was happening. It's like, look, like because I'm with Maddie. Like, I don't think that we need to focus on Fallout over something like Elder Scrolls, but I don't think we need to keep Fallout after Elder Scrolls, because we're damn near waiting a generation for that game.
Yeah.
Like almost the entire generation and maybe half the next generation it would take to have a new Fallout. I feel like that's unacceptable.
I agree. I agree.
Someone else needs to take ownership of the Fallout franchise to give us a game sooner rather than later. And I only see Obsidian. I'm going to be real. Now, if they want to take like some studio heads that deserve an opportunity to lead a team, let them make another team and let them make Fallout. Okay. But if it's going to take away from Avowed, that's where I draw the line.
Oh, yeah.
Don't do it.
No, I think it'd be fine. But I hear what you say. I agree. It can't take away from other projects. Jimmy, you are a Fallout connoisseur.
Yes.
When you hear this news, Vegas 2, Obsidian, Bethesda may be handing the reins potentially in talks. What's your thought process?
I think that's a good idea for like the franchise, right? To give people more of the one that they always say is the best, their favorite. I like that. I'm more into the exploration and combat side of Fallout. I had a lot of fun with Fallout 4, just exploring that world. I really actually did end up liking the settlement system after I installed this mod that like makes it so they run themselves. Basically, it's called like sim settlements.
Right.
Super fun. So I'm more into that aspect of it, and I think New Vegas is kind of, it's not bad there. It's just a little bit weaker than 3 and 4 in my opinion. So like I think as a brand, I think that's the smartest move they can make, right? Like let Obsidian work on that while they're working on Starfield and 6. You get this like
because we're talking like 8 years, Jimmy. It's gonna take a while for those games.
Bethesda's really
recover some of that reputation from 76. It seems like 76 is moving to life support right now. Seems like the right time, right?
Yes.
Like, yeah, it's cool. But I don't know. I hope that they at least get some help from Bethesda on making a cool map to explore, because that was my favorite part of 4 was digging through the comic shop and finding the axe. And there's so many where the story falters in 4, the locations and some of the like dungeons, quote unquote, were just so cool and had really good environmental storytelling. So if they can get that, then I'm in.
Then you are.
Jimmy, the good thing about Fallout is I feel like if Obsidian does take over the reins of Fallout, it's different from Fallout New Vegas. And the reason I say that is because Fallout New Vegas, they was contracted to make it. So it's kind of like Bethesda and them were not on equal playing terms. But if they make a Fallout New Vegas, I feel like Bethesda who knows? Maybe the way that Fallout New Vegas is being made is co-developing. Bethesda and Obsidian are going to have smaller teams together that come together to make that one game.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm just thinking like they would need that, because I like the Outer Worlds, but the Outer Worlds feels a lot like New Vegas, where the conversations, the quest lines being able to be figured out just by talking.
Yeah.
Like all of that was definitely the focus in Outer Worlds. The weakest aspect of that game is the exploration to me.
Oh, okay.
Like, the combat too. The combat doesn't really feel that good. There's no real reason to go out of your way and explore some of the bigger maps. You can find new quests, new conversations, new characters, but like, I'm more in it for the actual like game, which is the combat to me.
Okay.
So that's why I want them to get the help. But like Microsoft's huge now, right? They got a bunch of studios. Yeah. They can figure it out. They can get a team that can work on the combat to help them out, I think. But yeah, I'm just not, I don't know. I like RPGs. I'm not the biggest like quest line done with talking RPG type guy.
Got you. Jimmy gonna shoot stuff. He gonna get his murder. This is Jimmy Hackett / Jimmy. Yeah. Okay, I got you.
That's where me and you are different, because that's what I like about their game.
Okay. Well, I got you 5 seconds on that. I hear you. I mean, it's some interesting points. I totally understand. I can see why you like a Fallout 4, a little bit more with the action aspect and stuff like that. And let's be real, one thing I have to give you, even though I'm Team Obsidian all day, but I have to give you that, I like VATS. I think VATS is such a cool system, targeting the leg, targeting the arm, all that good stuff.
When you get like bloody mess and stuff.
Yeah, like I love that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's just cool. I mean, if King took a while, I'll just jump into my points on it. I'm excited because this is something I didn't know what happened, because this is how I looked at it. Obsidian was part of that early draft class, in my opinion, with Microsoft acquisitions, right? And in my mind, Obsidian to me is like little bro who feels they're just as good, if not better, than big bro beating Bethesda that went away, right?
Yeah, totally.
So the way I look at it is like, yo, we gonna make, but I'm just making up. Not saying that Obsidian has said any of this. This is Cognito's thoughts of acting like this is like a sports team. And like in my mind, they're like, yo, we could make our own better version of Skyrim with a Avowed. We can make our own little kind of a Fallout-y kind of thing with Outer Worlds, right? And have our spin, have our humor and RPG stuff. And on one aspect, I get it, but at the same aspect, you know, New Vegas is revered, right? And there's a Fallout game, and this is where I agree with you, Jimmy. To me, because of the success of Elder Scrolls, and we know that's coming later in the gen, and we know Starfield, and let's just be real, let's say Starfield hits, and it's a mega success. They got Starfield to manage. They're going to want to, it's already, so now Fallout, and let's be real, Jimmy's on fire with this, like, they're coming off 76, which is not a mainline Fallout game, but the brand kind of tarnished. And then you're going to go a whole console generation with no Fallout game? Rest in peace, Matty Play, because that kills Matty's soul. He loved Fallout. Yeah. He like, I can't have, like,
he'd be so upset.
Yeah, he like, how you going to go a whole gen without a Fallout game? So to me, this is the perfect thing. And I like the idea of big bro and little bro talking, because now that they're in the same house, living in the house of Microsoft, maybe relationships is better over the years, and now it could be a situation where it's like, okay, look, we'll give you some people, you know, to help with the code development or whatever. And to the people who are I'm with Addict though, it cannot take away from Obsidian's projects, right? It cannot. We know they got 4 or 5 things going on, and it's going to probably be a while for development anyway. But as long as it's in the natural flow after Avowed or whatever, I'm for it. And I think Obsidian would be the perfect people to do it. They got the experience. They have the repertoire.
You
know what Microsoft's
too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're working on that. You know what Microsoft might be doing behind closed doors? That's like, we know Bethesda has too much on their plates. We don't know who to give this to.
Right.
Let's see how they handle a sequel to their own game. And if they hit that out of the park, then we'll give them the Fallout franchise for them to make on their own.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that kind. I just like that they're talking. I'm going to be honest. Because in my mind, I'm not saying it's beef, but in my mind, it's big bro, little bro. And I feel little bro always had the chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
So to see that, to see Bethesda even, whoever got them in the room, whether it be, as King would say, Phil Dominus, Maximus, like, yo, I got to make a Fallout game. I don't know who got them, or Sarah Bar, whoever got them in the room. King, it's a perfect transition to you. Like, what are you thinking with this whole situation?
Who did Fallout New Vegas?
Obsidian.
Right. I figured that. That was the best one.
Okay. Right?
So it's the best one, you know, Bethesda and Obsidian's under the same household. It doesn't even matter. You know, the game is going to be made, you know, because there's too many people crying for the game to be made. And the fact that Obsidian is linked to it gives you a level of assurance towards it. I don't care in what space it comes in, pause, as far as does it take away from Avowed? I don't think anything will take away from anything. I think they have so many moving parts as far as developers and stuff go. They can pull and yank people from certain projects to help in on this and help in on that, being that they are so intertwined right now, and they are lending technologies from studio houses across the board. So I don't think it takes away from anything. Schedule-wise, I think that's where the problem comes in. Where does it fall in as far as what we're going to drop schedule-wise? Because you don't want like too many games of the same feel or genre.
There's definitely going to be games delayed because of that. There's definitely going to be games delayed.
So I think that it's, however the cadence goes, I think the game is going to be fantastic anyway, because they are all under the same roof. So they can lend technologies, lend thoughts, and we know that script for that game already has been done. They probably passed it off to him and said, hey, how can you work this up? And How can you fix this up? Oh, we did have a proposal for this done. Let's check this out and go over things. So yeah, no, I have no fear in that game. I think that game is going to be fantastic when it does come out. It's just about the cadence of when they're going to drop it. But I want Obsidian to do it. I don't want anyone else to do it. That lends a level of how can I say it, like confidence in the title being dropped.
Yep. So. If anybody's gonna do it, to me that's the perfect choice to hand it off to. So we'll see what happens, and then hopefully Matty be happy and he won't miss a Fallout for this generation. So that's what I got. But we'll move on. This is the bonus round. This is the King's last one, and we get up out of here. And I'll just add it right now. Steam Deck.
No, it wasn't that one.
Oh, wasn't that one?
Call of Duty.
Oh, you still wanted that? Oh, okay, my bad.
I didn't care about that. That Steam.
Oh, so you don't care about Steam Deck? Okay.
On the door. I'll be back.
All right, cool. We'll talk about it. All right, so COD. I'll just freestyle off the top. Then this is in reference to the whole situation right now that we're hearing that COD is no longer going to be annualized, right? And that apparently this is beforehand, of the acquisition closing at Microsoft. King, I'll give it to you. You've got a lot to say here. Clearly, you wanted to talk about this, so let's get it.
He's ready.
Yeah, he's ready. Yeah, what's up?
So it seems that Call of Duty might go missing for a while.
Where are we going with this, and how does this affect your PlayStation? I want to hear this. This is where this one.
I'm just saying, maybe contracts run out, games don't be there.
Oh, here we go.
Maybe when stuff is finalized and done, you done.
So you implied that there could be a potential because it's now going to miss a year. So you say that this could be something where the PlayStation contracts for marketing and all that won't have to be respected, and are we still holding on to the fact that there will not be a multi-plat situation, that this will be exclusive?
They got multi-plats called Warzone.
Oh my God!
It's called get your Warzone on.
Get your That's the Call of Duty they getting. You said.
Right. Get your skins. Get up in there. Have fun with that. You got Warzone. God bless. Good luck. So let's say now that we find out that your joint ain't coming out this year.
Next year.
It might slide past next year. 2024 looks like the opportune time after deals is signed. Y'all got all your Warzone in and everything got good. Y'all great.
You're gonna turn the faucet off.
Yeah, it make the comeback and it's exclusive.
So King, you do realize they're under regulation, right? You do realize that they have already said that
under regulation.
You're not under regulation, but they have come out and said that they intend
They gotta play nice. The police is looking at us. The police ain't looking at me. So they have to play nice. Right now they under sanction. They looking, they checking to making sure they not fighting and doing no crazy stuff over there. But as soon as those eyes is off, you gonna get beat up.
And that's when you feel they're gonna pull Call of Duty from PlayStation. Okay.
As soon as the teacher leave the room, the bully gets busy.
Moving on, Jimmy. King is messy. Oh, I was like, why does he want to talk? Now it makes sense.
This is the one I want to talk about.
Okay,
baby.
Now it makes sense. So let's get into Jimmy. What is your feeling about Call of Duty missing a year? Which is a big deal. In King's defense, it is a big deal. I cannot not minimize that. Like, Call of Duty is one of the biggest, highest grossing games. To not make every year is a big thing. So what do you feel about that in reference to quality of the game and King's theory?
I think it's good, obviously, because the last few years of Call of Duty, it felt like they're like flying down the highway with parts falling off the car, and they just like like this year in particular, though, I was seeing a lot of pushback. Ironically, on TikTok, people were just like shredding them for, like guns having sights from 2020 in them on these like World War II guns, just like extreme graphics issues, just like it wasn't ready. And then same thing with Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. There's a lot of messy stuff in there, and I don't think they really can afford to have a situation again like they had with Black Ops 4 where they're just putting out multiplayer. That was a mess.
Yeah.
I feel like regardless of the Microsoft purchase, they probably realized like, we got to take a step back here, really recalibrate, see what's going on with the franchise, and like find a new path forward that is releasing a complete game. Because Call of Duty is the biggest game in the industry, right? You want to have a stamp of quality on there. And when you've got it like falling apart, it's not great. Also, they're probably looking at Battlefield like, holy crap. Like, Battlefield felt like too big to fail, and it failed.
Yes.
So like Activision's probably saying like, okay, You know, like we can lose this. You know, they're probably not feeling as confident as they are that they could throw anything with the Call of Duty name on it out there and people will play it. Because, you know, I'm sure they kind of felt that way a little bit with Warzone, but Warzone's a good playing game.
Yeah, Warzone's like this.
Like when it came out,
it's great for multiplayer.
Like solid all the way through. Like they've admitted they've screwed it up as more patches come out and stuff, but I think they know what they're doing. They just need more time to do it. And I like that Activision of all the companies is the one saying, okay, we're gonna give it the time it needs.
Isn't it kind of weird? Like after the bag is in the situation.
Yeah, it is.
They
it is
say,
super
hey
weird.
man, we're gonna take some years off.
I want to
I
ask
don't
you this,
totally
Jimmy.
believe that it's not related to.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe? That's what I was going to ask you. Do you believe that there, even though the acquisition is not complete, that this would have happened if the acquisition wasn't happening, or do you think because there's a rumor that maybe they're more emboldened now that Bobby and those guys and Microsoft owns them, that they can afford to do this now, or do you think this was already in the plans regardless?
I'm not a businessman, right? Like, I don't really know how any of this works. I don't think a lot of the people reporting on it know how this works, but like they have a shield now, right? They have a buffer between them and the shareholders that are probably dictating the year, like the annual release. You know, they can say, look, like we're giving the whole thing to Microsoft anyway. Let's make a quality product this time and just see how it goes, right? Like stuff's in limbo, and most of those people are going to make their money at the end of the day because Microsoft's literally buying the shares and they're buying them for a lot of money. So like the shareholders are probably like, yeah, do whatever this year. We're just waiting until what is it, June 2023 when we make all of our money. Like they're just sitting there with like, kicking back, you know. They're like, do whatever you want, just don't tank the company.
No, fair enough. I'll jump in. You know, this was interesting. I'll be honest. Call of Duty is so huge that, in my opinion, I'm like, damn, like you feel like it's never gonna, you know, stop being made, and they're never gonna take a break. And it's like, even when Microsoft acquired it, I'm just like, can they really walk away from that annual money that it makes, right? Because even in its worst iteration, what was it, Vanguard, like technically that's worse. They got a scandal in the building, the game quality's not good, and they still number one by far. Now granted, it's not number one comparison to other Call of Duty number one levels, but number one in comparison to the rest of the games industry. So that's why I looked at it, I'm like, nah, corporate ballroom gonna win over. They gonna like still pump it out. And to their credit, I like this, man. Give it time to breathe. You got Warzone outside, which is taking off. To me, I'm not even a battle royale guy like that. Yeah, that's for the streets. Like, I know what you're doing. But at the end of the day, be content.
It could be Jigsaw or Billy the Puppet.
Yeah, there you go. It's the Jimmy game right there. Ghostface leather, it is. But I love the fact it's gonna take time for development, and that makes it a better game. When you have that the extra year cycle, you get more quality. And it is interesting. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna speculate. I don't have any inside information, but I feel that if the former CEO was still there, I don't know if that's happening, this break thing. Because to me, the philosophy has been Call of Duty, all you studios are going to work on Call of Duty. And every year, we're going to rotate the studios with the 3 different studios. It's coming out. And maybe they're more emboldened. You know what I'm saying? Kick, why you Attic laughing? Why I got the
that's Attic.
Oh, Attic got the demonic laugh. But
I'll wait for my turn.
Okay, he's going. So, yeah, that's it. I mean, we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting to see King's theory or not. But, Attic, you up. What you got? Call of Duty, no annualization, taking a break. Where you at?
I feel like this was okay. I have 2 different perspectives that this could have happened here. One, the game needed to be delayed, but they were going to push it out anyway. But now they feel like at that time they'll be owned by Microsoft, and they probably consulted with Microsoft under the down low because they're not supposed to do it. And it was like, should they push this in crunch? And I think in the back of mind feels like, well, since I'm going to be forced to release Call of Duty on PlayStation, I don't care if it comes out next year or not. So make sure it's the best Call of Duty you could possibly make, and let's get that out when the Call of Duties need to come out, and not necessarily because they have to come out. It's a lot of money to go away. It is, but I don't know if Phil is more focused on the money that Call of Duty can bring in, or the talent that having Call of Duty not come every year can free up.
Yeah, and Jimmy,
So-
I'm sorry.
So that's all I got pretty much.
All I'm gonna say is Jimmy made a good point too, in the sense that we gotta be real. You know, Battlefield scares a lot of people. What happened to Battlefield 2042?
Battlefield did that to themselves.
We know, regardless of who did what to whom. That
They
is a
should have been in Game Pass, and they just licking their wounds, blaming everybody.
yeah. They snitching on a lot, no
He
doubt.
hurt me too. It was them. Hurt yourself.
Yeah. Attic ain't like the snitching. Attic was like last week. He's like, yo, stop blaming other people in the room.
Why you bring Halo into the
Attic, you muted. But
No,
Oh, you good?
It's right. It's like stop bringing up Halo.
Yeah, Attic ain't like that last week.
Take your damaged self, put your arm back on, put your helmet on, and walk across the street and handle your business. Don't be blaming everyone else for your stuff. Don't be bringing up Halo in some kind of like
so
people's
weird.
like,
Listen.
they just brought Halo up in a conversation. Why would you bring up any brand in another conversation? Another brand failed.
That was a hot mic. No one was supposed to know about that conversation.
man, yo, they snitching. They out here with the 6ix9ine face. Don't do that. Don't bring them up in there. You should have been in Game Pass. You bet on yourself and you lost.
So look, yo, you stupid. But at the end of the day, look, you know, I think it scared a lot of people, and kudos to Call of Duty for whatever reason for doing it. So that's all I got. We gotta get these super chats, then we gotta get about it.
Yeah, let's get these super chats. Steam Deck, Xbox.
Steam Deck,
Shout out.
Gabe's
Might be a
talking.
thing.
Gabe's outside. Gabe said they want to work. So salute to them.
Gabe is
Attic,
looking
I'm gonna need
for
help, man. There's a lot.
Yeah.
Need help,
Yo,
man.
and what's messed up is I could have helped, but I pressed the button and it.
Thank you for your
reset all my
contribution.
joint.
Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you for looking.
Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you for moving your shit.
So look, while Addict's getting ready, I will do the poll then, which Addict would like to get up out of here. All right, so new ILP poll pertaining to review scores for highly anticipated games. How much should bugs, glitches, or performance issues influence the final score? The choices are A, a studio's past pedigree should not influence the review if the latest iteration is riddled with bugs or performance issues. B, if the gameplay fun factor are master class or high end in the genre, then some bugs should not cripple the score. Or C, I don't care, y'all just mad because they reviewed your favorite game with a lower Metacritic score than the ops. Salute to everybody in the IOP chat and clan. It will be up on the lordsofgaming.net Twitter account and the Iron Lord Podcast Twitter account. Check that out. Again, salute. First of all, we got to salute the amazing Resolution Games. We will play Demeo. We will play that. They gave us bars, man. A lot of stuff. PC Steam demo out right now. Go list that. Go check it out.
He let a lot of
He
stuff
gave
go.
us a lot of premium bars. I'm going to put that in the chat. Again, if you're not a VR, it's out on VR right now on MetaQuest VR as well as Steam VR. But if you're not a VR person, you can get the pancake version that we learned that the devs call it, that they agree with King. They call it the pancake version.
I thought I was joking out here playing around, man. Tell you the pancake
Listen,
version.
man, it's outside. Steam, go check that out. It is crazy. And then Flame says, see, it's already with it. So, yeah, Flame's messy. But, yeah, go check that out and support them. Salute to Gustav Stenmark, the entire Resolution Games studio on that. Attic, are you ready for Super Chat?
Yes.
All right, before we
Got
do
a
that.
$5 super chat from Donna Taku.
Before you start, I gotta give the Asher Luca her flowers. Salute the lady Luca for pulling up. Salute Scumcast. Go salute. Go support. And of course, the legendary hack and slash legend LSM family brother, my man Jimmy Champagne that I met in one of the coolest. What is it, like a cigar bar? That bar was fire.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, that was so cool.
That was so cool, man. Yeah, shout out to Saul. Me and you were just chopping it up. We was up in there, had a little.
He's not here.
Yeah, Saul had to work. He wanted to be here. You know what I'm saying? So salute to you, man, brother. I love what you're doing. Salute to the channel. PS Ready, right? PS Ready. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and I just started Deck Ready, the Steam Deck channel.
Oh, we doing
Steam Deck Ready?
Doing really well.
And I think he wanted that Steam Deck conversation.
He wanted that real quickly, Jimmy. Like, how you feel about Gabe talking about he would be open to putting Game Pass on the deck and making that happen? How you feel about that?
That's cool because then all these people who keep talking about Game Pass coming to the Steam Deck will just stop talking about it. Steam is so cheap now. Like You can if you can't get a game full price, you can wait a couple months for the summer sale, the fall sale, the Easter sale. There's like a sale for Tuesday. I feel like get the game so cheap where you kind of got to weigh it against $15 a month versus just owning the game on your Steam account. I don't know. I've noticed that the Steam Deck community, real talk, the way that they feel is they want to just play on Steam OS. And it was pretty disappointing to see how many of the Steam Deck reviews were like hinging almost entirely on the fact that they couldn't install Windows and use that.
Really? Not even using the Proton.
They're like it would be easier to test stuff. It's like kind of, but it's not going to run games the same. You know, you're playing a console at the end of the day. It's like supposed to bridge the gap between PC and console. Like let the OS that they spent all this time designing do the talk. But I wish they would just release the OS so I can install it on my computer.
But people are loving it. People are raving. I can't wait. I'm in Q2, unfortunately, so I'm not one of the lucky ones like you. But it's as advertised.
I'm Q1, but I think I'm gonna end up splurging and just getting someone's pre-order off eBay or something, like just because I have the channel now, because I want to have one in my hands. We 3D printed one. We took the CAD files and 3D printed like a dummy unit, so that I did a like how it feels with the hand review. Honestly, dude, it feels like really good. Like immediately, people are talking about with the Switch, the Satisfy grip.
Let's go.
They love that. I guess it feels very similar to that. And I was really worried about those back pedals being too easy to hit, but they aren't. So
salute, no doubt. And where else they got you? Where else people can find you? You got put your Twitter account, put the Jimmy Champagne YouTube channel. You still
that's my horror channel.
Yes, that's the horror channel.
If you like Halloween, Michael Myers stuff. That's
he's down for all of that.
No doubt, man. Salute for you pulling up. Thank you, man. Good to always get your insight.
I was excited when you DM'd me yesterday. I was like, yes.
Yeah, man. And then we gonna talk. We got other stuff we want to do with you, man. Yeah, salute to Jimmy Champagne, the legendary. Let's get that. Addict, you've been patient. Let's get these super chats. Let's respect the realm.
Let's get this $5 super chat from Dawn Otaku. All y'all EldenRing, Horizon, and God of War Ragnarok cappers out there. You can dread it. Run from it. God. Breath of the Wild 2 will be 2022 Game of the Year all the same.
Ooh, talking that
then you got Dawn Otaku with a $2 super chat. Starfield can catch that smoke too.
Ooh.
And then you got $5 super chat from Black Ronin 357. Let's talk about EldenRing having some of the worst customization for Black people ever. It's like African descent does not exist in the game lore.
Yeah, got to work on it. We got to do better. We got to do better for character creators. Agreed.
Then we got a $2 super chat from East Texas Alex. I don't know.
He got
Love
a code.
To my PlayStation brother.
Yeah, he put a code. He put a code in for PlayStation Brothers. I salute East Texas Alex for giving up codes. I salute.
And then we got another one from him putting up another code.
Oh, salute, brother. That's love.
Next time people put code, try to put what it is before it too, so I can shout you out for giving that game out.
For sure.
So we got a $5 super chat from Dragonheart Yo TV. Realm, let's Yobi TV.
You got it.
Realm, let's crown Ash and Luca as the queen of ILP for today. Hashtag ILP X Scumcast.
Yeah, salute. That's Scumcast's fan. We put with all of them.
Then we got a $10 super chat from Dawn Otaku. I don't want Obsidian making Fallout. I like them focusing on their own IP, like Avowed, Wasteland. Wasteland isn't made by them, okay? Which is their Fallout, what they could be into an FPS. That actually, Obsidian, the people who make Wastelands is Exile Entertainment.
Yeah.
So we got $5 super chat from Dawn. Why did I say Wasteland? I'm mixing up Exile. They have Outer Worlds, so they don't need Fallout. Dawn Otaku, I think I agree with you, only if they don't want to make Fallout. But if they want to make Fallout, let them make Fallout. That's just my opinion.
Respect.
Double Ray with the $2 super chat. Are the PS COD deals tied to the games themselves?
Gonna be interesting. A lot of information. We gonna find out. We gonna know. So we are caught up. And then again, shout out to the Realm. Everybody, got the merch and all that good stuff. Yeah, man, let's get up out of here. Addict, talk to people. Where can they find you? What's going on?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can also find me on Twitch. I might stream on Twitch today because DJ harassing me to harassing us to do
raid.
raids.
Yeah, he wants to
So I
raid.
might as well stream that if we're going.
Jimmy, what's up? We gotta get in some Destiny with you too. When we can talk about that as well.
But he can play on PC. Sometimes his PC be acting up. Remember what he said.
Monday tomorrow at 5 p.m. I will be streaming Elden Ring again on the Twitch channel. So come around and look for that. Hopefully I could get to the next boss. I beat the first boss. It took me like 45 minutes, but got through him. You can find me on Tuesday at 5 p.m. on the Attic Show with my co-host Hustle Motivate. Yeah. I'm sure we're going to have a pretty enlightful conversation this week because a lot of stuff's happened this week. Apologize for missing last week, but I had that case of Destiny-itis, so I had to cancel the podcast that week.
You magically got sick on launch day, sir?
I appreciate your guys' concern for my well-being. I'm okay now.
Oh, you're okay now? Okay.
But I appreciate everyone coming by, man.
No doubt. You already know, Lord King. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
First of all, I want to thank Gustav for coming through.
Yes.
It was fantastic stuff. Demeo is great. I can't wait to check out that lounge area.
Yeah, hang out.
That everybody's talking about. It sounds fantastic. It sounds phenomenal. Can't wait for you guys to sign that contract with the PlayStation VR 2. I think that's gonna be lit. Ash and Luca, shout out to you. That's my raid girl. We out there. Most of the time when I'm doing raids, me and Luca's there. It's really crazy. So shout out to her, Scumcast and the squad. Check her out on Saturdays. And my man Jimmy Champagne, the king of horror.
Yes.
Check out his stuff. This dude is impeccable. I wish I was there with the cigar day. I wasn't. I don't smoke.
Yeah.
But I'd have definitely been in there with a fan. Fanning people away. Get out of here with that. Get that out of my lungs. But check out Jimmy Champagne, and of course, Destiny. We can hook up. Hey, it's crossplay. So if you're stuttering a little bit, don't worry about it. I got you.
If you stuttering, if Jimmy's yo, you can't be throwing PC slander like that. The Destiny port is smooth.
No, that's good, but everything else is
anyway. Yo,
like, you guys can catch me on Elden Ring this week. Actually, probably streaming that. Because the fact that they did the update. And you actually just hit a button and you can just stream.
That's what's
up. You guys never see me stream.
King streaming?
Yeah, these dudes been asking. You ain't gonna catch me on no camera because half the time I'm butt naked. But no, I actually have on shorts. But I'm in my house. Who cares? Stop playing. Don't judge me. I'm not in this little arcade cabinet outside of my shorts.
Respect.
Out there with my nipples out on controllers. I'm not doing that. See us. So catch me on Twitter where dudes is catching the smoke. You guys are so fantastic on Twitter, and y'all happening to be keeping it really respectful. Also go to lordsofgaming.net where this week Cognito took my spot and did some Destiny talk. So I'm not really liking the way he muscled me out of the position.
Listen, shout out to Prince.
He's gonna have to work again this week on Thursday because this week on Thursday I'm gonna be on Behind the Sticks with my man. So Cog got to do double duty this week again with the
Lord's Minute.
Lord's Minute.
Nah, I'm gonna send him over there.
Check that out.
I said make ad work. Or put Saul got April.
Yeah, I don't care what you do, but you muscled me out of my spot. I was set up, I was ready.
He hit me up.
And I get a DM like, nah, man, I'm not hanging.
It was my fault. It was my fault. Yeah, it was. Yeah, because I couldn't do that day. Because he wanted to do Wednesday. I'm not playing. I'm not doing no Lord's Minute on Destiny launch.
He hit me. He like, are you cool? You know what? And I was like, nah, that's my dude. I'm not gonna sit there and bogart and block the situation. Let him go.
I appreciate it.
But he working this week too.
Yeah. I'm out of here. Anyway, look, man, again, salute everybody that pulled up. Salute to the chat. Y'all was all lit. Shout out to One Bad Mother. He said great entertaining show. Y'all make Sundays better. Only thing better than playing Elden Ring is playing Elden Ring while listening to IOP. Wow, salute. Much love, man. The chat was fantastic. Again, go support Demeo. That's one of the hottest games out right now. More people play it. It's on VR. The Steam edition is right now. Free, download it, demo, all that good stuff. I'll put the link one more time. I'm riding for the game. The game is high quality. They don't realize, well, they do realize, but it's a hit. It's a hit. This thing,
they know what it is.
With the
PlayStation
support,
calling.
yeah, it's going to be crazy. Go support that. Check it out. And then hopefully we get some console versions. So that's why I got to be pushing for these.
Hopefully I get a PlayStation VR free with Demeo.
And hey, Xbox, if you're listening, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? They PC version.
Xbox on the PC.
You know what I'm saying? You know, it is what it is. But anyway, look, I done my.
So I can play it on my Steam Deck.
I'm done my promotion tip. Yo, everybody enjoy their Sunday. We're going to leave you with the trailer that we played earlier for Demeo with Gustav Stenmark and the entire Resolution Games. Again, send some love to Sov. Sov's working. Send him some love. We miss you, Sov.
Yeah, he ain't sick or nothing.
He ain't sick. He at work. He just had to work, but we missed the super chat. Anyway, everybody enjoy your Sunday. We out. Peace.
Descending into the dark dungeons of forgotten memories, the mighty guardian found himself caught in an ambush. An old but familiar magic, whispering a call to adventure. Compelled by fate, he summoned the old fellowship.
Alright, boys, what's the plan of attack here?
You gotta get the key and then we gotta go to the exit.
Alright, I'm gonna try to take out this little spider-looking thing.
Do it, John. Take him out.
Where are we going? We going here? Ooh, a chest. Oh, we got a card. Ooh, nice.
Do I need to save you?
Use a card. You got a card?
Okay, hang on. I got this.
Whoa!
What about this door over here?
I have a feeling this could get ugly. Look at this guy.
They're killing you, man.
They're taking a beating.
I'm about to die.
We got these clowns. Come on.
We got your back.
Oh, here they come.
I got you.
Let's do this.
Whoa! Nice!